They're being serviced
Well,
under the desk.
are you? Oh, I'm not. No.
Kind
Good
of
day,
very
YouTube.
satisfying.
And yeah, welcome to another episode of Beer Dweebs United. We weren't here last year. Some shit hit the fan last year. We weren't here last week. Some shit hit the fan last week. Continued to hit the fan throughout the week. Actually, it was a good time. So we're here to enjoy some beers, talk some beer topics, and yeah, that's about it. Um. So yeah, what's everybody going to be drinking tonight?
Well, I'm going to start with this half a bottle of Lagunitas Imperial Stout I have left.
Oh, that's quite a good beer.
It's an excellent beer. Well, I've drank half of it already. And then we'll see where the night takes us after that.
I am drinking a beer alchemy of New Holland's The Poet and the fucking Waterloo Porter.
Ooh.
Interesting. How did that go?
Well, it made the Waterloo Porter taste better.
I actually, the beer meal I sent you, I wanted to have two other beers in it. I wanted to have this one in it, which is the Waterloo Vanilla Porter, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
wanted to have the Escadia ales in it, the London style porter, and just ran out of room. So I sent a bunch of things. I didn't think you'd hate any of it, but I didn't know if you'd love any of it. But I just sent a bunch of shit.
All right, on.
For me, I don't know. What should I drink? I think I'm going to start with the Publican House's Henry's Irish Ale. And before I actually open this and pour it, I'm just going to bring up one thing about packaging that I really like. You notice that a lot of craft brewers are using the wrapped cans lately, right? The cans with the wrap on it, blank can,
Yeah.
plastic wrap on it. Well, that's because they can buy a lot less wraps. The wraps plus the completely blank cans cost the same amount as the done up cans, right? So here's a done up can. They've ordered a huge amount of these, so they cost as much as doing 5 different wrap beers, right? Publican House Seasonal Ale. You turn it around. Oh, and look, it has the 4 different ales, and they just cross which one it is.
Oh,
They
shit.
actually have made it so they don't have a wrap. They don't have to buy a wrap and waste a bunch of plastic and everything else, and they can still have 4 different beers on the same set of cans, so they can just buy a whole bunch of that in one can.
Yeah, I've seen growlers that did that before, but I've never seen cans.
Yeah, well, this basically guarantees this will never make the LCBO or anything, but at the same time, your in-house sales, it just makes a nicer product, I think, than a wrap.
It's more
Publican
convenient.
Hearts, are they the ones that made the Square Nail Pale Ale?
Yeah, that's them.
Okay, that's the only beer I've ever tried for them. Okay.
Yeah, this one actually reminds me of like a craft brewed Rickard's Red.
So, well, then,
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
solid beer. It's just nothing special.
are you saying Rickard's Red when it was good?
Basically, Rickard's Red when it was good. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
like you actually get a malt taste, you actually get a hop taste, and I mean it even kind of looks the part.
So it's
Mm.
like a Millennium Buzz.
Oh, yeah. One of those most excellent beers, my friends.
But I mean, look at that. That visual appeal is nice on a fucking Irish Red.
Looks pretty.
Smells pretty. It tastes okay. Yeah, you can't ask for much more. Okay, I guess we should get to some beer topics, guys, since it's only going to be the three of us, it seems. I
Hope
took
we
a
didn't
giant
need to.
two.
Hope we didn't need to make any lists this week because I didn't.
No, you know what? I didn't do lists last week because of the fact that I wasn't sure if things were going to happen or not, if things were going to hit the fan, and then they did. And then this week, yeah, it just didn't happen. I just woke up like 15 minutes ago. Literally. My wife woke me up from my nap. And she's like, I don't know when you want to get up. I'm like, you were supposed to wake me up hours ago, woman.
That's all right. At least you're nice and rested now.
Yeah.
I'm still not really nice and rested, to be honest with you. Um, Okay. Before we get going, I gotta find one news article that I can't for some fucking reason find. So yeah, what's been the best beer you've drank all week?
Uh, the Poet, because it's the first beer I've drank all week.
Uh-oh, what beers out of that pack did you get to so far? Just
Just
the
the
Poet.
Poet, the Porter. I'm going to be doing the if you'll permit me, I'll be doing the Epiphany live later on in the show.
Woo.
Ooh.
I have my camera set up so I can do the little
Yeah.
dual record bullshit. Just a word of warning, by the way. I unblocked beer sampling with Dave, so the Crypt Keeper might rise from the tomb and show up. So
Well, that's okay. He doesn't bother me. Just when him and Jay get in the same room, you get a little concerned.
yeah,
It's like I have a male cat and my mom has a male cat. They're fine on their own, but you don't want to put them together.
yeah.
Best beer I've had all week is the Double X Tempest, which I had on Sunday from Amsterdam. Very tasty beer.
I can't believe that I still can't believe that brewery made that beer.
You know what? They make some decent stuff. It just
Actually, they just put out Fracture again, which is a really good double IPA as well.
Well, they always have Fracture available at the brewery, but unless you can actually go down to the brewery in Toronto, it's hard to get a hold of. But now they've brought it out in six-pack, so I'm assuming it's probably going to be in the LCBO soon now that they've sort of packaged it in a more appealing way to sell at the LCBO.
And like they make some great beers. You have Tempest, you have the Double Tempest, you have their Wheat Heavy's okay, their Fracture's great, Bone Shaker's pretty solid. Like they do make some
Bone
really good
Shaker has
beers.
gone downhill, though, so much. It used to be so much
Oh, see, I
better.
haven't had it in a little while. I just remember it.
No, it was. I used to love it when you could only get it at the brewery, and it was so unfiltered that there's literally chunks of whatever floating in your beer, and most people thought it was gross, but I thought it was fantastic. And now they still say it's unfiltered, but really it's just a little bit cloudy. It's pretty filtered
Yeah,
now.
I had a hard time seeing anything in those damn beers when I bought the six packs a little while ago. So
Yeah. No, the original ones used to be like it looked like they forgot to take chunks of whatever out of your beer. Hopefully it's not
yeah,
like nails or anything.
that's probably why the quality's gone down. They probably taken half the flavor out of the damn thing.
But yeah, I've been told they've changed the recipe of it, but I haven't actually confirmed that other than internet hunters saying it, so could be BS.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Amsterdam actually makes some okay stuff. The thing about Amsterdam is they're really good stuff. They hold back for their very expensive bottles, and some of it you can only even get in. You can't even really even buy it in the retail shop. You have to buy it at their brew pub for like $20 a bottle, as you're having your meal or whatever. And they make some really good stuff, but it becomes a little pricey.
Yeah, I've come to the conclusion that they've just basically have not been distributing their good stuff outside of Ontario, so that was the big problem.
Now, pretty much the best thing they distribute is their Bone Shaker, and even that's gotten not so good
Yeah.
lately. But yeah, all their really good stuff. I guess their Tempest too is pretty good, but all their really good stuff you got to go to the brewery for, and neither one of their breweries are terribly easy to get to.
Yeah.
So on the oh sorry, I just got lost by a news article that I was just reading. Anyway, on the topic of interesting beer stories, PEI is releasing PEI Brewing is releasing its limited edition Ice Boat Barrel Aged Stout.
hmm
That's has anything in PEI ever barrel aged beer wise?
Not that I recall. They just recently got rid of that law against certain cap on the alcohol or whatever. So now they can make like 8% beers and stuff. I think the cap was like 6% or something like that before. So yeah, the PEI Brewing Company is doing like there's something it's called something 8 or something like that because it's like 8% beer. go. Well, if I actually get a chance to try it, I'll reserve judgment till then. But sounds like it almost kind of sounds like they just sort of like jumped on it, like almost like a gimmick.
Maybe the
Like,
first one doing it.
yeah. But who knows? It might be good. Some of the stuff from PEI Brewing's pretty good. I just wish they wouldn't release the same beers under different fucking names every season. It's kind of pissing me off. But other than that,
Ooh, here's an interesting one too. I just usually for our first few stories, I just jump on the Canadian Beer News and look for anything that actually just piques my interest because there's usually some that are interesting. But this one, Delta BC, a new post on the website for the craft beer advocacy group Camera Vancouver, Camera's whatever, reports that a plan to open a gluten-free brewery in Delta BC has been abandoned due to stringent liquor laws in the province that would have made the business financially non-viable. Mainstream Brewing was a long-planned project from Dennis and Peg Maines, who plan to launch soon with Grand Turk Islander hard ginger beer, followed by various other beers brewed with sorghum, rice, and other gluten-free grains and fermentables.
huh.
BC liquor legislation would have classified all of these products as coolers due to the lack of barley malt in the recipe, which would have forced markups of 74 to 98% a bottle.
Huh.
Wow. Well, first off, that's not much different than anything else. I mean, gluten-free beer in any province isn't really considered beer.
No. Um, that kind of sucks because
Well, I guess technically, if it's rice malt, it can still be considered
yeah,
beer.
but
Maybe they throw in some rice malt in the Ontario ones,
yeah,
as of right now.
um, that's that kind of sucks. That ginger beer actually sounds interesting. That would have been interesting to see if they could make like a gluten-free ginger beer, make it tasty.
Well, if anyone is in Delta BC looking to open a brewery, they have the fully built brewery up for sale, including all licenses.
Huh.
And how much is that
You
going
could
for?
basically, I don't know, it doesn't list it, but you could basically jump right in and just have to do one or two bits of paperwork to start a brewery.
Hell, that would be something if one of the big guys wanted distribution out there or something. They could walk right in there.
Yeah. The only thing you'd have to do is put in the paperwork to change the liquor license naming
Mm,
and maybe one or two other things, and you're good to go. If everything's zoned and all that, but if it's fully built and it was just about to open, I'd suspect everything is done.
yeah. So the thing is, like, would it actually be like a good deal or what? Because like, how much money would they be trying to sell that for? Like,
Yeah.
Well, the thing I'd be worried about is I don't know the market over there, but if they're selling it, I'm assuming it's probably because they're not making the money they were hoping to make. So,
No,
yep.
they're selling because they're not going to make any money when they open.
oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Because
and
this is the gluten-free brewery that was going to have to sell everything for between 74 and 98% markups on taxes.
yeah, the thing about that is like I think everyone here knows that gluten-free products are already incredibly expensive. Gluten-free beers are generally incredibly expensive to buy. Um, I don't know why they would go through all this work thinking they were going to be in the black in their first year after opening. I mean, what
Well,
brewery, gluten-free or regular, is ever been able to do that?
well, they probably figured that. My suspicion is they probably figured their tax rates would be the same as on normal beer, and then the prices they were going to sell stuff for was going to make them a good deal of money. But
Yeah,
to get tax rates that go up to 74 and 98% because you're a cooler, um,
they didn't do their homework. That's the
yeah,
problem.
so they screwed themselves over, which is the problem that a lot of business people do lately. And I keep saying every time we talk about a new brewery, you have to learn learn about everything. There's so many things in it.
Well, look at the hoops you have to jump through just for your beer festival. I mean, You got to be on fucking the ball. You got to be on the fucking ball and know every in and out. I mean, because you can't afford to be caught at the last minute with your pants down. Like so, yeah. I mean, as much as that sucks that they threw all that money into it and everything, they should have planned better.
You know, in Ontario, they're always worried anything that has to do with alcohol may corrupt the community and destroy people's values and turn your children into hookers and all that.
Yeah, you know, it's been scientifically proven that alcohol, not even just drinking alcohol, but the idea that there's a sign advertising a brewery, it has been well known to turn children into raving maniacs.
Well, apparently, I don't know if it's an Ontario law or if it's a Toronto municipal law, but I think if you open any sort of alcohol establishment, a brewery, a bar, whatever, you have to actually write a letter to all the churches, schools, and some other places within a certain vicinity, and
That's all of Ontario, and it's within a 2 kilometer radius.
2 kilometer radius, and you have to make sure none of them object to it, and if any of them do, then it can affect your chances of actually opening your
And
establishment.
that's the reason why you see so many breweries and brew pubs and all that in industrial areas, because there's no churches, schools, or well, I think the other one's what is it? There's three things: churches, schools. Oh, I can't even remember the third one.
Is that why there's so many wineries in the godless heathen area you live in?
Yeah, because they don't have to write anything to anybody. Nobody can stop them out there.
Awesome.
I don't know
But
why.
yeah,
I don't know why a church would ever object. I mean, the blood of their savior is alcoholics, so how can you be
Well,
upset?
you got to remember, right? There's more than one church. It's not just Christian churches or Catholic
Fair
churches.
enough.
It's
Yeah.
any religious building.
Yeah, especially in
yeah.
Toronto, there's a whole tossed salad of religions.
And there are a lot of religions that don't look kindly on alcohol.
No.
Oh well. Oh, too bad. That needs to be changed.
But
But
yeah, that's the interesting thing about it all is just that, like, you actually have to do your homework on where you are. I remember Steve Innocente, when he opened up his brewery in Waterloo, he was measuring out, and he was exactly 35 feet from one thing. It was one school that was 35 feet away from the 2 kilometer radius. And he's like, yeah, they're out of the radius.
And
hope
thank
none of
God.
those hope none of those kids decide to play an extended game of hopscotch.
Exactly. I was going to say, thank God none of those kids are willing to walk that extra 35 feet to get shit faced.
Mm. So fucking retarded.
Well, it's probably just the teachers that are during recess going and getting some beers. They need them.
Got two comments here. Winter is coming. Says drinking some big beers tonight. He's having a New Holland's Dragon's Milk, an Epiphany #1, and an Old Kentucky Bastard. Wow, we have something in
So
common.
first and foremost, I hate you. Winter is coming. Second, the Old Kentucky Bastard, if it's this year's, I think it was a perfect beer. I don't know what they changed. I don't know if they changed their barrels. I don't know if they washed their barrels out more. I don't know if they left it in longer or shorter amount of time. But this year's is amazing. Where last year's you drank it fresh and it was well, I drank it fresh and I'm like, yeah, this is substandard. It's a little too boozy. It's this and that. But yeah, this year came out perfect for me.
I've only had last year's, and frankly, it was terrible. But I'm gonna pick up a bottle of this year's on your recommendation, see if I like it more. Cause yeah,
Yeah, even the cuvee was amazing this year fresh, and the cuvee last year I had to sit on it for at least 6 months before it was even worth drinking.
Hmm.
yeah, I've
And
had.
oh,
Sorry, go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, no, I was just gonna say I had the 2012 Cuvée. I didn't like that one at all. I had the 2013 on tap, and that was pretty good. So I'm hoping the 2014 follows the 2013's footsteps.
Yeah, the 2014 was awesome too. I had a sample of it at the brewery, and then I brought a bottle home to review. And at some point, I'll get another bottle of each of them for to hold on to till May. Actually, I have a bottle of each of the other ones too, so I might hold on to them in May, and we'll do a vertical with the two of them.
And Average Joe says Lee is reviewing a shelf turd tonight as El Manico Malta. Sign me up. So apparently the Epiphany is a shelf turd.
Yeah, I think that was from the Facebook post the other day that I guess I never heard the term before, but apparently shelf turds are good beers that don't sell very well.
I see.
So they sit on the shelf, and I don't know. I don't know. Epiphany number one to me is a great shelf turd. I try and pick up a few
Epiphany number
bottles every
one.
time I see it.
I already said it myself. I think Epiphany number one was Bellwood's Epiphany number one, or Bo's Epiphany number one, or anything like that. It would be gone already.
Yeah. I thought Joe was just being contrarian like Ewart usually is.
Truthfully, if it was called like Bellwood's or even better, Cunahan piece of crap, it would still be sold out. Bucks a small bottle.
Yeah, no, like this is the thing. I'm grateful for the fact that some breweries' names don't pull in huge followings because it gives me a chance to get some of these beers. But at the same time, I'm sad because some of these beers really deserve to be picked up off the shelf quickly. One, for that brewery's respect, because that brewery deserves it for what they made, and two, just for as a show of how beautiful the beer is, it deserves to happen too. But half the time it doesn't, and at the same time, I'm okay with it because I can actually get my hands on it.
Rush to your stores and get Cantillon Begavass.
Cantillon Begavass.
Well, you know what?
Oh,
With Black Oak, I'm hoping that they make, if they make a couple more exciting beers, like they make Epiphany 2 and 3 really interesting and, really out there styles, I think they may start to get a following. The problem with Black Oak is they played it safe for quite some time. Like for the longest time, they only had, I think it was 2 beers and then a couple seasonals, and neither one of their 2 regular beers, in my opinion, is very good.
yeah, the nut brown and the pale ale, and then after the nut brown and pale ale, they came out with their saison and their Oktoberfest, and then they brought in the nutcracker porter, and then they brought in the triple chocolate cherry stout.
Well, they started
and
with double chocolate and then they upgraded it to the triple chocolate.
Yeah, and then they came out with the 10 bitter years, which is the only one that stayed out of them all. The other ones still come back usually every year, but none of them stayed. Yeah, he played it safe for way too long. Cameron's did the same thing though. Cameron's had their four stable beers that was all they had for years, and then they started coming out with things. But Cameron's is actually starting to sell out pretty well too. Nickelbrook has made some amazing beers. Some of them sell super fast, some of them don't. Pissed Off Peach Pumpkin Porter sells out all the time. Their Coffee Pale Ale sells out all the time. However, they still have some of the original 1105s from 2 years ago at the brewery, and they still have some of the Whiny Bastards at the brewery.
Yeah, I bought some of the 1105 only about a month ago or so.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Whiny Bastard is probably one of the best beers they ever made, and it's not going to sell out just because it's $18 a bottle. It will sell out over time, but it's a shelf turd, as Aaron calls them.
Yeah. Yeah, my parents are headed up that way this weekend. I'm going to see if I can get them to pick me up 6 of those bottles because, yeah, Whiny Bastard is really freaking good. And, again, that's coming from someone who generally is not crazy about sours, and this one is just so good.
So one other beer that's coming out, well, just came out, is at the Junction, and I'm actually kind of intrigued on this because this thing is going to probably blow your face away for barrel aging. They released a ESB, so just an extra special bitter, so fairly mild beer, quite akin to like the original non-barrel aged Innocent Gun original, but it's been aged for 14 months in oak.
Okay.
You took an ESB and threw it in oak for 14 months. That's either going to be amazing or it's going to be horrible.
Yeah, I assume it's just like virgin oak. It's not anything that's been used.
He doesn't say anything. It just says oak, so I'm assuming virgin oak as well.
That'd be interesting. Because with an ESB, usually you have like a decent amount of malt backing up everything, and it's usually very well balanced. Like that's just a step below British IPA, basically. So you usually have some sort of bit of a higher hop presence. Kind of makes me wonder how well that would last at all in the barrel for 14 months. I'm kind of thinking the hops might be non-existent, and it'll be all the barrel character and the malt.
Yeah, I'm actually quite intrigued on it, to be honest. 14 months in a barrel, probably is going to pull out a great deal of barrel. And just virgin oak, you should get that oaky tannin. You should get some vanilla, maybe a bit of like caramel butterscotch, and that's about it. But 14 months of that will make it beautiful, I think.
What's
In my
what's the
mind,
what's the ABV?
the bottle didn't show it. The
Ah,
bottle label ad didn't show it.
that would be the big question on my mind. Because if it's any higher than about 6%,
It's
then
probably
I
a different type of barrel.
yeah then I'd say, well, no, the thing is, if the original beer is any higher than 6%, I wouldn't even be calling it an ESB. At that point, they're basically making, either, depending on how high the alcohol goes, they're making a light barley wine, or they're just making a straight up barley wine, old ale kind of thing. So I don't know. I'd definitely be interested to try it, though. It sounds really cool.
Yeah, I'm actually quite intrigued with it.
But I mean, if they plan on having any hop character at all, they got to really fucking load the hops into that fucker to make it last.
Well, I mean, English hops don't fade all that fast either. So I mean, even if they're just using the earthy English hops, you should still get a good deal of them after 14
Yeah.
months. I mean,
Yeah.
I've had Charles Wells IPA that's 2 years out of date, and I can still taste the dirt. Any comments before I go on?
Yeah, one from Winter is Coming says, been drinking quite a few big beers over the last couple of weeks, which leads me to my question. For those times when you're not feeling like big beers, what are your go-to craft choices that you would session? For those nights watching the game or at the cottage when you just want to put back a 6 or 12 pack, for me I'd say Muskoka's Cream Ale, Wellington's Special Pale Ale, or a Barking Squirrel.
I'll say that top 10 list of session beers I put up.
Yeah, yeah. Go the our
I
previous
kind of,
episode.
yeah. There's some great beers on there, and really, for me, sessioning a beer, me and Lee aren't really the right guys to ask about sessioning a beer because we both can session imperial stouts. I have drank a 6 pack. I did a fucking Century Club with an imperial stout and an imperial IPA. So
Yeah, that was something.
it
But
was something afterwards too.
yeah, I mean, uh, yeah, fuck. Basically anything on my list from the previous episode, I guess. I
Yeah,
mean,
you figure that when we do these episodes, I drink about 5 to 8 beers, and usually they're all over 7 or 8% alcohol. Usually, not tonight, but usually.
here's what Greg's sessioning.
Yeah, sessioning some 10%ers today.
What are you sessioning?
Figured since you mentioned it, I'll give my bottle a try of the 1105.
Yeah, I have 2 bottles of that left on the other side, and I have 2 bottles of Stormy Monday. I don't know how any of them are sitting right now.
Oh, it's 11.05%. Huh, go figure. So, and I don't know how long they've been aging this for me, but I think it's already came pre-aged.
Yeah, that was made not this year, but last year.
Oh, okay.
Maybe even the year before. I don't remember now.
Theoretically, as a barley wine, it should be better.
Yeah.
Now, it is waxed though, so this should be fun.
Oh, see, I don't think mine are waxed.
Don't worry, you're not the rhino, so you won't have any trouble with it.
You know what the best part was when I was at Nickelbrook to get my I went to pick up a bunch of beer and I got a picture done with John in my Santa suit and I dropped off my paperwork for the festival to him and he goes, "Hey, you need a bottle of each of these, right?" I go, "Yeah, but you're using your new epoxy wax. I don't want them." He goes, "Well, just for you, I saved 2 bottles before I waxed them."
Haha. Nice.
And when you grab me the unwaxed bottles, so yeah, I don't have to deal with wax on them.
Awesome. Beer Zerk 80 says he wants to mooch an invitation.
I don't know. Do we want anyone from Alberta here tonight?
I don't know. Especially not someone from the future.
Oh God. Well, you can give us the winning lottery tickets.
Another little story was shared to me by Greg Power from Ireland, which was the Weatherspoon line of pubs is axing Heineken after a fight with one of their newest pubs. Apparently, this pub sells a lot of beers, including Heineken, for under $3 a glass. What did they make last year on Heineken sales? Their annual sales of Heineken products is worth 60 million euros, and Heineken told them that they want a guarantee. So I don't know how the system works over in Europe. I don't know if they make money off of if they make a percentage of the profits of the kegs or what. Because it doesn't make sense to me that they have to make make a a minimum guarantee to the brewery, because here you buy the keg and what you do with the keg after that, Matt, is up to you. Like if I owned a bar and I bought a keg and I could make money selling my beers for $3.50 a beer, as long as that's within the government guidelines of what I can charge for the minimum amount, I can do that if I want.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're getting a percentage of the profits or anything like that, because that's the only way it makes sense that they want a minimum guarantee on the prices. But I think it's great that they said they wanted a minimum guarantee, and what Weatherspoon's answer was, well, you know what? There's lots of craft beers and other beers in this area. We don't need to sell Heineken beers. Bye bye to your 60 million euros.
Yeah. Interesting. Hopefully it works out for them.
Well, the sales for the whole company is something like 620 euros, 620 million euros. So 60 million euros gone from them. They figure they can make it back up.
That's cool.
And they own 926 pubs.
East Mountain Homebrew says, cheers, guys. Drinking a homebrew Magnum IPA tonight.
Awesome. Awesome sauce, East Mountain Homebrew. What else do we have in here? So here's two that I was hoping Ewart was here for, because I thought he'd get it all up in arms on them. One of them is a share from the Malm and Hops site. Brick Brewing. So Brick Brewing, they do Red Cap, Red Baron, Brick, Waterloo. They do all the canning and alchemy for Seagrams here in Ontario. They were just awarded $358,000 in government funding. So Brick Brewing Company and the Ministry of Economic Development, Employment and Infrastructure today announced the Kitchener brewer would receive a grant of $357,959 as a part of the Southwestern Ontario Developmental Fund. The grant will help increase efficiency and productivity with an expansion that will create 10 new jobs and retain 112 jobs in Kitchener, according to the announcement. Brick Brewing Company is the largest Canadian-owned brewery in Ontario and also produces its craft beer line under the Waterloo Brewing Company banner. That can be argued if it's craft beer or not. I'm pleased that our government continues to make the strategic partnerships with local businesses and communities through the Southwestern Ontario Development Fund. These partnerships make sense and provide good value for Ontario taxpayers. With this announcement, we are helping Brick Brewing grow in its business, create new jobs, and add economic opportunities to the Kitchener area, said Brad Dweebs, Minister of Economic Development. So thoughts on that? See, here's my problem with it, and my only problem with it. This isn't as big a brewery as, say, Stone using people's money, but this is still a brewery that makes enough money that it shouldn't need taxpayers' dollars, using taxpayers' dollars to do something for free. There's a lot of places that, a lot of small businesses that $358,000, I think, $358,000 could go to almost redo an entire business. But for them, it's just a write-off because now they don't have to use their own $358,000.
Yeah, that's bullshit. It sounds like the government. It just sounds like the government was like, "Oh, we got to hand out some money for some PR to somebody in the industry," and they went eeny, meeny, miny, mo between Brick and Mill Street or something along those lines, and Brick happened to be the lucky winner.
Yeah, the Brick is actually one of the few publicly traded ones too. You could own share in the Brick if you wanted.
Huh. Yeah, they don't need the money, so I mean, it seems kind of sort of counter to the actual purposes of building small businesses because
No, I'm not trying to get rid of the idea of getting 10 new jobs. That's great. You get 10 new jobs. Awesome. 10 more people are employed. But again, with $358,000 in the brewing industry, if you were going to give that to breweries, you could get 10 new jobs at any of the small brewers. 2 breweries could split that money, get 5 new people by adding like a canning line and a couple new fermenters to their brewery.
Yeah, and are those 10 new jobs going to make this crap any better?
No, it won't make. Who the fuck's trying to call me?
Yeah, I always think I haven't tried a lot of their new products, but I always thought with Waterloo their products are sort of middle of the road. They're not great beers, but they're for the price they're not bad.
I'd say most of their stuff is even below middle of the road at this point. Just my personal opinion of them.
One major problem I had was I think it was their Bock, where I poured that thing and it was just a regular lager. I was like, this is not what a Bock should be. Those supposed to dark at least a little bit.
Their interpretation of styles is shaky at best, I've found.
Yeah.
Like I said, I reviewed their Union Porter there tonight, and that stuff, it was a weak sauce black lager, basically.
I'll tell you the funny thing about them is that I've had pretty much every single one of their holiday packs, and I have never bought one myself. For some reason, whenever anybody that knows I like craft beer but doesn't know anything about craft beer wants to get me a present, they get me a Waterloo pack. That is like always the go-to pack.
That's the ideal situation to get Waterloo beers. I mean, I was lucky that the Rhino sent me that porter.
At $13.50, they're not that badly priced, and they're fairly easily accessible, especially to people around your area. Like any LCBO I walk into in the not, I'm not talking to you, Lee. I'm talking to Greg.
Yeah.
Any LCBO I've ever walked into anywhere in the Toronto area has at least
Oh, they all carry them.
Yeah, I was just going to say your price is definitely a lot more decent for their gift packs. We have to pay upwards of $16 to $17 for them here, so
Yeah.
not worth it.
Well, basically what you would pay for like a 6-pack of sort of a higher end, say IPA or something, you get a 6-pack of cans from Waterloo. So
Yeah.
not a bad deal for the amount of beer you get, but you're not getting quite as good quality. But again, I've never hated any of the beers I've had from them. I just don't think any of them are great either.
I don't know if I failed any of their beers, but maybe their black lager, I failed that one, I think, maybe.
You know, I'll tell you, lately I'm a lot happier. I'd rather buy the 6-pack of Waterloo for around $13 than the 4-pack of Bose that they've been coming out with lately for $24. And those beers to me are, again, they're all passable, but for what they charge you, they should be a lot more than passable.
This year's Best of Bose, I was perfectly fine with the $24 price tag because it had 2 of my favorite beers from them in it, and it had one of the beers and 2 beers I'd never had. One of them I failed, one of them I passed with flying colors. The Gruit was awesome, and the Mission Accomplished was not my thing at all. I completely and utterly wish I had not bought that. But the Winter Brood I loved, and the Burnt Rock I loved, so I'm glad that they both were in there, and I'll pay $6 each for them. I just wish, and I know why they can't do it because the LCBO doesn't like having that many SKUs from one brewery. But I wish they could all come out to the same LCBOs that they're in right now, but all as singles, so you could pick which ones you want instead of having to pay the 24 for them.
Yeah.
Because I want more Winter Brood and I want more Burnt Rock, but I'm not going to go pay another $24 for 4 beers.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like you walk into the LCBO, and what you have set up is you have a shelf. It's got all their available beers in single bottles, and then it's the standard Bose seasonal sampler empty fucking carrying pack, and then you put what 4 beers you want in it, and then you take it and you ring it through off the barcode on the pack or whatever. That'd be awesome.
And then it's $24. Sure, then I can mix and
would be
match
nice.
my own. Because
Yeah.
$6 for their beer, $6 for a 600 milliliter beer from them isn't a bad price. You're actually getting a good beer for a good price, but it just hurts when you're buying them in bulk like that. Like when you're buying all 4 of them at the same time. That's when it hurts because then it's $24 thrown down right there. Then and
Now,
there.
they should really look into doing that too, because like little gimmicks like that work with people. Like just the idea of I get in and I have a bit more choice and I get to choose what beers I want and then walk out with them for the same price as if I paid for this 4-pack of beers where maybe 3 of them I don't even like. Yeah, that's a win-win for the LCBO and for Bose. I think that'd be a really good idea.
Bose should at least do it. I don't know if they do, but they should at least do something like that at their own retail store and with their home delivery system.
Yeah, definitely.
Only have
You
to
keep-
do that.
They could even like. They
Talking
could,
like-
Just wanted to let you know if Ron's looking for an invite.
Who is?
they you know what Bose should do? They should sell a wooden version of their carry pack, and when they with the delivery system, just like milk bottles, and you just write on the thing what your order's going to be for the next time around, and they pick up your bottles, and then they replace your carry-on pack with 4 new bottles or whatever.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Who's looking for an invite?
Yeah.
Who?
Hey, Chad, have you had
Nobody
the 1105 before?
Yeah.
Is it supposed? Is it
it's
supposed to be sour, or has my bottle been infected?
No, it sounds like your bottle's infected.
Okay.
it's Jay wants to be invited.
Oh, Jay. I thought it was Ron. What is it, Ron or Jay? I don't know.
It's either or. You can go with either. We tend to call him Jay.
Oh. Yeah. No, this beer's not bad, but it's just not what I'd expect. Like, it's bourbon barrel-aged barley wine. I typically don't expect to get sourness from this. And
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
truthfully, I mean, even if it is infected, it's actually not a bad tasting beer. But
I do notice in a lot of beers, and I did this with a lot of the St. Ambrose ones ended up souring too. The thing when you're barrel aging is you don't know what's in that barrel, and over time there might have been something in it that slowly infects it, and as the years go on, it goes sour. And the St. Ambrose beers, they weren't bad. They were still good, but they just weren't what they were because they had soured.
yeah, well, the one you said got sour, I think the 2013, I had that one fairly fresh, and that was definitely not sour. That was a nice, robust, barrel-aged stout, and that was very tasty.
Yeah, no, and I wish I had drank it fresh because I know that fresh they all taste great, and it just wasn't once it aged.
Well, you know what? The robust porter, the barrel-aged version from Great Lakes, which they released under Project X, I think 2 years ago, I bought a bunch of bottles of that. It was absolutely fantastic fresh. I had one aged a year, and it had soured on me, and I've got one more bottle left that's now 2 years old. So in a week or so, I'm going to open that, and we'll see how that one turned out.
So I'm
Ron?
curious. Hey, Ron.
Hello. Yeah, Ronald is my name, but J is my middle initial, so some people call me that. But my mother made that up. So it's Ronald J. Terrio, but that's the confusion there.
So which do you prefer to be called?
You know, I really don't have a preference. I know it's confusing, and I can't stand when people come up with these little internet names because it's hard to keep track. And they'll tell me, didn't you get my message? I say, look, you got about 4 different internet names. I really don't know who you are. You know what I mean? But it's Ronald J. Terrio, and let's see, I'm talking to. I appreciate you letting me come on. Um, we got Chad Beerzerker. That's another an internet name, Beerzerker. Biolog.
Just
How you say it?
I'm one of the many Gregs that are available for Beer Dweebs United. So you can call me. In this case, you can call me Greg One.
Yeah, we keep them all in the closet. We pull out 1 or 2 depending on the show.
Anyhow,
El Maniaco Malta. Yeah, that's all right. Beerzerker, are you there?
I'm there. I didn't get your invite, man. I tried. I was waiting.
Okay, I want to apologize to you on air in front of these hundreds of thousands of people watching this. Okay, look. I felt terrible. I was like mortified because Beerzerker never was part of our group like that we do every Wednesday, and then he wanted to join. So I invited him, and then I was inviting everybody tonight when I was setting up the examination. And I kept thinking, seems like I'm forgetting somebody. But I said, no, I'm sure I have it right. And then I get this thing from Beerzerker. I never got the invite. And I said, oh, Lord. I said, BZ, I never sent the invite. It's not Google Plus's fault. It's my fault. And I want to apologize. I feel terrible. You know what I mean?
Let's face it was Corona Extra. He didn't miss out on much.
Hey. He wanted to join. I screwed up. I'll be the first to admit it, and I apologize. But I want him to join us next week, and I feel terrible. You know, once he gets in the loop and he's part of it, I won't forget. But I feel bad. I feel terrible.
That's all right. Don't worry, man. I got Corona to drink. I haven't reviewed Extra yet, so.
Oh, good.
I completely slept through everything. I woke up about 10 minutes before we went on air tonight. So did you look at Corona with the lime and without the lime, or how did you look?
One of the participants added the lime. He did that at the end just to kind of like needle the rain contours. You know, the people that is like a vampire in a crucifix when it comes to Corona. You know how you have some people that are really. We kind of talked about that on the video. You got some people that are just, if you say the word Corona Extra, they'll set their house on fire and jump off a bridge. They get so upset about it.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I have a question about that. They're both brewed by Negra Modelo or by Modelo, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed Pacifico this summer and Corona Light.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other cervezas. Do you think that they're basically the same, like Corona? What's the ABV? Are they the same beer, just one's in a brown bottle, do you think?
No. Because Corona, hold on a second, let me click off of some of this stuff. Corona Extra has its own recipe. Pacifico, I think Pacifico is what, 4.4% ABV? You see, what happened was you had a bunch of different regional Mexican breweries, mostly started by German immigrants, right? So then, over the last 100 years, you had big companies like Cuauhtémoc Cerveceria, and you had Grupo Modelo, and they went around buying up all the little breweries. And so now it's this big conglomerate, but it is separate recipes, yeah.
Because I found, like, Pacifico tasted a lot like Corona. Like, surprisingly, like, almost identical.
Yeah, it's similar.
Just they didn't have the skunk, you know, because it's the brown bottle version.
Yeah, it's similar. Pacifico was started in Mazatlan on the Pacific coast, right? So that's why they call it Pacifico. And they got bought out by Grupo Modelo. I don't remember what year. They have a pretty extensive history on their website. And but no, it's not the same.
Well, they're all basically the same style, bland light lagers. So.
Yeah.
Of all the ones I've had from...
usually they have adjuncts.
I think of all the ones I've had from Mexico, Pacifica Clara was probably my favorite. I don't mind Corona if it's canned. I can't... As soon as it starts getting that skunk taste, I want to throw the bottle across the room.
Well, don't watch the video then. If you watch the video, you'll try to come down to Louisiana and throw me across the room because we were bragging on it left and right. It was just like,
Oh no, you know me, Jay. I don't care what people like. I really don't. I'm just saying my personal opinion on it. If it doesn't have the skunk to it, I can drink it. If it has skunk, if it's light struck, I can't touch it.
it had the skunk. Everybody said it had the skunk, except for the people that had the brown bottles. But it had the skunk, and then it dissipated almost within a minute. And so, I drank the 24-ounce bottle, and we were all enjoying it. And we didn't know what else to say. We liked it. We know we're not supposed to like it. We recognize that we're not supposed to like it. We'll be hated for it. But what are we supposed to do? Get up there and lie on video?
Well, there's one thing I noticed with those beers, like Pacifico. For me, it's Labatt Blue, Pacifico, and Corona. I like to drink them out of the bottle.
Yeah.
It seems to take the club soda weakness out of it for some reason. You don't get the club soda effect quite as much.
Yeah, I poured it in this glass. It was really good. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of a self-admittedly, I'm an oddball when it comes to beer. I probably like a lot of stuff I shouldn't, like, but I like a lot of great beers too. I just had a really good beer from that Caledonian Newcastle collaboration. Might be the best beer they've ever made.
What was that called?
Matter of fact, I'll go get a bottle right now. I think I'll drink it. Hold on, I'm coming right back. El Manaya Comalta.
Hurry back or I'll break your back with my knee.
Oh no.
Oh,
That's
no,
one of my favorite.
Not a backbreaker.
I think a lot of it is psychological. We do like the beers. Now, I'm going to say that, like stuff like Corona Extra and all that. We do like it. I mean, I'm not going to. But maybe we go overboard about it because we have people that just sort of like unannounced without any kind of. We didn't ask them to say all this. They just say, oh, you can't like that. You're stupid. I hate you because you like that beer. And so then we react in sort of like a, like reactionary about it. If they wouldn't get so hysterical about it, we would just say, yeah, it's all right, But it's like, why do they get so crazy about it? It's just a beverage.
You see it with everything, though. I mean, I'll review a craft beer that I don't like, and I have people threatening death on me. Like,
yeah.
It happens all the time.
So then they act so crazy about it, so then naturally we start drinking and the alcohol's getting in us and we start needling them, and then they watch every video we make, so they're like, look at him drinking that, and so it's only natural that you kind of come back at them a little bit. But here's an interesting little item. I don't know if it's in Canada. It's called a Newcastle Caledonian Scotch Ale.
No,
Just
we
hit
don't
the
get
market, 6.4%. You know about it?
Yeah, that's the one that they had Will Wheaton do commercials for.
Oh, really?
Is that the
Yeah.
dude from Star Trek?
Yeah, Wesley Crusher.
Yeah.
So he'll just whore himself out to anyone. He'll whore
Well, no,
himself out to Stone. He'll whore himself
He
out to
is
him.
he is a huge beer geek, and if anyone wants him to do something for beer, he'll do it. And the whole set of commercials, there was 4 of them. They were all hysterical.
Yeah, they were really good. They did a good job.
Hey, if they want to pay me to do beer commercials, I'll do them too.
You're not Will
I
Wheaton.
did it.
No.
I did it. You might have seen some of the videos I did.
You know what the best thing about Will Wheaton was? The
No.
fact how he wasn't on the later seasons of Star Trek: The Next Generation. That was the best
I was
thing
going to
about
say
him.
that his mother on the series was a fire crotch.
Indeed, she was hot. Dr.
They did
Beverly
a great
Crusher.
job with this. They did a great job with this Scotch ale, though. I got to say, it's just fantastic. It's great. If you can find, I bought it for $7.99 a 6-pack.
Yeah, I'd love to get my hands on some, but I won't see it up here.
Yeah, definitely
Well,
won't hear.
Damn,
That's
over
brewed by Newcastle,
feel
right?
if that was a 6-pack of Coors Light.
Yeah, Newcastle Caledonian. It's
Yeah.
It's 6.4% alcohol. It's 40 international bitterness units. They use pretty nice ingredients. All British ingredients. Oh, it's and they brew it in open kettles over a open flame. It's like they really tried this time to get, really make a great beer, and they did it. They did it.
Newcastle Brown is everywhere, so wouldn't they be able to send
I'm
this?
going to drink this for you, Lee.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Mm.
Well,
Now, the only Newcastle we get is Nuki Brown. We never get any of their new gimmicky beers that they've been coming out with.
We get Newcastle Brown all the time here too.
Yeah.
When I bought the Venom and all that, that was in the States. I bought all
But
that.
you don't get the cabbie or the
No,
blonde bombshell or the werewolf.
No.
no.
I didn't even know they made anything else.
I was gonna say, up until now, I thought the brown was the only product they made.
Yeah.
No,
Totally.
they have a long list of products.
Yeah. Used to get the Caledonian 80 shillings though, which was awesome.
I don't know if we got the 80. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that beer. I love that beer.
You don't see it.
Is not a. Sorry, I was just gonna say, even the brown is not a bad product. I mean, it's
It's not a bad product.
not really I'd buy regularly, but if you're in a place that doesn't necessarily sell a lot of craft beer, to me, it's a pretty decent beer to just have.
Yeah, although it has noticeably gone down in quality in the last 15 years or so. Like, it's really taken a nosedive.
I don't know about that. Hey, but Greg too. I'll say that every time I drink a Newcastle Brown Ale, it seems like I pick up more flavors and aroma notes that I didn't notice the time before I had it. Isn't that strange?
Here's the problem, Jay. You have to wash your glass before you put a new beer in.
All right. Maniacal Malta.
And you're drinking some bourbon or some scotch in there right before.
No, I always drink out of a clean glass, except for tonight. But I don't think the Corona Extra is going to interfere with this too much.
No, I don't think so.
Great stuff. Oh, I wish I could drive up to Niagara Falls right now and give it to Chad, but it would take so long to get there.
Wait, what?
Yeah, rephrase that. That sounded weird.
That doesn't sound too good.
Give it. I want to give it to Chad. I want to give this beer to Chad, damn it.
Okay, well, we'll meditate on that comment here for a second, and I'll read some actual comments we have in the chat here. Average Joe said, I would have loved to see you do a blind taste test of Porters. Lee should have probably done Propeller's London style, Fuller's London, Smutty Nose Robust, and the Waterloo one. Would have been something different. It would have been cool to see if you could identify Propellers since you drink it all the time. That's a stupid idea, Joe. Let's move on. Dale Moore says, they keep changing the way you can join the Hangout. Dang it. I'm watching, but not visually or virtually there. Do I need an invite or what? Maybe the wife set the comp up like Fort Knox, LOL. So I think basically what Dale is saying, send him an invite. And here we have the other Greg, Dullahan Brewing, saying, keep me in the closet, will you, Lee? Well, at least I don't live in a beer wasteland. Indeed you don't, my friend.
I don't know. I hear Ireland is a pretty big beer wasteland.
But at least there's a lot of red-headed women over there, so it's a balancing thing. It kind of balances out.
Right.
Average Joe has some comments here. He says,
Average Joe.
He says, Beer Zerker has come to drink Corona Extra without examining it. The horror. He says, by the way, I just set my house on fire and I'm contemplating jumping off a bridge. Maybe the examination would have set him straight. And he says, Jay, it's not that you're stupid, it's your palate is stupid. It happens all the time, just ask Lee.
Well, yeah, Lee does say everybody's palate is stupid all the time.
Yeah, but this is the truth. I mean, it's
Malta Maniaco doesn't say it all the time, but
it's an objective truth.
I know my palate is stupid. That's pretty obvious.
everybody's palate's stupid.
Yeah,
Knowing is half the battle.
that's right.
But I'm having fun with the stupidity. Oh well. I'm gonna let haters hate. It's no big deal, you know.
You're just gonna shake it off?
Yeah. Why, you know.
Oh, that Taylor Swift song, I Want to Murder Her, every time it comes on the radio.
I haven't heard it, thankfully.
My wife listens to like the pop station, and I want to claw my eyes out.
Oh, I do recall hearing you turning. Yeah, I do recall when I came up there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
sure.
turned the radio off as soon as you got here, I believe.
Talking about the
Yeah.
one where she crawls to the tunnel of the girls doing the twerking?
I don't know if that's it or not. I don't know.
I don't
It's
know, but
called
it
Shape.
sounds amazing.
That sounds like something else on the internet you might have been watching. I don't know.
No, it was the Taylor Swift video. Hey, don't pick on Taylor Swift.
Why not? She's a bit of an idiot.
All right, I'm off. I'm out of here.
All of her songs are about men that she picked up and then dumped just so she could write songs about them.
I don't know. In my opinion, anyone that's a multimillionaire, no matter what they've earned,
Yeah, they're not as dumb as us that aren't
It's,
multimillionaires.
no, but to me, they're ripe for the making fun of. Like at that point, they've got too much money. They don't care. We can make fun of them.
Don't be mad at me because she's from America and Alanis Morissette.
Oh, I'll
Yeah,
trade.
that's Celine Dion.
You guys
Yeah,
can have
well,
100%. We
we'll
already
trade it.
called Celine Dion. She's down there already.
Yeah, she's in Vegas, rotting away with all the other washed-up people. But I'll say this about Taylor Swift. She actually, for one moment, she actually made me side with Kanye West. That's how horrible I think she is. So.
Oh, boy, that is fighting words.
Oh yeah.
Okay, away from Taylor Swift, we'll go back to other stuff.
Isn't this the Taylor Swift podcast?
I thought it was. I mean, we're gonna shake it off. Shake it off.
Paul Anka.
How
Paul
about
Anka
this
is
one?
actually a songwriter.
Trinity
I
Brewing. Trinity Brewing returns metal after shipping and judging errors. This was actually one we were going to talk about last week, and then all shit hit the fan here with the Albino Rhino beer review with 2 losses and a possible loss. And yeah, so this was Trinity Brewing won an award in the Wild Brett category, and the beer didn't have Brett in it. And he returned the medal, which I guess comes back to how much do we listen to awards? I mean, we all talk about how they're a great marketing gimmick, and they're a great starting point for people that want to try beers. I mean, you want to try a style, you don't know what beer to try. You can look at a bunch of different award winners, try some of those instead of trying everything at first, and then move on. But I mean, if the judges can't tell if there's Brett in a beer or not, I mean, there is slight differences between lacto and Brett, and a well-trained judge should be able to pick it up. At least somebody on that panel should have been able to say there's something wrong here. But anyway, how much do awards matter to you? Again, this comes up every time something like this happens. This question comes up: how much do awards actually matter?
Well, wait, I got a question first. How did that get into the category for Brett beers in the first place?
They shipped the wrong beer.
Oh, okay.
So Trinity shipped the wrong beer because they had a whole lineup of beers that was showing the different. They were basically doing what Innocente does. They were showing different yeasts. So they were using Brett, they were using lacto, they were using all the different types of yeast strains, especially wild yeast strains, and they just shipped the wrong beer. And then he found out that they shipped the wrong beer, so he's returning the medal. Which, first on, I think the moral of this story really should be kudos to him for returning the medal. He could have just said nothing and had this medal to show off. So it's great on him for being honest and doing the right thing. But at the same time, it begs the question: how much do judges actually know? How much does anybody actually know? And what's it matter? I mean, how much do making up these styles that don't exist matter as well?
How would King of the Forest have done in that awards?
Well, stuff like that, yeah.
I think it's a good idea that he sent the medal back.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a great part of the story. I think it's the most important part of the story is that he was being very honest, he was being very truthful, he was angry that they sent the wrong beer, and he sent the medal back.
You know what I think about my beef with medals is sometimes a brewery will win an award, but they'll put that award, they'll say the brewery won an award, but then they'll put it on a beer that's not that good. Even though it has nothing to do with that beer. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
No, I don't usually see that here in Ontario. Usually you'll see it on the different beers. Like Waterloo Dark has won awards. It's not a great beer. It's won awards.
Like you'll see the breweries won an award. They'll say that the breweries won an award, like on Red Racer Pumpkin Ale, which isn't a very good pumpkin ale, but they put the award on there. I don't think the award was for the pumpkin ale.
Also, it's like they'll just say Central City
Award-winning
Brewery of the Year award. for
Yeah, and then they'll
2012.
throw that on a shit beer, you know.
Yeah,
Well, for brewery of the year, sure, because they're brewery of the year. If it's Red Racer Pumpkin Ale, 1 gold in IPA, no.
yeah.
No, but I'm sure that's what the award was for their IPA, because it's pretty good.
Some of
Oh,
these beer contests are phony, though, I think, right?
Well, there was the one in the UK where the judges had chosen the Brew Dogs as the winners for brewery of the year, and then they ended up giving it to Diageo because Diageo paid them all off, and that actually got huge. That got huge internet exposure. That one. So yeah, there are a lot of phony award ceremonies.
Kickback.
Now, the Great American Beer Festival and the World Beer Cup, they're pretty credible, right?
They are pretty credible, yeah, and they actually use their judges are all people like Stephen Beaumont and just big beer names are always the guys that are judges there. So I mean, they're not like these type of things. They're not like the Ontario Brewing. Like every province has its own brewing awards. I actually have the qualifications to be a head judge at the Ontario Brewing Awards. Like that's fucking stupid. Okay, it should never happen.
Why not? Why not? You're one of the best beer reviewers on the planet. I mean, let's
No,
be honest.
not at all.
Let's
But
be honest. I've watched thousands of hours of Chad Bino Rhino, so I would know.
That's highly subjective. I totally disagree with Jay on that one.
No, I really do think. I think Albino Rhino Chad is really one of the. He has a better grasp of beer than probably most people on the planet. But anyway, I'm not saying that just to brag and so that he'll invite me again. I'm just saying it because I believe it.
Oh, well, even if you were trying to do that, it wouldn't matter. You're invited anytime you want to come in.
I don't know if he's.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not just. I don't like to give false praise. If I thought you were horrible, I wouldn't be talking right now.
Wasn't it in the Ontario Brewing Awards? I can't remember exactly. It was like something cream ale won in the pale
Muskoka
ale.
Cream Ale won the pale ale category, which pissed me off to begin with. But then it had such a high score because the way they do their beer of the year, it's the beer with the top score. It had such a high score in the pale ale category that it still won beer of the year. That pissed me off and made me want to choke people.
Yeah, that's dumb because beer of the year should be all the winners of the categories put up against each other.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
right.
what they do in the Ontario Brewing Awards is they take the beer with the highest overall score. So it's the gold medal winning beer in its category, no matter what.
Yeah, that's
But
dumb.
whichever one has the highest overall score, and if there's more than one that has the same overall score, they'll do them again head to head.
Yeah.
But it had the highest overall score of all beers at the competition, and it wasn't even in its category. It was in a pale ale category. There's no fucking props at all to Muskoka Cream Ale.
That's
I'm not
dumb.
saying Muskoka Cream Ale is a bad beer. I actually don't mind it, but there's no way in hell it should have won pale ale and then beer of the year.
That's really dumb. So if a Muskoka Cream Ale got like say a 90 something in the pale ale category, won that category, then they're automatically the winner overall. What about the beer in the IPA category that maybe got a 94 instead of a 95? Why are they not put up head to head with the Muskoka Cream to find the best beer in the whole thing like that?
I think they do something like that, and they would get another panel of judges to do them all. But
yeah, that's so stupid.
Because they
The
have to
contest
pick
is
their judges.
dumb.
Truthfully, most brewing awards, and we do a brewing awards at our festival. Most brewing awards are stupid. It's a marketing ploy. It's a great starting point for people, but other than that, there's no real reason for it anymore because it's just too easy to become a judge. Again, I have the experience, according to my judging credentials, to be a head judge. I shouldn't be. I haven't judged enough awards to ever be considered a head judge to me.
Look at a couple of the beers that won awards at your festival, for fuck's sakes.
Well, that was all people though. Everybody that was there, the whole 598 consumers there could judge.
Yeah, I mean, at least that was fair, but still, Green Apple Pilsner, come on, guys.
Yeah, but Chad, why do you say that you shouldn't be a judge? I mean, you drink beer constantly all the time, right? So you.
Truthfully, for a head judging position, to me, it should be people like Stephen Beaumont, just people in the industry that have been doing this for years and years and years and years and years.
Your Stephen Beaumonts, Jordan St. John's, people like that.
I don't even know if Jordan St. John is enough for me. He's a historian. He's the Jay of the writing world. He is and that's a great compliment to you, Jay. But he is a great beer historian. He does know his tasting. He knows all that. But I don't know if I would even say head judge for him because he's been doing the blog and all that. But he's more specialized on the history side of everything.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my fault.
And let's not forget, Rhino, you shouldn't be a judge in anything to do with Ontario, because in the back channels of Facebook and stuff, you're a horrible misogynist, and
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Wait, we knew he was a misogynist. Isn't that why we love him?
Yeah.
Isn't this?
But I tell you what, this beer is fine. I want to drive and bring it to every one of y'all. I really do.
Come up in May to the beer festival.
I'm hoping we make it this year.
When is it?
May 2nd.
May 2nd. That's in Niagara Falls?
It'll be in Ridgeway, but yeah, Niagara Falls.
Let's see.
Ooh.
I can't go because I already have plans.
Fortunate, you'd have me and Lee in Lucha Libre masks running around.
Well, anyway, we'll meet up in New Orleans, all y'all. Have a good time. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'd love to go to New Orleans one of these days.
Yeah, and come for Mardi Gras. It's in February.
I hear there's tits there.
Well, you know, with the internet, that's all lost its cachet, so...
Wait, you can find tits on the internet? Why have I not been informed of this?
Maybe you get your parents to take your parental block off your computer.
Ah, damn that net nanny.
Yeah.
Now this is an article that was shared by Aaron, the Duchette, and it was Black Market Brews: The Inside Super Secret World of Beer Muling. I don't think it was a super secret world. We all know people that beer mule. We all know people that hoard. We all know that. So I guess the question I'd put out to you guys, and not that our opinion matters at all, but it's just something interesting to talk about. What's your definition of somebody that's buying beer for a good reason or buying it just to hoard or mule? For me, if you're buying it for yourself or to share with your friends, I'm great with that. If you're buying it to hide it in your basement until you can force somebody to trade something else that's super secret with you, not really all that great, because you're just muling it and hoarding it so that other people can't enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of...
I've never bought a beer without the intention of drinking it.
Yeah, neither have I.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Anything I buy, like, you know, the Amsterdam Tempest, I brought my girlfriend there, and we bought 8 of them, which is double the limit of a single person, and I intend to drink them all. However,
All but one.
One of them is going to Chad. If anyone else would want one, I have no problem with selling it to people at cost. I'm not making any money off of it, just whatever I paid for it. And that's fine. I mean, I don't have any intention of using it as any sort of crazy beer currency. I'm either going to enjoy them myself or let other people enjoy them. But yeah, I don't know. But then again, I'm not part of a beer trading network, so I'm just a simple lad from Toronto who likes to drink some expensive beer.
Right. Well, I have a friend, Paul. He does the examinations with us every Wednesday, and he brings his children on the video. But 2 years ago, I bought him the West Latrin 12. I bought him 2 bottles, and he drank one with me, and of course he loved it. 100 out of 100, actually higher than 100. But he's got that one bottle in his fridge, and he won't drink it. He said he can't bear to drink it because then it'll be gone. You know what I mean? Like, he can't have his beer and drink it too. So he just can't bear to drink it. But somebody else could be drinking that beer. I don't know. He just can't break it open. He can't do it. But he's not trying to save it so he can sell it for a high price or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it too, because I have a couple friends that are habitual like traders. It's not so much they're buying beer to try to make money or turn a profit, but they buy so much because they trade so much.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
and that's fine too. You know what I mean? As long as you're not buying it as some kind of like it is currency, I guess it would be, but there's no malicious intent behind it, or no, I'm gonna hoard this, or I'm gonna buy out this product just so I can sell it or trade in the future for a higher yield.
No,
You
he's
know?
not doing that. I bought it for him. I paid.
No,
He,
no, I wasn't saying that's what he was doing. I was just bringing up a subject.
Yeah, no, I bought it for him. I said he wanted to pay me for half of the 6-pack because it was $85. I said no, it's a gift. But I said when I was over there last month, I said, why are you not drinking this beer? He said I can't bear to drink it. It'll be gone, you know. So that's kind of an odd thing. It's odd, but I don't guess it's unethical.
If you buy a beer and you bought it and you intend to drink it at some point, you just don't know when. That's one thing. It's these people that are going out with a beer that is so super rare that they have to put limits on it, and they're buying the limit, but they're never going to drink any of the beers on that limit. That's the people that article was about.
Yeah, that's dirty. I would take exception to that.
Well, you know, like I said in the comment on your Facebook post, is with the Raspberry Eisbock from Cunahan, there were a lot of people that were buying over $1,000 worth of beer to have their limit of that Raspberry Eisbock. I highly doubt that a lot of those people are drinking all 36 bottles they purchased for $1,000. I really doubt it.
Yeah, highly doubt it.
And who, like, $30? What was it? A $3.55 or a $3.75?
$3.75, and you could buy up to 36 bottles, which totaled $1,080, and they sold out in around a little more than a day, like a day and a half.
Oh man,
And
that's insane.
I understand they had 3,000 bottles.
Don't get me started.
No, like, and that is Ewert's little pet brewery that he loves so much, and even he was pissed off at the pricing and all that on that. And it's an Eisbock. I understand that it's a little more expensive because you're losing a lot of it because you're freezing and then pulling off the top and all that. But if you made 3,000 bottles, it couldn't have cost that much. I mean, I've now brewed beers at commercial breweries enough time to know what it actually costs to make a normal batch of beer.
Well, how many bottles of Eisbock did Bush Pilot make?
I don't know how many bottles they made.
They did it in the 750s.
Yeah, they did it in 750s, and they hit the LCBO, so there was at least 2,000.
And their price was a lot lower.
Yeah, for a 750, but they didn't have raspberries in it.
Oh yeah, well that makes the whole freaking difference there, doesn't it? I'm telling you right now, the raspberries ain't gonna help an Eisbock all that much. I don't give a crap what they say.
I mean, I guess the only thing you can say is it was a 15-point-something% beer, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, the Amsterdam Double Tempest is almost that ABV and was less than that, was half that price, and you got double the amount. So
Yeah, I think we made the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
No, when you get a chance, I want to ask a question, and I want to ask if y'all think I was stupid.
You're setting yourself up there. We're all
Yeah,
just going to
go ahead then.
Whether we think so or not, we're just going to say yes to piss you off.
Yeah. So ask away.
I won't get angry. I never get angry about these types of things. Well, here's the story. I was at my local grocery store, and they still have the beers there, about 3 bottles left. It was called No Go No Tokyo Horizon Black. You heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
The Nagna O beers, yeah.
Yeah, 16% alcohol, brewed in Norway this year. It was $12.99 for an 8.5-ounce bottle. I don't know what that is in metric. I guess around
That's a small bottle.
285 milliliters, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I bought it. I did not age it. I had some flack from that. People said, damn, you didn't age it? You drank it right off the bat? I said, yeah, I put it in the fridge. I got it cold, and I drank it. And certainly, there's no doubt it was one of the best beers I've ever had. But, you know, what do you think about that? Was I stupid? Should I have aged it? Should I have done, like you're talking about, bought it and not drank it. I don't know. People got on.
I'm not a big fan of buying a beer purposely to age it.
You
The Duchette bought me a bottle of. Well, he picked me up a bottle of the Beard of Zeus from Great Lakes, which was a bottle of barley wine that was heavily hopped, and it said you were supposed to sit on it for a year. I drank it a few weeks after he gave it to me, and it was an amazing beer. Do I know what it tastes like after a year? No. Do I care? No, because it was amazing at the time. I really hate being told what I have to do with the beer. It should be sold when it's ready to drink, and what you want to do with it after that is up to the eye of the beholder. If you like it better after,
Right.
if you like it better after it's aged, yeah. If you like it better fresh, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, people jumped on my case bad. They were like, "Why did you drink this beer? You didn't even age it for 5 years." You know, and blah, blah, blah. I said, well, I might die tomorrow. I might be walking on the street thinking about the beer and get hit by a bus. I drank it. It was one of the best beers I've ever had. I scored it above 100 out of 100. I was happy. But people jumped my case because I didn't age it for 5 years, you know.
Yeah, I don't think any brewery should be selling their beer if they don't think it's drinkable. Like some beers, yes, they'll benefit from age, but if it's not good enough to drink when you first buy it, then the brewery really shouldn't be selling it. And
well, they didn't say anything on the packaging or the bottle that you should not drink it immediately. That's just people that were commenting saying that. The company never said anything about not popping it open and drinking it. I popped it open and drank it. It was profoundly good. Profoundly good.
There you go. You got your money's worth right off the bat. You didn't have to wait 5 years.
You know what? In my experience with aging beers is some beers benefit from aging, some beers pretty much stay the same, some beers actually work. So you're kind of rolling the dice.
Well, that was last week. Again, we didn't do a Beer Dweebs United because of the Rain Man and because my wife in the hospital, and then I didn't do much because of Helmet dying too. So we had a lot of loss last week.
A really shitty week last week.
Yeah, it was a shitty week for everybody in the Albino Rhino Beer Review, like all the cast members, as we call them, because everybody here that stayed cast are family to us. So it was a shitty week, and we didn't do a Beer Dweebs United because of that. But I did drink Wednesday night. I got home from the hospital with my wife at about 1 a.m. And I'm like, I need a beer. So I took the computer out to the garage and I sat down. It was me, Joe, Chris Fgrave, who watches a lot of the videos, and I think Paul and Guy maybe were there. I don't remember everybody that was there. And one of the questions Joe posed was that what percentage of beers do you age that actually get better with age? And in all honesty, thinking back on it, I think only like 30% of the beers I've ever aged have gotten better. Usually they stay the same or they get worse. And I mean, the St. Ambrose beers are a great example of that. I saved a bottle of each of the barrel-aged versions to do a vertical, and half of them soured. And it's not that I'm storing them incorrectly. Some of them stayed in the fridge, some of them stayed in the cellar. Both of them are below the temperature that you are supposed to cellar at. They just soured because when you're talking about a barrel-aged beer, you don't know exactly what's in that barrel. There could be random yeast in there that can, over time, sour a beer. And that's the problem. And they were not going to know that when they put the beer out either, because they're tasting it fresh before they put it out. They're like, yeah, this tastes great, put it out. Unless they're Dark Horse and they're like, this tastes like shit, let's sell it to the beer geeks as a sour. But basically, it comes down to that. For you guys, what percentage of beers have you aged that have actually gotten better? For me, again, I'm thinking about 30%, 30, maybe 35.
It's hard to say. I've never studied it. I've never made I've never made a, what do you call it, a goal or a project to figure out what percentage I've aged. I haven't aged that many, and I didn't find that it was, terrifically different. Like Fuller's vintage ales, I drank the 2007, compared them to the 2014, and I didn't see that it was appreciably different. It might have been slightly different, but it was not appreciably different. So I don't know if I'm even that big into the aging beers, even though I'm currently aging about 6 or 7 beers in the fridge.
Yeah, the only beers generally I've aged are ones that are sort of recommended to be aged. And like this year I tried the Double X Tempest with Chad, actually, and to me I didn't feel it was noticeably better than it was when it was fresh. It was maybe a little smoother, but to me, I felt wasn't really worth the year's worth of aging. I mean, that being said,
I mean, that's where a lot of it comes down to, right? Most of the time, it's just smoothness. It's going to take a little bit of that hot alcohol burn off.
Yeah. For me, probably about 90% or even higher of the stuff I've aged, but I haven't aged a lot of stuff, right? It's mostly been Chimay and Propeller, Imperial Stout, and stuff like that. So but I've always had good results.
I'd say about half and half, to be honest. Like some have turned out well, some have turned out worse, some have soured on me, and some have turned out pretty much the same.
Yeah, I mean, most of the beers that I've aged, a good high portion of them have come out well. But I mean, I've gone out of my way to age beers I know are going to age and change a lot, like your Hardys and your GAW Lees and stuff like that, and a lot of Belgian quads. But I definitely don't age a lot of barrel-aged beers. Like, to me, barrel-aged beers are almost, for me, something that I'll let go a year or two, but won't let go really far. I typically only age, bottled, non-barrel-aged beers. They seem to come out better for me. But when I go beer hunting, if I'm out at a for example, last year I came across, a case of, what was it? St. Bernardist 8. That was 8 years old. I picked that up. You know what I mean? Just because I love old stuff, and most of them came out nice. There's probably about 6 or 7 duds in the case, but you're always going to have bad ones and good ones. It's just knowing what ages properly and what's going to.
And especially with that, because those are bottle conditioned beers, so you never 100% know what's going to happen. But usually, bottle conditioned beers are the safer ones to age anyway.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is actual capping and sealing a lot of times, as opposed to actual being bottle conditioned. I think sometimes just that seal on the cap is off, and that's really what will make it turn. I've noticed it a lot with JW Lees, a lot of their old ones. Hardys tend to hold up better than JW Lees, but I mean, there's a lot of factors going to beer. It's such an organic thing, you just can't expect everything to be good or bad with any of it,
Well, massive beer reviews. What about something like Married Sioux 12? Did you?
I think almost all Belgians age really well. I mean, doubles, even triples. I've got some old Petrus triples, and I found a case of La Trappe ankles, which were I don't even know when that stopped being made. It was best before '96 is what it said on it when I got it 3 years ago, and that out, and there wasn't much to it beer-wise, but I still enjoyed it. But then again, I'm a guy who just enjoys old beer, so
Wow,
I'm the wrong person to ask.
You could age a triple, huh? A tripel?
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, they usually the rule of thumb is a higher ABV, or if it has Brett or something like that, it's going to age better, or a ton of hops. But for me, I don't know, even if something that's a little bit weird that ages, I still find some awesomeness in it.
Don't worry, I told you we have those beers from the '70s for May.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
now the Married Sioux 12. The Married Sioux 12 I was asking you about. That's a quad.
Yeah, I guess it would be. I mean, in the loosest sense of the word. I'm not a big Marradeus fan or whatever how you pronounce it, but yeah.
Married Sioux.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just one I was thinking of.
But one of my favorite aged beers is Westies. I've had Westfeltrons from the 80s and 90s, and I think they age fantastic.
They were good, huh?
Yeah. Belgian quads age fantastic.
They tend to, yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's exciting.
One beer I'm really looking forward to trying is at a store in Michigan, I picked up a bottle of Unibrow Grand Reserve 17.
Yeah.
2011 vintage. So I picked it up, and I'm waiting to get a bottle of 2014. I want to do sort of a side-by-side of the two of them. But if I like it, they've still got 8 bottles left, and they're still selling for the same price they sell for in Ontario for a fresh bottle. So if it's good, I'm going to just buy up the rest of them.
I would.
To go on the opposite end of the spectrum, one beer that I love but I won't drink unless it's 5 years or older is Sierra Nevada's Bigfoot. I'm not a big fan of that beer fresh, but once it gets about 5 or 6 years on it, I think it's fantastic beer.
Hey, I'm aging some of that. I'm aging some right now.
Yeah, I always buy a 4-pack every year, and I crack one every year just because I want to know what it tastes like fresh. I don't buy beer and just cellar it, never tasting what it's like new, because I always want to know what it's like new. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm aging 2 bottles of that. I'm aging a bottle of Old Foghorn. I'm aging a bottle of Santa Claus from 2012.
Yeah, that age is nice.
2012. I'm aging. It's the Santa Claus Classic, not the Hellas. I'm aging a bottle of EKU 28.
I prefer the classic over the Hells anyway.
I will tell you, with the Santa Claus, I had the 2013. I bought 3 bottles of it. I had one fresh. I could barely finish the fresh bottle. It was so damn sweet I couldn't stand it. I just had a year-old bottle a few days ago, and it was actually quite a bit better, and I'm aging the other bottle for another year to see how it goes. But, yeah, that is better after a year of age.
It's super sweet. It's like almost like, to me, it's like a candied plum wine fresh. It's like really, really sugary.
Do y'all think a beer like Santa Claus could really be extreme age, like for like 20 years or something like that?
I've had, the oldest I've had is a 04. This year I had an 04, so I had a 10-year-old one. It was really good.
I would think it should be.
like
I
to
mean,
see
it's
somebody
so
do an
malt
extreme
forward and so high ABV that it should be able to.
Yeah, I'm talking about like way decades old. I'd like to see about that. I've never had a beer. The oldest beer I ever had, oh damn, I should have tried it. It was from 1982, but I was scared to try it. I thought it would make me sick.
But we did at the beer festival in April. We did 1983, 84-ish Labatt Superbock, and it was actually really good. The only thing I can say about really, really, really old beers, if you're not sure about them, don't drink a whole bunch of it. All you'll get is diarrhea.
Yeah, it smelled funny. It didn't smell rotten, but it smelled
soy sauce.
Smelled celery.
Oh yeah, the Sam Adams Triple Bock of '94.
Yeah,
soy sauce.
What is
I
that?
love that.
What is that?
Sam Adams.
That's what it is.
No, it's delicious.
I never heard of it.
If you like soy sauce, it's delicious.
Well, those are weird ones because they were corked bottles, so like some stay really well and some don't. I have a case of a '97 triple box, and the triple box was kind of like Sam Adams' precursor to Utopias. It was like their first experimental big beer. I think they actually put it in like the anniversary edition this year, but it's like their precursor. It's a triple box. It's like 20% alcohol.
Lord.
It's really good. It's if you get a decently sealed bottle, like out of the case that I have had, we've cracked like maybe like 6 of them, and like 4 were good and 2 were definitely. I marinated steaks in the bad ones, you know. So.
Wait. If it's 20% alcohol, how did they get it that high? Is it like a distilled beer?
I think it's champagne yeast, isn't it?
I forget. I honestly. It has to be. I don't know if it's barrel aged. I don't know if it is.
Is it really a beer?
I think it technically is.
Is it really what? I'm sorry?
A beer, he asked.
Yeah, well, on the loosest sense of the term. I remember having it when I first came out, and it's quite a bit different now, but I like it. I like mixing it. It's one of my reviews. Me and my friend actually take one, and we actually mix it with other beers. We blend it with other beers. It's pretty fun beer to blend with.
What's the lowest ABV you want to go with as far as aging a beer? You think?
A general rule of thumb, I'd say 8 would be pushing it, preferably 10 or above. That would be my thing. But I've had lower ABV ones that I liked.
Yeah, 7.
So if you're looking at an 8% beer, it's kind of shaky. You're saying?
Yeah.
Well, 8 is nice, but I mean, just to me, if I'm going to age something and I really want to know it's going to keep, and I don't want to roll the dice, I go 10 and above. To me, it's more, like I said, a sealing thing, a capping thing. So if I'm going to age something for the long haul, like I'm talking 5, 10 years plus, I'll manually wax it. I'll just melt some wax and wax it myself.
Well, what if it's a canned beer?
A canned beer, you'd be worried about outside erosion, I would imagine. I haven't aged any canned beer, but I'm worried about oxidation on the outside eating through the can. That's just a guess, though.
Yeah, okay.
Wax the whole can.
There you go.
This is my triple bock, and it's not even a U.S. triple. Well, it's U.S., but this one came from Germany. It was imported into Germany.
What year is it?
This is the 94.
94? I've only had 95 and like I said, 97. I think they did 94, 95, 97. I don't think I ever had a 94.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing English on the back of this bottle.
I'm glad you're showing that because, you know, a lot of people think that these specialty beers didn't even exist until around 2002. But it goes way back, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful bottle. It's probably my favorite bottle of color-wise. It's just awesome cobalt blue.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, since some of you guys, especially Massive Beer Reviews, is it Ryan? Matt, sorry, I'm not good with names.
That's okay.
Matt,
Neither am I.
some of you guys, especially Matt, seem to have a lot more experience with aging beers. Do you feel there's sort of a point after a couple of years where there's diminishing returns, where, say, like, after a couple of years, you know, it maybe gets a little better, but it's not that much better to really justify the extra age? Or is it just sort of beer to beer with you? Like, some are better older, some are better after a year or two.
There's definitely like an apex. Is that what you're talking about? Like where some will peak, some are better at a certain time or
those
nothing?
sort of diminishing returns where it's sort of the beer peaks and maybe it gets a little bit better, but after that it's not really worth the time you take. You may as well just drink it at that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there's some beers that like you need to know when. It's hard to know because it's not something you just look up and be like, oh, this beer's good at 4.5 years or 6 years, but you know, like it depends. Like
In other words, there's not a chart a person can look at.
No, I think, but there's like even like a perfect example. Trogs came out with a American barley wine called Flying Mouflon, and I liked it new, but then I grabbed a couple of bottles because I knew I wanted to age because it was a little too hop forward, and I just cracked one after 2.5 years because I have 4 of them, I think. And I was like, okay, 2.5 years, this should be good. And I drank it the other day, and it tasted like almost brand new. It didn't age at all for me. So a beer I thought was going to be good and better aged, it still needs another 2 and 3 years for me.
Some beers have unfortunate periods as well, right? Like for a while it'll get better, and then it'll take a nosedive, and then it'll get better again. So.
Yeah, it's weird. This local to-go place next to me just put out a bunch of Belgian Christmas ales that are older, and I picked up 3 of them, kind of geeking out, like, oh, here we go, to great, cheap old beer, and all of them are just duds. It was like Tourneys, and I forget what the other one was. They were just, you know, so it's a crapshoot when it comes to old beer, because that's the thing, between the point where you drink it and you don't know where it's at, who handled it, what's going on. So that's the crappy thing about buying used beer, is that you don't know what happened to that beer from when it was bottled to when you received it. Someone could be letting it sit in their trunk in their garage for 4 years and it sold it off.
Too many variables.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting tired. So I better get off of this. But it sure was nice talking to everybody. And Beer Zerk, I sure do apologize once again for not sending an invite. It was not done on purpose by any stretch of the imagination.
No worries, man.
You have a wonderful night, Jay.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me come on this panel.
Take care, Jay.
See you later, Jay.
Thank you. Y'all have a good night. And y'all come on down to New Orleans.
We'll see what we can do. Maybe I'll try and get a carpool down in October or something.
Yeah, I wanna come by see those awesome cemeteries that you guys have.
Yeah, but you got to come for carnival season and go to the parades and everything. That's the big part of it. You got to come for carnival, man. I'm telling you. All right, well, take care, folks.
The boobies and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, that's old hat, but I'm talking about all the other exciting stuff.
Find it hard to believe there's anything better than boobies.
Yeah.
There is.
This is why we keep the Gregs in the closet.
What's
okay,
that?
well, I'm getting off now.
Alrighty, good night.
Good night. Oh,
Yep.
Okay, well, we have what two more topics? Well, three more topics, and we wanted to do a live thing, so let's try and get through these quick.
Oh, I'm looking forward to Lee's live beer review.
I am too, especially since and it's a special for us. He said he's recording it as well for his channel, so it's a special for us. It's a sneak peek for anyone that's still here, and it's actually one of my favorite beers of the year. So I'm actually excited to see what he says, and if he hates it, he hates it. Whatever. Anyway, one of them is the LCBO says that Ontario craft beer sales are up more than 27% over 2013, and it's the beer sales are 41.3 million, an increase of 27.2% from last year for Ontario craft beer at the LCBO. Now the question for this is it just volume moving, or is it because all the beers they're carrying are like $8 to $12 a bottle? I mean, you do have a lot of much more expensive Ontario craft beer being sold at the LCBO right now as well.
There's a 37% increase?
27.2% increase in the amount of money they've made on Ontario craft beer this year.
That's awesome news.
Yeah, well, we get a lot of the same news here in Nova Scotia. They keep saying, "Oh, beer sales, especially craft beer sales, are up and up and up," and yet they still keep raising the prices on everything.
Was it an increase in profits or an increase in sales?
An increase in sales profit. So they made $42.3 million this year on as net income from Ontario craft beers at the LCBO. Just Ontario craft beers, just at the LCBO, and that's up 27.2% from what they made last year off of Ontario craft beer.
So you don't know where they're coming from. Either they raised their prices or they're selling more.
Well,
they don't tell you that?
Yeah, this is the thing. No, they don't tell you that. They're not talking about whether it's volume or whether it's just because of the fact that there's all these specialty beers that are $10 and $15 a bottle now. Like, you can get Wayward Sun for $12 a bottle. You can get Paranormal Pumpkin Ale for $13 a bottle. You can get the Cuvée and the Old Kentucky Bastard for $13 a bottle. There's just a huge amount of high-priced beer now at the LCBO.
Huh.
Well, that's natural. You know, it's going to balance out eventually, right?
The days of walking in and spending $60 and getting like 20 beers, long gone. Now your $60 is going to get you about 5 to 7 beers.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've seen here. So
I guess it depends what you buy, though. I mean, to be honest, I think all the people that are on this panel are probably a little bit to the extreme. I think the average person can still probably get like two 2-4s for like $60.
Well, we're talking Ontario craft beer, right? You're not going to get two 2-4s of Ontario craft beer.
Okay, maybe not, but I think you're still probably going to get what, like 30 bottles of a basic lager or something for $60.
What I've noticed is the bombers were always more expensive than the sampler packs. Like the sampler pack, previously, the past couple years previous to this, were like the gateway drug. And now they're upping the price of 6-packs to $17.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bombers especially are kind of rip-offs. Like, if you look at the amount of beer you're getting versus, say, a can, which is not that much less beer, it's quite a bit more expensive. But I have the feeling it has to do with just the extra glass production of, like, the cost of the glass bottle. But I've also heard that, I remember hearing this from some breweries some way back, but...
Good night, John, and you're welcome, Dave. Continue. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, maybe, but I've heard that basically, like, somebody from a brewery once said is that's basically what the market will support on what it is. So we can charge extra for the $6.50, and people will pay it because that's what it is. People figure it's a premium product, and they're willing to pay a premium price.
Yeah, if the $6.50 is like an Imperial and it's a 10% beer and it took longer to create, then it's worth more money than like a 6% brown ale. So you find like the sampler packs were generally cheaper beers to produce, you would think, for the most part.
Here's the thing, okay? Bolshevik Bastard. Bolshevik Bastard is a 10% alcohol Imperial Stout from Nickelborough. When it was sold in 650s, it was sold for something like $8 a 650. Now they're selling it in a 4-pack at the LCBO for $10, $9.95, or a 6-pack at the brewery for $12.75. That's a much better price, a much better value for the consumer. The thing is, just like Greg said, a 650, the bottle costs more, and the consumer feels they're getting a special product in the 650, even if it isn't a special product. So they will pay more, so they'll charge more. That's one of the reasons why I always fought with Cameron's to put the RPA in a 341 and sell it in a 6-pack rather than selling it all the time in a 650, because it was going to be better for me because I love the RPA. Once they did it, I started buying up RPA all the time. But in the 650s, yeah, it was a good price. It was $6 for a 650, which was a good price, but I knew I could get a 6-pack for like $13. So why wouldn't I want it in a 6-pack?
I'll tell you, the funny thing about the RPA is that my LCBO last year, they bought tons of them. Like, they literally had like 50, 60 bottles on the shelf. And I remember once I was going shopping for beer, and the manager of the store and the guy who ran the beer section were having an argument over what they were going to do with all the RPAs, because they just weren't selling, because they were saying they were so damn expensive for what's essentially an IPA, and they just weren't moving them. And they were kind of pissed off because they thought, like, you know, Cameron sent them so many and that they were going to have to send a bunch of them back to them. And I think they ended up sending a lot of them back, because one day they had 40 bottles, and I went back the next week and they had none.
And that was the 650s?
Yeah, they were the 650s before they came out with the 6-packs. This was back in like November 2013 or something.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a beer that you want fresh. I mean, the hops in it, you want it fresh. But at the same, I don't. The problem with your area is you're Toronto. I mean, you have Bellwood, you have GLB, you have all these breweries that make amazing IPAs. I don't know why the guy in charge of the beer section and the manager would let that many RPAs get in there. Yeah, it's a good beer, but why would you bring a bunch in? Because Toronto is like the hot spot for IPAs in Ontario.
Well, this was in Mississauga, so in all fairness, obviously there's no Bellwoods in the LCBO.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, they do have a lot of GLBs. They tend to stock a lot of stuff that's from Etobicoke, which, for those not in the Toronto area, is just right beside Mississauga, sort of on the west end of Toronto. They tend to stock a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but obviously they weren't selling. I thought the RPA was a great beer, but it was a little bit.
I love the RPA.
It was like $7 a bottle or something for the 650.
Well, I got ripped off pretty bad this last week here. I did Asahi Black. I paid $5.
Oh, Asahi Black. Why would you even buy it?
Well, that's exactly. I reviewed it. I'm pissed off, and I said, there was no price tag on it. I brought it to the till, expected to be $2, $5. I says, well, maybe it's something. I didn't mind the Asahi Extra Dry. I thought, well, maybe it's really good. I don't know, and I had to try it for some reason, so I paid $4.99 for a bottle that's worth about $1. But all that tells me is I'm in the wrong business. I need to open a liquor store. So eventually, things will balance out in the next few years when people say, "Hey, man, that guy's selling Asahi Black for $5 a bottle." I'm in the wrong business. And then I'll sell a Asahi Black across the street for $1.50 or $2 or something. Maybe he brought it in special. I don't know.
Yeah. We got some more comments here. John from Kingston said.
Already said good night, Joe.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, then hell with his comments. Joe, I know he's not watching anymore. He said he signed off on Facebook. But he said whether a brewery has won an award or the store puts a little tag on the shelf deeming the beer gets a 98 on Beer Advocate or Rate Beer, let me decide for myself how good it fucking is. Get the fuck out of here with that garbage. He says bringing extra people with you to increase your allotment for specific purposes of trading it for other beers is the definition of a mule to me. Some people don't realize there's a shit ton of other people who would love to try said beer, but it gets ridiculous when people bring their wife, their best friend's wife, pay random people, etc. just to get more so you increase your own beer cellar. It's horseshit. You don't need it. You just don't. He also says we've had the discussion.
I don't know if you can say people don't realize it. I think they realize it. They just don't care.
Yeah, I'd agree. He says we've had the discussion on the Raspberry Eisbach before. People will pay market value. It's sold out. It happens. If you don't like the price, don't buy it, regardless of whether or not you think it's stupid. It'll continue to happen. It'll start happening in Canada soon enough, and it has already happened. Ask Chad about double dead elephants.
It's not market value, though. That's the thing. Market value for a Raspberry Eisbach is, at the most, what the 750 of the Pilot Eisbach
Bush
was,
Pilot,
where they brought in the Nagna O guy. Market value is not whatever you decide to sell it for. Market value is what other products of the same genre are going for. So a market value on a Eisbach is what, $11 for a 750, $12 for a 750, not $30 for a 375.
Yeah.
Just because people will pay it doesn't make it market value.
Yeah, and Dave Zodiac says the whole concept of aging beer is new to me. I didn't know there was such a thing. I'm glad to be learning this. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, aging beers, you don't need to age beers unless you want to. I mean, I age beers, but I don't age beers purposely to age them. I age them mostly because I have friends that I know are coming, say, in May, and I want them to try it, so it gets aged because of that. Or I want to do a vertical of a bunch of different years, so I age them to do that. That's the real reason I age things. I don't age it mostly to make it better. It just gets aged over necessity than a want.
Yeah, see, I mean, I do age for, I guess you would say necessity, you know what I mean, or want, or whatever, I don't know which one you said right there, but there's some stuff I do age because I want it to age, but most of it is a lot of vertical stuff. I tend to do a ton of vertical stuff, so that's always fun. It's fun as hell.
That is fun as hell. I mean, you put down 3 beers that are the exact same beer, just 3 different years. Especially when you figure that 1, they've aged, and 2, the recipes usually change slightly each year. Or if the recipes didn't change, the crop changes slightly each year. And it's what am I going to get? And that's the coolest thing about a vertical. What am I going to get? And I mean, does that mean that I'm aging it just because I want to age it, or necessity? It's necessity if I want to do a vertical. It's necessity if I want to hold it for when you guys get here. I have 2 milk crates full of beer on the other side of the basement. We'll probably do a whiny bastard again, just for shits and giggles. I have a vertical of the 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014 Amsterdam Tempest over there. I have the 1105s over there, the Bush Pilot. So when people come up here, if you haven't had that beer, here you go, review it. This is this year of this beer. You know, that's what I have it for. It's not really for me. I have broken into the cellar a few times. I just drank my last Gudenbond. I was actually hoping to hold it until 2020 when it was apparently no longer good. But I broke into it last night with a buddy of mine. But yeah, I do break into it every once in a while, but I don't touch the certain. I have a 2014 and a 2013 Obsidian over there for us to do a vertical on. I actually have 2. The Obsidian Stout, yeah, they made a new batch of it.
That was you were talking earlier today before I got on. We're talking about the best beer I did in the week. Obsidian Stout is definitely it.
Oh, sorry, Obsidian Porter from Cameron's. You probably wouldn't have. Oh,
I'm talking about the shoots. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Obsidian Porter, rum barrel aged.
I didn't like the Obsidian Stout from the shoots. I mean, not that I didn't like it. I just didn't blow me away. It was all right. Like I just reviewed it not too long ago.
Oh, and just so everybody knows, because we were talking about the Best of Bows package earlier, the Winter Brewed this year better than it's ever been. My God, I love coffee ales.
Is that
not coffee stouts, but like the ambers and all that. Yeah, it's in their Best of Bows pack. It's the Winter Brewed. It is the Burnt Rock, and these 2 beers I both love. And then it's also the St. Luke's Verse, which is an amazing gruit, and then the Mission Accomplished APA, which I don't really like.
All right, so tell Bose to give you a kickback because you've convinced me to buy a pack of it. And you know what? The Mission IPA?
Yeah.
You described it as you didn't really like it, but just from hearing you describe it, I'm like, it sounds like probably something I would like.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? And I try to tell people that, and I was saying it in the video. I'm like, I'm not saying this is a badly made beer. And it's sad that as you go on, you learn the things you have to over and over again repeat because of stupid idiots that don't get that people have different tastes. It's not a badly made beer. It's not a beer for me. I don't like this. I don't like the flavors that are in this. Am I giving it a low rating because it's low quality? No, I'm giving it a low rating because I'm not telling you where I think the beer, like what I think the beer is for its style all the time. I'm telling you my personal rating on it. No, it's not a beer I want to ever drink again. I fucking hate it. But it is high quality beer.
The thing I found really interesting on seeing your reviews on Untapped is, it's funny with the Amsterdam Tempest. I know you recently did a vertical of it. I didn't like the 2012, and I wasn't crazy about 2014. I absolutely loved the 2013. And you're the exact opposite. You didn't like the 2013, but you liked the other two a lot more.
Yeah.
I find that really funny because it's like they're very similar, but they're not quite the same.
This is the thing. I had a 2013. I don't know if they did 2 batches last year because I know they sold out and then it came out again. I don't know if he hid some or if he did 2 batches. But what me and Lee had, and I know our palates are not always on par, but we have pretty similar tastes. He didn't get as much hops on his as I did. And his was older, but whether or not it was... Like, I found mine to be more black IPA. He found his to be more stout. I'm curious if they had 2 different recipes out or not. They might have, they might not have. I don't know. Maybe it was a hop that I just hate. I don't know, but I didn't like the 2013. I found it more black IPA-ish than stout. It still wasn't a bad beer. It just wasn't a beer I enjoyed. And the 2014, I loved it. It was right back to where I wanted it. Sticky lips, everything. I was like, fuck yeah!
What year was this again?
The Amsterdam Tempest.
When I had the 2013 Fresh, there was a little bit of hop bitterness on it, but I certainly personally wouldn't consider it a black IPA. But then again, I'm used to the Great Lakes black IPAs that they've released, and those are more kind of IPA.
Lake Effect IPA just hit my LCBO. I just haven't bought it because I just don't care. And I can't right now. I have to make up money that I owe people. And yeah, a week off of work for me and the wife is hurting right before Christmas.
You know what? It's a shitty time of year because all the freaking expensive beers are coming out now.
Like I want that Black Oak beer too. Like that just sounds awesome. A smoked breakfast stout. Ken, I hate you.
Don't worry, I'll grab you one of those. I wasn't able to go there today because unfortunately they close at 5 o'clock. And this pisses me off is breweries that close at 5 o'clock. How the fuck is somebody who works a regular job supposed to ever get your beer? Like, that's ridiculous. But anyway,
you know what? In all honesty, Ken is the type of guy that if you sent him an email, because he's in the building until at least 7 p.m., if you sent him an email saying, I'm done work at this time, can I swing it at this time, he'd be there for you just to sell it to you. He's that type of guy. He'd be like, hey, yeah, I'll be here. I remember one time I sent him an email. I'm like, I'm passing through town. I'm going to Toronto to film at a brewery. I'm passing through town at 10 a.m. You say you open at noon. It was one of the days he opened at noon. He's like, oh, I'm here. Just knock on the door. Okay.
Yeah, Ken's a pretty cool guy. He'll usually make an effort for you, but no, I wasn't able to make it till about 6 today, so I'm gonna try and head in tomorrow and see if I can pick up that beer. Although the nice thing about Black Oak is, they make some good beer, but they don't sell that quickly, so you can usually don't have to get them the day.
Other than when 10 Bitter Years wasn't a year-round offering, they don't sell out quickly. When it was a seasonal that came out once a year, that stuff sold fast.
And the sad thing is that it was a better beer back then. Now that they've released it in the LCBO, it's not quite as good.
Yeah. Okay. Last two topics before we get Lee to do a live thing. While we still have some viewers, is city restaurant owners sour on the Stone Brewing deal. This is about Stone Second Brewery that is opening up in I can't even remember all this shit anymore.
North Carolina, is it?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Anyway, the city is giving Stone tax money to open their brewery, and the restaurant owners and other such things in the city are pissed off about it, saying they shouldn't get millions of dollars from taxpayer money to open up their brewery. So this goes back to government money going to like the brick. Stone has money. They ran a fucking Indiegogo campaign to open up a multi-million-dollar brewery in Germany so they didn't have to use their own money. Why can't they use their own money to open up their second brewery in the U.S.? Do I fault them for getting? This is why I wanted Ewart here, because he hates this shit. Do I fault them for this? No, I don't fault them for it, because if the city's willing to give it to you, sure, take it. But do I side with the restaurateurs here? Yeah, it's not fair that the restaurateurs had to use their own money and Stone's getting a handout to come in from somewhere else and open up something.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. You're not supporting actual local established businesses. You're supporting some outsider who just decide to waltz into town.
But it's going to benefit those other businesses. I mean, I don't agree with it. It is kind of shitty on that, and that they had to open with their own money. But I mean, they're probably going to end up making a lot more money if restaurants and stuff like that, because it is a tourist attraction.
Yeah, that's probably what the city was thinking. There was like, oh, Stone's coming in? Sure, let's fucking send him a wheelbarrow full of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't even know. It could have been a backdoor bidding process, not so much like here's money to open here. It could have been like nine different towns in that state, because North Carolina, I think it has some kind of tax break thing going on, because Oscar Blues opened up a brewery there. A couple breweries have been opened up in North Carolina. There's like some kind of like ease on taxing or something like that.
One of the quotes that came out that was awesome, and I fully agree with this, is, do I want Stone Brewing to come here? Absolutely. But why do we always have to foot the bill? Every time I turn around, they're giving something to an outside company for free.
Yeah.
But like I was going to say about, it might not be, it could have been a bunch of like backdoor towns like being like bidding on, we'll give you this much money to open here, this much money to open here. Whereas if they didn't do that, they would have opened in a different town. You know what I mean? So it could have been one of those kind of shady deals going on too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, because you always assume the worst, right? I mean, because we see it happen in other areas where, you know how it goes, you know.
I'm not any.
Yeah.
This is a lot. I'm just gonna finish this ball, and that's it for me.
Oh, Greg's getting in trouble.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm done. I'm done, honey. I promise. No more after this bottle. I'm going to drink this now. This is awesome. This is actually the best, and I really wish... Once I couldn't fit it in your... Once I couldn't fit it in your box, I was kind of excited at the same time. I'm like, I get to drink it.
Who's that by again, the vanilla porter?
That's Waterloo's Vanilla Porter, which is probably the very best product Waterloo has ever put out. Ever in there. Well, the best product the Brick has ever put out in their entire existence. And that was a horrible pour, but there you go.
I had sort of a similar pour earlier with the regular porter. I think it might have something to do with the beer more than the pour.
Anyway, last topic before we let Lee take over is this article that came out. This leaked. I printed out the whole thing. I actually didn't print out the article. I did get a link to the document itself. And this is the leaked document of the LCBO beer store agreement that was signed in 2000. So the Brewers Retail and the LCBO made an agreement in 2000 about how things were going to work, which is one of the reasons why no matter how many people crusade against the beer store, nothing's changed. So first and foremost, we have agency stores. Now, agency stores are stores in rural areas where there is no LCBO or no beer store. So basically a corner store that has a store in it. Like what the beer store is saying corner stores can't do. They can't sell beer because they can't sell beer. But there are a lot of stores in Ontario that do this. Anyway, agency stores are established by the LCBO under power granted by the Liquor Control Act. The Brewers Retail and the LCBO will have separate commercial contracts with the operation of the agency stores. The LCBO will be on wine, spirits, and non-Ontario beer. The Brewers Retail will be on all Ontario beers sold in the Brewers Retail system, which is why when you go to a an agency store, you don't see half the craft beer you see at an LCBO. Brewers Retail will enter into agreement to sell Ontario beer to new operations of agency stores. So any new agency store has to buy their beer from the Brewers Retail. Brewers Retail enters into agreements to sell Ontario beer to existing agency stores. The provision of all commercial contracts are to be reviewed by the Brewers Retail and LCBO Retail Planning Committee and approved by the LCBO. Unless legal limitations prelude it, the brewer's retail and the LCBO contract will address similar terms and conditions, meaning that they will both have the exact same terms. In-store cost of service. The current financial terms for existing Northern Agency store communities will remain unchanged, meaning any store that's opening in Northern Ontario, where most of these agency stores are, will not cost any more than they already do. Community selection criteria, so the community that these stores will go into. Northern and Southern community selection criteria, drive limits, kilometer limits, minimum community sizes, is as per Appendix 1. Appendix 1 isn't on this list yet. Existing agency store communities in the north and south to be grandfathered do not have to meet the criteria, meaning that if they didn't meet the new criteria, it doesn't matter, they get to stay. Exception process is anytime the Brewers Retail and the LCBO both want to put a store in the place, the Brewers Retail can go in first. Yeah, then we have combination stores, which is something that actually doesn't actually happen, so we don't have to talk about that much. Beer selling rules. With historical practices, the LCBO will not sell beer in a non-combination store in packages containing more than 6 containers. So the LCBO is limited to under 6 containers. You cannot buy more than a 6-pack in the LCBO. Only the beer store can sell a 12 or a 2-4. And will not promote beer at price points greater than 6 containers. So they will not promote multi-buys like you can get at some other provinces or states. The LCBO will continue to sell the following 8 and 9-pack SKUs in any of its stores. 8 packs of famous ales of England, so they can still sell that. Guinness, Creemore, and 9 packs of Cameron's Auburn Ale. I've never even seen a 9-pack of Cameron's Auburn Ale or Cream Ale. But so Cameron's was actually allowed to sell their Auburn and Cream in 9 packs. 8 packs were allowed for England, Guinness, and Creemore. Of course, they wouldn't mind if Creemore sold their 8 packs because it's their 8 packs. Brewers Retail will continue to sell to licensees all beer SKUs sold in the beer store. The LCBO will continue to sell licensed beer SKUs that are exclusive to the LCBO. Additional brand listings. The beer store will make available 3 additional 6-pack SKUs of popular best-selling beers per brewer in their non-combination stores, so they were adding extra SKUs because they're going to get extra money for it. The Brewers Retail and LCBO continue to practice exploring through the planning committees specific stores that, due to unique market circumstances, merit the sale of SKUs of beer in cans rather than bottles, so beach areas, camping areas, that sort of stuff where bottles aren't allowed. The planning committee doesn't actually matter, except for that there's going to be senior level people from both companies doing the planning. Dispute resolution. Issues that cannot be resolved at either the retail or distribution planning committees will be referred to the LCBO Brewers Retail Steering Committee. All decisions at the steering committee will be consensus. The steering committee can be mutual agreement to elect to approve a mediator, so they can bring in a mediator. No matter consensus, this framework will be referred to either party as whatever. Reasonable notice, LCBO and Brewers Retail to provide each other reasonable notice of store openings. Basically, if the Brewers Retail wants to open a store, they have to tell the LCBO. If the LCBO wants to open a store, they have to tell the Brewers Retail, so the Brewers Retail has a chance to fight. No, we want that area, not you. Communications between the two. They have to put everything through their committees. Yeah. Basically, this is an interesting thing as you read through it. But those are the main points that are sickening. The chair of the LCBO at the time, Mr. Brandt, actually was against this agreement, but the conservative government at the time was for it. The liberal government that came in right after them was for it as well, so Mr. Brandt didn't matter what he thought of it. Anyway, thoughts on this stuff that I've talked about?
Okay. That's a major list of conflict of interest. And they're the fucking criminals.
Mm-hmm.
That's simple as it gets. Something happened out here one time. 200 people got together. They didn't think it was going to happen, so they held the meeting on a Wednesday, and we walked into a county shop because they were going to pass some unconstitutional legislation. So 200 people walked in. You should have seen them shit. they fucking shit, man. They thought we were gonna kill him, man. We came in there with TV crews, fucking cameras. We were recording this shit. And we put him on the spot. Does that shit happen out east? Like,
I don't think not so much to that extent, but
cause like fucking rednecks, man. You gotta go redneck on this shit. You gotta fucking come in and fucking kick the fucking door open and say, you fucking work for me, man.
But this is the thing. In Ontario, stuff like this is done behind doors. You don't know this stuff is happening. They don't
Yeah.
let you know they're doing this. Basically, take the Canadian Food Institute's amendment of the definition of beer, for instance. Most breweries didn't even know what that was about. Like,
Yeah.
it's sickening to know what they do behind closed doors here. This is something that was ratified 14 years ago, and it's just leaked now. It's been 14 years, and this is just leaked now. Somebody who has worked there forever just decided to put this out there to the public. This is something. Freedom of information should let us know this stuff right away. We should know this stuff before it's signed, so we can actually argue it. And it just was leaked. It actually is disgusting. I mean, the government has laws about collusion. This is collusion. This is collusion right here. It's not as damning as Cohn's article. Cohn's article was in the Star, the Toronto Star. He is actually an amazing political writer, so he actually was able to showcase exactly what each of these things meant for the person in Ontario. But he made it a lot worse than it is when you read through it. It's still bad, don't get me wrong, it's still bad, but it's not as damning as his article was. But there should be no more damning. You know what, regardless of how damning it is, how little damning it is, this shouldn't exist anymore with the way we've been fighting for the last 4 years.
Well, there's all this money in beer. Like, we see that people want to buy it. You say that, like, they're making more and more money off of beer, so are these guys going to wise up and realize, where's the money? They should be following the money, not trying to prevent the money. That's fucking stupid.
Well, here's the thing, too, right? The beer store pays nothing to the government. The beer store, other than the taxes that they make, but the beer store is its own entity. The beer store is the only private enterprise in Ontario that sells beer. Why are they not paying a percentage of their profits, or paying a percentage of their profit, or paying a yearly price to be open? Why aren't they doing that? Or if you're going to do this, why don't you at least open it to other people? It's just frustrating. You just want to pull your hair out when you think about it. Like, it's just stupid that this stuff happens. Collusion is illegal, so why are we allowing collusion to happen?
Because the government's allowing it to happen.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah. And, you know, those sort of backroom deals go on all the time.
Well, are the breweries going to team up? Like, are they trying to? Because, like, I called up some breweries in Alberta, and they said, I was talking about opening a brewery. I says, well, I need to talk to you guys, because the Alberta Liquor and Gaming Commission is going to tell me one thing. I go to do something, then I got to talk to you guys and find out what actually happens, right? What kind of surprises? We heard about that one in Delta earlier. Surprise! You just wasted a lot of money, right? Surprise! Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, so, right? Basically.
Yeah. I mean, that's the smartest thing to do, is to look into people that have done it before, so you know what you're looking into. A lot of people think it's going to be so easy that they don't have to look into anything.
But the other breweries are like, yeah, man, start up. Join our side. And I was like, what? No. We want more people brewing beer, craft beer, because we need the help politically.
Yeah.
You know. And, you know, that's the thing, is the breweries need to team up or something.
And, I mean, we actually have the Ontario Craft Brewing Association, the OCB, but they don't seem to team up on the things that actually matter. They seem to still be fighting the fight.
Yeah. Almost makes me think that I wouldn't be surprised if there was, like, even people in the OCB who were going against its best interests just to keep it, you know, make it seem like it's doing something when it's really not really doing much. Keep them bogged down in trivial bullshit.
This was my comment to it. We actually were on a big discussion on both Stephen Beaumont's and Jordan St. John's page, And I was talking about how there should be no more damming at this point, regardless. With the amount of fighting we've been doing on this issue, there should be no more damming. And they were talking about the beer store and why it's open and all that. And here was my last comment on it. Hell, let the beer store stay in existence and keep doing its recycling and being the type of shop it is. Just pay a fee per store per year to the government or a percentage on its profits. And then either make government-owned specialty shops for beer and wine and spirits made in Ontario, or open up new licenses to other private shops like the beer store. The beer store doesn't need to cease to exist. It just needs to be a fair playing field for everyone. And that's exactly how I feel. I don't actually want the beer store to cease to exist. It actually does do some great things for Ontario, and it actually does make a great place to go if you want your macro beer in big quantities. But make it a fair playing field. Make it something accessible to everybody. Why is there only these guys that can do this and nobody else?
Yeah, that's the big thing. It's like they're basically just blocking out all their competition. They're just, and controlling them and telling them what they can and can't do. It's fucking stupid.
It seems to be a problem.
Yeah, I kind of wish, I know this is a bit of a pipe dream, especially for Ontario, but I kind of wish they'd just privatize liquor sales altogether and let the average Joe open their liquor store and sell what they want, them import what they want. But I know it's not going to happen, but that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Well, it can happen.
I mean, the best of both worlds would to have all kinds of private shops, and you could still have the LCB own the beer store too. So it just makes more selection for all the consumers, more shelf space for everybody.
Yeah,
that was Jordan's biggest argument, is the cost of starting up all the recycling programs and all that. I'm like, well, why are you trying to get rid of the beer store? The beer store should still exist. It has a reason to exist. It's been here forever, but they shouldn't be a monopoly on it. There should be a chance for other people to do the exact same thing they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's awful lot of people, like probably most of our parents, that would be very upset if the beer store went away, because that's where they buy their big beer from. They buy their 24s of Molson or Budweiser from, and why not? Let them keep it, let them enjoy it. But it would be nice if, for instance, I would love to open my own liquor store and be able to import my own products like they do in, say, most states in the U.S., but right now in Ontario, it would be very illegal if I started selling liquor to people.
Word on the street is out here that we're going to be having liquor sold out of Walmart soon. And you got to realize Costco sells all that shit beer everyone wants, Coors and all that.
Sorry, are you in Ontario, or where are you at?
Alberta.
Alberta? Okay, well that's neat to know.
So Costco can come in, and you know how Costco is, they sell at 15% no matter what. Like, Costco liquor is really cheap for wine and cheap beer. Like, if you want to buy Coors Light, you can buy an Octagon for really cheap.
Like in Alberta, you can buy that?
Yeah. Costco has a store outside. It's attached, but you come in through a different door. You don't even need a Costco card. You walk into Costco, and you can buy an Octagon of Coors Light. Bam! For really cheap.
Oh, wow.
You guys have Costco out there, right? They're going to fucking put up a liquor store. Not mom and pop.
We have Costco. They sell tobacco, but they don't sell liquor as of yet.
Safeway bought up all the Alberta Liquor and Gaming Commission stores. When that law went out, Safeway bought all those stores. So Safeway Liquor sells all the pale lager. Still to this day, dudes that buy all their kokanee and stuff go to Safeways and get a good deal because Safeway kind of got it and had a monopoly on it for a while. So nothing changed. It just got better. Like, as people's tastes expanded, now we see all kinds of specialty stuff open up. Like Willow Park Liquor in Calgary, you jizz your pants, man. It's huge. It's massive. Like, there's just shitloads of beer in there.
We can come back to this topic. We have 11 viewers right now, which is the most we've had 11 viewers most of the night. It's dropped and come back. But you guys, we have a special treat from El Malta Maniaco, so we're going to try to somewhat be quiet, and we're going to give him the floor.
Ooh, exciting.
We know we're quiet, but hey.
It's all right. No one will be able to hear you on my camera anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that ruins all the fun of trolling you while you're reviewing.
Yeah, well, you'll live.
Oh, look at the little tripod. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the little tripod.
Welcome. It is El Menico Malta once again. I'm here with another beer sent to me by the most exalted albino one, the albino rhino, who actually faced Brock Lesnar at one point in his career.
I got my ass kicked.
And he says he got his ass kicked. But Brock Lesnar is the beast. So, this is Black Oak's Epiphany #1. Is this like a series they're going to be doing that are all called Epiphany, or?
They say it is, whether or not it actually is, who knows.
Okay, Chad's not sure if it's going to be a series, but it's a limited release. It is a Belgian-style quadruple aged in cherry wood, 9.5% alcohol by volume. Sounds very good. Ingredients: water, barley malt, wheat, Belgian candy sugar, hops, and yeast. And it was bottled on the 25th of September of this year. So, very excited to try this. Ooh. Kind of surprised they did not go for the cork and cage, though.
I'm waiting for a bottle to blow up because of that.
So we're looking at it here. It's pretty much a deep ruby red. It's got a very nice little tan hit on there. Actually looks better than
I know that cup.
a lot of quadruples I've seen. Very, very nice. Deep ruby red. Alright, we'll go right to the nose.
He can't even smell out of his mask.
Oh, indeed, I can smell in my mask. They're making fun of me here on the chat, but they are all in error. I'm smelling a lot of Belgian candy sugar, a lot of cherry, dark fruit, some typical quadruple smells, but a lot more sweet than, say, a Chimay Blue. But fairly typical, just more on the sweet side. Smells very good. Doesn't smell disjointed like Chimay Blue tends to fresh. Smells very, very smooth, very well put together. So we'll go right to the taste. Cheers. That's very good. Very, very good. It actually tastes somewhat like a aged bottle of Chimay. It's very smooth. Like quadruples like Chimay Blue Fresh, they tend to be a little haphazard, maybe a little too on the spicy side, a little too disjointed. Here you do get sort of a clovey spiciness. You do get the candy sugar. You do get all the typical raisin date, dark fruit kind of taste, along with a little hint of a kind of a cherry sweetness. But it tastes very smooth. Drinks a lot easier actually than Chimay Blue, I'd say, out of a fresh bottle. Very, very good. Is it the best quadruple I've ever had? No. I imagine this one ages really well, though. I could imagine this with a bit of a creamier mouthfeel. I'm going to give this a 4.25 out of 5, I believe. And Chad has just held up the 8th season of Doctor Who for some reason. And Dead Snow 2, Red versus Dead. But yes, the Epiphany #1, the Belgian-style quadruple aged in cherry wood. is going to get a 4.25 out of 5. So this is El Manico Malta signing off, saying be good, or I will crush you! There we go.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Have all 3 beers you've tried so far then passed?
They've all passed.
I know
porter
one of them didn't probably pass by much.
No, the porter just barely, but the poet, I like that quite a bit too.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping you enjoy this pack I sent you. I actually sat there thinking, what should I send? What should I send? And I actually went to the LCBO purposely to buy another 6-pack of the beers from St. Bernardus for you, and they were sold out within like 3 days after I bought mine.
The only one that looked dodgy to me was the peach mead.
And the peach mead is actually the best mead he's made so far. The first sip, the thing with the peach mead, the first sip I hated it, and it grew on me as I sipped it the rest of the time. I don't know if it'll do the same to you. I drink a lot of mead. I know you don't. I just thought it would be awesome to send you a mead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's just the fact that it's peach.
No, I thought that was the funny thing too. Go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry.
Sorry, here's my experience with the peach mead. Did you ever, as a kid, eat those fuzzy peach candies?
Yes.
To me, the peach mead is basically a liquid version of that. If you like those, you'll like the peach mead. If you don't like those, you probably won't like it.
Yeah, I had that too myself. With the first sip was like peach syrup almost, and then it started turning into a peach mead.
Did you let it sit in the glass before you sipped it, or did you just go right at it?
I went right into it, and then as I reviewed it, it got better. The first sip was, ooh, this is really sweet, and then as I went, it got better.
I might just let it sit in the glass for a couple minutes before I go to it, though. See if that.
Yeah. The only thing, like I said, Trafalgar's best products are their mead. He actually does not do a horrible problem with his mead, as his mead is carbonated and mead is supposed to be still. And the thing with it is, like, he put out those last 2 beers, the chocolate orange porter, which I should have bought a second and sent you just to have you rant on it, and the Brassiere de Quatre Lunes, which is actually him, but he pretends it isn't, and the Autumn Saison, and both of those talk about higher carbonation, and they're completely still. Basically, they have micro bubbles, but that's it. But they're basically still. How the fuck can you make those still? And one of the bottles actually talks a lot about the high amount of carbonation. How can you make those still, but you make your mead carbonated? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't do it.
I think maybe those corks they use aren't necessarily so good at holding the carbonation.
I don't even know if it's the cork, because I mean I've watched a lot of videos now on them, and I've looked at a lot of Untapped on them, and there are beers that actually have carbonation. I mean, the Quatre Lunes, there are some that actually have like this much head on them, and there's some that have absolutely none, like mine did, and yours did, and everybody else and Ewart did. I actually am kind of sad that Ewart drain poured it though, because in all honesty, the beer wasn't horrible. It just pissed me off.
So, how you doing, Chad? Besides the fact that you're pissed off.
I'm actually doing horrible, Ethan, but my week is getting better.
Oh well, that's good. Things
can't be
up.
as bad as last week.
Well, no, but see, the thing is, I went back to work on Monday, and Monday actually was the first day I could actually think back on the rest of my week. I mean, my wife wasn't going to die. Well, shouldn't die. I should say shouldn't die. My wife shouldn't die now. She's at the point where she was downgraded from rupture imminent to rupture unlikely. So she shouldn't die. So I actually had the first chance to sit back and think about the money I've lost and the fact that one of my good friends is gone and one of my best friends' fathers is gone. And it was the first time I could actually sit back and think about all that. And it was a bad week still because of that. But it wasn't as bad as last week when it all happened.
Yeah. Were you guys talking about caged beers before, or like corked beers, or what were you guys talking about?
I'm just saying that the Black Oak Epiphany that Chad sent me. It's a Belgian-style quad. It really should be in a caged,
Oh,
corked and
okay.
caged bottle. It was capped, eh?
And what me and Greg were talking about was the fact that Greg doesn't think that the Trafalgar corks are very good at holding in carbonation.
See, now I had a question about that. Like, say like with wine, or like say a bottle of Dom Perignon, it's like, you're supposed to have it horizontal or whatever, not vertical, because of the fact that over time the cork will dry out, and then that carbonation or whatever will leave the bottle. So I always thought of that as like a beer thing too. Do you guys think that beer should be stored like that, or
Well, anything that's using a true cork, like anything that's actually using cork, should
yeah,
be stored horizontally.
Yeah.
Anything that's
because
actually
it's supposed to help keep the moisture in the cork
yeah,
to
but a
yeah.
lot of breweries use the synthetic cork. Synthetic cork doesn't matter.
Oh god. Speaking of synthetic corks, the one I hate the most are the ones fucking Latrap uses. Oh my god, I hate
I
those
thought you were
fucking
going to
things.
say something about your brother when you said speaking of synthetic corks.
Those Latrap corks, you need strongman competition in order to get those fuckers out.
Fucking right.
It's a good
They're
thing I
about
don't do
18 inches
strongman.
long, for fuck's sakes.
Now, you remember earlier tonight you were talking about all the shit I have to jump through, all the hoops I have to jump through for a beer festival.
Mm-hmm.
First off, you have all the stuff you have to do with the AGCO. Then you have all the stuff you have to do with the town. This is a 3-page fucking application from the town I have to do. Then last year, because we wanted to do an outdoor portion, I had to put letters into the fire department, the health department, the police department, and the town clerk. Now, this year I had to do it as well because we're actually doing the outdoor portion. But when you do those letters, you're supposed to actually have your SOP in hand, right? So you can give them your SOP number. So I put in my application, I clicked the box that said I would inform the town 30 days prior to my event. I was going to inform them the second I had my SOP in my hand. I walk into the LCBO to buy beer. Luckily, everybody at that LCBO I go into knows me, and the manager comes out and she's talking to me. She's like, yeah, the AGCO says they want your letters. I'm like, but I need my SOP number for the town before I send my. Well, they want them this year before you send the letters out, or like before you get your SOP. I'm like, okay. I guess I can write up a letter for the town that doesn't include my SOP number, and then send another letter out afterwards with my SOP number. Like the AGCO is just making it harder and harder every year. They're actually wording on their website is that I have to send it out after I get my SOP and let them know this is my SOP number. This is what we're doing. If you have questions, contact me in the AGCO. So that's the way the AGCO words it. But now the AGCO wants letters beforehand, so I handed them in today. Hopefully, I get my liquor license. If not, we'll do everything on the property of the brewery, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Chad, Paul wants an invite. PA Brew News, Paul?
Paul.
I know 2 Pauls, so I figured which Paul you were talking about because I know you don't know the Cantankerous Cook.
Just trying to be thorough, homie.
I think we're all a little bit afraid to the one day that the Cantankerous Cook decides to join the chat.
The Cantankerous Cook is actually a great guy. Lee's met him. I think he's the only one on this chat.
I've never met him.
You met him. He was at the festival.
I didn't meet him though.
You didn't meet you. Okay, you saw him at the festival.
I saw him from a distance, but no one introduced me to him, so I didn't meet him.
He didn't want to get too close.
The Cantankerous Cook is a great guy. I remember when the shit was hitting the fan with the wife on Wednesday. I'm like, okay, I need somebody to watch the wife, and I need somebody to get me to the hospital in St. Catharines. And Vanessa was like, I can get you to the hospital in St. Catharines, no problem. And then Paul sent me a message. He's like, I can get you to the hospital. There's no way in hell I'm watching kids. And then it switched. Vanessa's like, okay, I'll watch the kids. Just get him to the hospital. And he is a great guy. Actually, the Friday night we left the hospital. Friday night we got out of the hospital at 10 p.m. And we that was the same day that Helmet died. So we stopped over at Simon's place, and Paul was one of the only guys from the beer review that was there. other than the cartoon, which tells you something. I know that Scott wasn't going to be there because that was the same day as the funeral for Rain Man. Like I said, it's been an awesome weekend. I have like 3 groups of friends that are all intertwined, and it was just an interesting time for us all because we all had our own losses at the same time. And you know, I haven't seen the Rain Man in months, and at the same time, it's just so weird for him to be gone. Because he was with me at every brewery I've been to since Mill Street, so he's been there for like 10 breweries, and not to have him anymore because he's just such a nice guy. He brings laughs all the time. To not have him there anymore is just weird. And he was never really on camera except for still shots or stuff like that off camera. But it's just weird not to know he's never going to be there behind the scenes anymore.
Chad, do you mind me asking what happened to him?
The Rain Man had a massive heart attack as he was leaving for work in the morning.
Oh,
Yikes.
shit. That sucks.
The Rain Man was a drinker. He was a smoker. He wasn't that old. He was 47. I mean, he's older than I am, but he wasn't that old.
I was going to say, from the pictures I've seen, he didn't look that old at all.
Yeah, but I mean, 47. My dad had a stroke at 47, so I mean, you know, it doesn't take a lot to get your body to that point.
Well, I mean, I'm 33, right? For my family, for the McGees, for our beautiful Irish ancestry, my grandfather died at 31 of a massive heart attack. My dad had his first heart attack at 32. He had cancer at 35. He had another cancer at 50. Like, I'm actually fairly well off compared to the rest of the McGees. And that's something to say. I mean, it's weird and scary at the same time. It can happen at any time. Helmet was in his 60s. I mean, Helmet was older, but we all knew Helmet would go at some point. Helmet was a quadriplegic, but he was a very inspirational man. I mean, he became a quadriplegic in 1986. He went back to work in 1988. He made himself go to school to learn computers. He was an Austrian immigrant that didn't know anything. Like, he knew how to take care of monkeys. And he worked at GM for years. And then he became a quadriplegic trying to surprise Simon. And like, Simon was in the pool. In the pool we've actually done reviews in. He was in the pool on a raft, and his dad jumped in the pool at a point that was too shallow and smoked his head. That's how he became a quadriplegic. That was his accident. And he became a quadriplegic. Went back to school, learned how to use computers, went back to GM, and worked there until like 2005 or something like that. So I mean, he's a very inspirational man. If any of you watched that news article on him from 1988, he really was a very inspirational man. And we all knew he would go at some point because he was a quadriplegic. He wasn't the healthiest because of something that happened to him in Florida. He bought a house in Florida and moved down to Florida, and his legs caught on fire in Florida while he was there. And because I don't even know how that happened. But because he was a quadriplegic, he couldn't feel his legs, so he didn't realize how bad it was. And he got an infection, and that's what actually was the beginning of the end of Helmet. That fire really destroyed him, and he didn't know what to do with that. And Paul, we're still online. Anyway. He didn't know what to do with that, and he went to, well, he had his problems. Simon had to go down and bring him back, and Simon sold his house and moved into his dad's house so that he was there with him, because he just had to take care of him. So Simon sacrificed a good 10 years of his life to take care of his dad, and Simon was a great guy that way. His dad was a great guy. His dad was, Guy met his dad. He's a great guy. It's sad that he's gone because he was, even though he couldn't do much, he was a great guy. He was very inspirational. And somebody's breathing scarily in it.
I think it's Ethan.
What?
I think your mic's a little too close to your mouth.
Sorry.
Jesus, that was loud.
Anyway, yeah, so
I have
these
a
hours
breathing
in
problem,
with the 9 viewers we have, I'm sorry that we got to this point at this time, but it was a bad week last week, and I just wanted to discuss it. Sorry.
I have an article I would like to share with everybody.
You share your article, bitch.
Okay. I just read this article. I don't know if anybody else read it, but it's beer related. It's a Wisconsin man blames beer battered fish during drunken driving stop.
I saw that.
Yeah. Apparently, he got stopped. He got pulled over, and this man, his name's John. I don't even know how to say his last name. He's 73 of Friendship, Wisconsin. Was stopped for broken taillight and erratic driving. And I guess when the cop asked him why he was driving like that, he said, or I guess he smelled alcohol in his breath, and he asked him, where did he come from? And he said, well, I just ate some beer battered fish, and since the cop ran his record, he has 10 DUIs.
Yeah.
So
So he must have thought the cop who pulled him over was the stupidest person alive.
for real.
Maybe he just really, really likes his fish.
Yeah,
Okay,
or was he beer battering it?
Right now? For the 10 viewers we have, even once you boil beer or any alcohol, you lose the alcohol. The alcohol is the thing that comes
Evaporated.
So
yeah, what I think is going on is he was
never get you drunk. Never get you drunk.
He said
don't
he
use that excuse. Don't.
He said he didn't have one drop of beer. Not one
Yeah,
drop. He said he didn't drink at all.
He had whiskey.
what he was doing was he was taking the beer and the whiskey or whatever else he was drinking.
Yeah,
he
I
was
was
actually pouring it on his fish.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Of course he licked the plate.
With,
Some
Jack
he had to
Daniels
lick
or
the
something.
plate. I see Paul is here. El Pai Grande, Bigfoot in Spanish.
El Tigre.
Oh, for anyone in the Ottawa area, I just actually got a response. I got to respond back to it from Bicycle Brewing. Bicycle Brewing actually says they're interested in the beer festival. Bicycle Brewing is a brand new brewery in Ottawa, Ontario. So I'm actually kind of interested in that. I got to send them back something saying, well, you got to tell me whether or not you're going to be in, because I'm at 19 breweries and cider houses right now.
Holy fuck.
I'm actually going to probably stop. I'm probably going to stop at 25 unless there's breweries outside of that I know are going to join later on. So we'll probably end up hitting 27 is my goal, because I know Niagara College will be there and I know Osthouse will be there. I just haven't really talked to either of them yet. But yeah, I'll probably hit 25 and be done. Sawdust City actually was a maybe forever, and I sent them a message yesterday, and I'm like, just so you know, we're at 18, I'm probably stopping at 25. And Sam sent me back a message right away. He's like, yeah, we're in. Okay, you're in. And I actually got Brickworks. Brickworks actually makes a really nice cider. Brickworks is a cider house in Toronto. They buy all their fruit here in Niagara, and then they brew it in Toronto, and they actually are a beautiful brewery. And Paul, you're muted, just so you know. You're muted, Paul.
You must unmute yourself to speak.
I actually am hoping to find at least one more cidery, just to have a choice for people that are gluten intolerant or celiacs. Not that I really care, Luke. Luke. Not that I really care, but I do really like to have the choice there.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Want to have beer. I have been trying. There's 2 gluten-free breweries in Ontario, and I have been trying to get them both here. Neither of them answer my emails, so they can both fuck themselves. Shiny Apple Cider is here in Niagara on the Lake, and so is Ironwood. So I'm trying to get at least one of them, because they're both Niagara breweries. I would like to cideries. I'd like to get them both there, but neither of them are answering anything. I've sent them Facebook messages. I've sent them Facebook posts. I've sent them emails. The last thing I have to do is call them, and I don't like to call people because most of you that know me know what my day is. I sleep 3 hours. I wake up with my kids. I take my one kid to school, and then I'm with my daughter all day. I don't really have a chance to call anybody. Once my daughter goes for a nap, somebody's at Berserker's house.
Either at his house or shooting a machine gun at his house.
That's only woke me up.
That's my day. So I don't like to make phone calls, because you never know if my daughter's going to give me a chance to talk to anybody. And if she does give me a chance to talk to somebody, she's usually in her bed napping, which is my chance to nap. So I hate making phone calls. I actually have to phone Osthouse because my emails always bounce back from them. So I have to phone Osthouse and talk to Kean himself. He'll be there. He will. I know Osthouse will be there. But I actually have to call him and talk to him because I don't want to drive to Osthouse, and I don't want to I can't get a hold of them by email. I don't want to have the same problem I had last year, which is like 3 weeks before the festival I get, you didn't invite us. Well, I didn't invite you because you didn't answer any of your emails, and your other emails bounced back, you motherfuckers. So I don't want to deal with that again. So I have to call them.
Are you saying you're desperate for cider?
I'm not desperate for cider, not at all. I have one cidery coming. That's fine with me. I'd like to get.
I was just gonna say.
No, go ahead.
Big Rock makes cider.
Fuck Big Rock.
I said the Rock. I don't know how desperate you are, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If he's looking outside, if he's looking outside Ontario and he's looking at Big Rock, he's pretty fucking desperate at that point, I think.
Well, I was gonna say, how bad do you need cider, right?
In all honesty, I'm trying to keep this festival as Ontario centric as I can, and it's not that I'm trying that there isn't good breweries outside of Ontario. It's the laws in Ontario make it so that if I'm following the laws, and that's the one thing I do, unlike other beer festivals and all that, I try to follow the laws to a T. I actually have a person in the AGCO that I talk to, and I bounce things off of her, and she tells me 3 things. She goes, "This is how the law says it, how you can do it. This is how most people do it." So I usually go for the middle ground. This is how people do it that is acceptable, instead of this is how people actually do it and we just don't catch them. Because I have an AGCO office in Niagara Falls. There's 2 casinos in Niagara Falls. There's an AGCO office in Niagara Falls. I know I'm getting inspected. So I try to follow the law enough that I can not get fucked. The only non-Ontario brewery I have there is Innocent Gun, because I love Nick, I love Dougal. They're great guys. They have.
Let's face it, they're pretty much a Canadian brewery anyway.
Yeah, their biggest sales is in Canada, and their biggest market in Canada is Ontario. Other than the fact that the Barrel Master Select hit New Brunswick and nowhere else, because the Barrel Master Select was fucked up, and New Brunswick had already made their order, so they gave them the fucked up beer anyway. That makes me giggle, to be honest. So they're the only non-Ontario brewery I have in there. Really, Ontario has 241 breweries to choose from and 15 cideries. I should be able to make a festival, an amazing festival, with that choice right there.
And honestly, could you not? Does Nickelbrook still make their gluten-free beer?
Yeah, and they bring it to every festival they go to.
Yeah, but you could look at some of the breweries if they make a gluten-free beer as a specialty. Just request them to maybe bring that one because
But
just
Nickelbrook hasn't actually confirmed that they're coming yet.
Well, they need to get their fucking shit together.
And you know how much I love Bose. You all know how much I love Bose. Between Waterloo Vanilla Porter and Bose Burnt Rock, and I love Bose Burnt Rock, I would actually choose the Vanilla Porter.
What?
Yeah. I would actually choose Waterloo Vanilla Porter over the Bose. There's a lot of vanilla in this. Sorry, go ahead.
Even with that, I mean, to ask a company that has gluten-free beer, like you said, you're kind of pushing for them to bring higher-end barrel-aged stuff. You don't want to give them, kind of that option to bring some gluten-free beer just to satisfy a gluten-free
beer is because people actually want to try it. There are actually people that are interested in trying it. Do I like it myself? No, but will people actually buy it? That keg will probably go... If they bring 1 keg of gluten-free beer, they'll probably go through it because people will be interested to try it because it's a big fad in Ontario. It's a big fad all over North America. People will try it just to try it. They might not go and ever get another sample of it, but if 600 people get a 4-ounce sample of it, they'll be through their keg.
Yeah.
But my point is that if you're really pushing for them to bring bigger one-offs and barrel-aged stuff, you know what I mean? Like they're probably only going to bring one or 2 beers, maybe 3 at the most, I would imagine. So you don't want to be like, okay, I invite you, but could you please bring this non-big, non-barrel-aged beer with you to appease a certain sect,
I just mentioned like Nickelbrook because I mean that's one of their standard lineup beers. Like they could probably afford to do that, and as Chad said, they do it all the time anyway. And then of course for the rest of the gluten-free crowd, you just go with you could go with the ciders. So, and then I'll just say, Matt, I think your cat is incredibly cute. I like his furrowed brow, the way he looks disinterested and not amused by anyone or anything.
This one right here?
Yeah, I like.
She's a scorching bitch. If you're here, she'd probably eat your face up. To be perfectly honest with you.
She looks perpetually pissed off.
She is.
And Paul now looks like he's from Duck Dynasty.
I was gonna say OD was part of this live chat, but I guess not.
To answer your thing there, Matt, I'm trying to push for that. It's probably going to be 2 or 3 years before we get just cask aged and barrel aged and seasonals. But breweries are actually already talking about what they're going to bring. It's actually interesting because people actually do think that my beer festival is actually good. I find that hysterical. I mean, as Lee and Nick and all them can attest to, I'm a weird guy. I do have lots of connections in the beer world. But the night before the beer festival, I was here from Five Paddles. They were all doing reviews, and I'm sitting in a chair cutting shit and freaking out about where my liquor license is. That's the type of guy I am. Like, where the fuck is my liquor license? Oh my god, I've lost my liquor license. That was the night before the festival.
You weren't even just freaking out the night before. You were freaking out during the entire day of the festival. This is going to fail. We're ruined. It's over. And, it went off about a hitch, but, whatever. Just next time, let other people help you count the tickets. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, actually, this year I'm probably going to need to do that. I'm going to need to get people to help me count tickets because I'm also going to need to be taking down fences at the same time. It's one of those things. Festivals are so hard in Ontario with all the paperwork you have and everything else. It's so much harder than people realize, and I'm surprised that people actually get away with a lot of the things they get away with. In Ontario, you're not allowed to make profit in festivals. People become a company and they repay themselves and this and that so that they can keep reinvesting it. I'm not doing that. I don't care for that. What I'm doing is I'm making a festival for the beer drinker. I'm keeping the cost for the beer drinker very low. I'm keeping the cost for the vendor very low. I just want to have a festival people enjoy. As long as my costs are covered, I don't give a shit what happens after that. And then I donate my profits to children's charities. Who doesn't want that, right? Like,
No, it's a win-win because you donate everything to charity. The breweries get to interact with the local community. They get to expose their business to people, their products.
Never thought of doing festivals that want to come because all I'm charging is $100.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my god, that's all you're charging? Yeah, because I know so many people in the brewing industry that will pay $500 to $2,000 for one festival, and that's just stupid. Like that's fully on a money grab. Am I having live music? No. Why am I not having live music? Because I want to keep the cost low for everybody. I'm not paying a band $2,000 to come to my festival.
Let's face it, the other festivals are generally cynical money grabs. At least your festival is promoting, the term we use a lot, beer karma, essentially.
Yeah, like Indie Ale House has been to 2 festivals, both of them in Toronto. They've never been outside of Toronto. They actually want to come to this festival. They haven't completely 100% agreed yet, but then they have 2 venues they can do. They can come themselves, or they can get Brewbox to come, the Ontario Brewbox, because Ontario Brewbox is one of their licensed distributors, so they can come and actually sell their beer at the festival themselves. And actually, we're talking to Brewbox right now, trying to find 3 breweries that want to come that don't want to send their own people, because Brewbox can come and do up to 3 breweries and do 2 taps for each brewery.
Oh my god, look who's joining in.
See, he can't tell. He can't see that I'm in a disguise and it's actually me.
What's up, fuckheads?
What's up? We actually had some topics tonight that we were hoping you would be here for. Well, I was hoping.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was busy.
By busy, he means he was making another baby.
I wish.
Stroke.
You sound very, very tired, Ewart.
Oh, sorry, I'm a little distracted. I just got into my room. I'm in downtown Toronto right now. I'm just out with some colleagues for work.
Downtown Toronto.
I actually
Ontario,
wanted to go. I wanted to go to my Christmas party tonight to try and win $5,000 to make up for the $1,500 I lost on my wife almost dying this week, and nobody could babysit my brats, so I could go. So I went to sleep.
Ewart, that fucking glass in your pitcher looks so impractical.
I knew you'd love it. That's why I put it there. It's a real glass. It's a Z stem tulip by Rastal, I believe, makes that.
Yeah,
It's
more
fucking
like
awesome.
more like Astle. That fucking thing looks like crap, man.
Oh, come on, man. It's
My
the ultimate
question
snooty
is-
glass.
My question is, where's my package of spirits, Ewert?
Oh, shut the fuck up. I mean, that can be dropped off at any time. Just slow your roll there, big guy.
Slow my roll. Some of the things we talked about tonight was like the people of North Carolina getting angry at Stone's money they're being given by the mayor of the town they're opening their second brewery in. See, I'm getting drunk, so I can't even think now. And another one we thought you'd like was Brick Brewing getting $358,000 of government fund money.
It's amazing. It's amazing that how much government wants to get involved in the liquor business. You know, it's just.
But not just the liquor business. Let's go to a guy that actually has this money and give him more of it so he doesn't have to.
Absolutely.
Instead of giving it to a brewery that actually could do the exact same thing, open up 10 new jobs, but doesn't have the money to actually expand. Hey, the Brick, you're the biggest Canadian-owned brewery in Ontario? We'll give you more money.
But you know what?
Nickelbrook, the smallest one, we won't give you more money, even though you're opening up more jobs, opening up your brewery in Hamilton than Brick is.
Yeah. Well, coming from a big spirits company myself, I won't say that we never get money from the government, but we have the resources devoted to finding avenues where the government has these grants and just putting in the work to get things approved. So
Well,
I won't say that we don't get money from the government. We do absolutely
I'll
fucking
be
do.
honest with you. When I was in university, I'm from a small town that doesn't have all that many grants. But I won about 12 of the 20 grants they had my first year in university because I actually did the time to research what you needed to do to get these grants. And it was stupid. Like, because I was an athlete and because I was handicapped and because I had good grades, I got almost everything.
And you're albino.
I got a grant for food service because I worked at McDonald's. Like, it was like I got all these grants that I shouldn't have gotten. And really, it is true. All you need to do is have a team that can actually take the time to research it and then put the paperwork in.
All right, guys. Good night, man. I'm out. I gotta crash.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Bizzuka! See you later, man.
See ya, man.
Oh, a question for you. Are you actually going to come to this year's festival?
I have every intention. It's a long way off. I don't want to commit this early, but I have every intention.
Have you had both these beers?
I've had the one in your left hand, not the one in the right hand.
Okay, because my comment was this is actually the better vanilla porter than this.
I think his comment is false. I think it'll probably
I
be
love
demonstrably false.
I love this beer, but this is actually a better vanilla porter.
I think
I'm going to see if Randy can get me a second pack so I can save some for you, Lee.
But you know what? But you know what? People in masks are often like intrigued by fancy shtick. So
fancy things? I'm not intrigued by fancy things, Ewert. I look at your stupid fucking glass on your fucking picture, and it does not intrigue me at all.
Would you crush it?
I would crush it. I would break it with my knee.
Okay, my knee.
Is Paul on this chat? Wait a second. Hold on a second. I gotta go.
Holy shit, your disguise actually worked.
I didn't recognize you, Paul. That's awesome, buddy.
Yeah,
just so everybody knows, I want one of those glasses that is in his profile thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I can break it.
That just confirms.
Lee, remember a few weeks ago when I talked about Christmas presents? Beer-related Christmas presents? 1 second, I gotta turn my camera off because I have no pants on. Sorry, everybody. I gotta turn my camera off.
Yeah, don't apologize for that. Turn the fucking camera off.
Sorry.
But now I'm convinced with the vanilla Porter comment and this last comment, I'm convinced that the rhino must have fallen down the stairs and received massive head trauma at some point.
Actually, the funny thing about that comment is I did fall down the stairs. I'm going out the door on Wednesday night after we get back from Christy being in the hospital, and I said I need to drink with somebody, and I posted that thing. And it's been a very arduous day. Who wants to share a beer with me? And I was walking out the door to go to the garage, but the in-laws were here, so I couldn't come to the basement because the in-laws are in the basement. Christy's sleeping upstairs, scared she's going to die overnight, and I needed a beer. Rain Man died. Christy almost died. We lost that baby. Who cares about the baby though, right? Who cares? I don't. I would rather have my wife here to be the mother of my children than a new baby. Ectopic pregnancies are awesome, but at least we caught up soon enough that she didn't die. So I'm going out the back door to go to the garage to drink some beer. And I have a growler in one hand. I have a growler of the coffee chocolate stout from Cameron's that Curtis made for the cask night because they gave me the last growler full of the cask. They're like, here, nobody drank it, you take it home. So I'm taking it home, and I have the growler in one hand and a cup in one hand and the computer on my other arm, and I trip on my daughter's fucking My Little Pony on like the second step of my porch, and I fall to the cement knees first, and the computer flies, the growler flies, the cup flies, and that's why I was making fun of Paul saying that the cup didn't break. So I throw them all on the ground as I fall. I'm rolling back and forth on the ground, crying about my knees. Then I check if anything's broken, and the growler is fine, the cup is fine, and the computer's fine. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. So I did fall down the stairs, just so you know. But anyway, this was sent to me by an actual viewer. He actually bought this for me because I said I actually liked it. It's the Goodnight Brew book.
Oh.
I said I wanted it, and he found it on Amazon for me for like $8. And he's like, here you go.
Well, if anyone's watching, I'd like any editions of Thomas Hardy Ale you can find from like the 1990s.
1989.
Yeah, you can just gift them right up to me.
Lee, don't do that, because you know what's going to happen, right? I'm going to go find them, and yeah, you'll be forever indebted with me with picaroons.
I'm already forever indebted to you, you son of a bitch.
You'll be mailing me mailing me picaroons till the cows come home. So
I would not mail you picaroons.
Yeah, picaroons wouldn't survive that trip.
Mm-hmm.
Did you send those beer mails out?
No, I'm sending them out tomorrow.
I only ask to know when to expect because I've now figured out how long it takes for the beer to get from your place to my place.
Chad, I'm gonna get you another book. What to expect when you're expecting. All right, buddy.
I have that.
Beer mail. What to expect when you're expecting beer mail.
That would actually be. You could actually probably sell that book for a lot of money.
Yeah. But all of them should arrive before Christmas. So.
I have something like 12 videos left, and then I'm out. But I have like 10 on the camera, and I have about 20 upstairs, so I'm good for the end of the year.
Yeah, I got a ton sitting there now. It's like fucking. As much as I love that Guy sent me that HD camera, it's like, oh my god, they take so fucking long to fucking edit and render and all that shit. It's like,
that's why I try not to use the HD cameras for anything other than the documentaries. People are always like, why don't you use your HD camera? Because you don't need to see me in HD. I'm drinking a beer. That's all I'm doing.
I want to watch the albino in HD.
No, all you have to do is hear. That's all you have to do. Like all these people, like I know beer reviewers that have all the perfect lighting, and who fucking cares? It's fucking beer. It's fucking beer.
Who cares what the beer looks like? Or the reviewer?
If you're not making like some sort of like really well produced show like Better Beer Authority or some shit, you don't need that garbage. And I mean, if you can't tell what the fucking beer looks like on a fucking standard definition YouTube video, then you've got some fucking problems.
You don't even need to most of the time to tell you what it looks like.
Yeah,
who cares? Unless you're looking for floaties.
We're down to 7 viewers. Why don't you guys post questions? Why don't you guys post anything? We're live.
Here, I got
You can post things and we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you. Okay, go ahead, Ethan.
No, I was just gonna say I got a question. Do you guys buy beer online, like on online websites at all?
Yes.
You can't
do it here.
I have.
Oh, okay. I was about to say because I'm looking up some things right now, and they have this one. It's Firestone Walker's Sukaba.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you guys have ever had that, but
Oh, yeah.
it says,
Amazing beer. Buy it. Yes, now.
How much? What are you?
well, okay, the price of this, it says that you need to order at least $75 worth of products before you
That's
can
fine.
even buy the beer, and then but the price that they have it for is at $25.99,
Ooh,
That's
wow.
worth it.
and it's only limited to one per order,
No, I don't
So-
think I'll do it for 26
per person.
So
And
you'd be paying
so-
$100 for one
So
bottle
you'd
of
be paying
Sukaba.
$100 for $1 or for one beer. I think
No.
that's a little much.
No, you pay $75 worth of products, and then you're allowed to buy the Sukaba.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
You
stupid.
could in the end actually get like 30 bottles in that.
But yeah, what do they have? Other
Well,
good beer?
they have some other ridiculous prices on beer here too.
Yeah, most mail order systems are ridiculously
let me
priced.
see.
Is Sukaba a great beer? Yes. Would I pay $26 for it? Now
No.
that I've had it, no. Would I pay for it to try it once? Possibly.
Well, there's
I
a lot
would.
of people that say 25 for Sukaba
They-
is a good deal every day. So, it depends.
They have a
Well, I
bottle
don't
of
think
Evil Twins.
$25 for beer, period, is a good deal.
They have a bottle
What
of
is it
Freudian
order?
Slip on here for $15. A 12-ounce bottle, $15. That's ridiculous.
Now, remember, I did my video on the Ontario Brew Box, and Brew Box is a company that does mail order beers. It's the only mail order available in Ontario. It's only Ontario breweries. The first 2 months, there was no way I would pay $62 a month for it. The third month, the box I brought home, I would probably pay $62 a month for that box, just because it's stuff I can't get. The Big Rig beer was amazing. The beers from Junction were really good. The beer from Publican House was really good. And that was the box, really. I mean, it was a good box, but is it overpriced? Yeah, it's overpriced because somebody else is mailing it to you and they're making an overhead on it and all that. $26 for Sukaba. I love Sukaba. I actually think it's a great beer. Would I pay $26 on it? No, because I know that at a store, Joe can get it for like $17, $18.
Yeah, it would be a lot cheaper at the store. I mean, there's some here like Mirror Beers like $25, and I know that I paid I paid $10 for that. I remember. So
Are they aged though?
no, they're not. They're 2014. They're 2014 beers.
It's a matter of availability. Like I would pay $26 for a Sukaba. I wouldn't have any problem doing that.
But you got to pay
like-
$75 beforehand to even.
I'm just. Yeah, I'm not talking about the.
You're saying
the-
like if you were at the store. You
See,
mean?
the problem with what you're at is that you probably have to pay $75 and a bottle, and then shipping is where it kind of my ass fuckers is.
Yeah.
Shipping is usually
That
what
would
kills
really
me.
fuck you, yeah.
Yeah, because if it was $26 shipped, I can understand it, but $26 plus shipping, no way.
Yeah,
If I paid that much
even
for that beer, I would never drink it. I would just have it sit there.
I mean, Ethan, if you can't find that locally somewhere, just do a fucking beer trade with somebody.
Ethan,
I'd rather just drive.
You're doing
there.
beer wrong then if you're gonna buy beer and
You're
not
in
drink it.
Ohio. You're not that far from New York. Drive to New York and buy it for $18.
Yeah, I'd rather just drive there.
Gas is cheap enough that maybe you'd spend $15 on gas.
Actually, gas is pretty low now.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Just-
saying. Gas
just-
is cheap enough that you should be
No,
able to
just do a beer trade with someone. Like
It
seriously,
is.
like,
It is.
Yeah.
You just say, hey, listen, I got all the hop and frog you want. Anybody with California distribution, Firestone Walker for this, for all the hop and frog, because you got to look at distribution markets. Somebody's not going to be able to get it, and someone's going to be interested to try it. So send them all the Boris they want, and then you just get your Sukaba. So there you go.
I'll
But
send
that's-
them all the
that-
bitter naked.
That's the thing too. Like Chad's like saying, like Joe could go get Sukaba off the shelf. I've never heard of this all year round, walking into a place and finding that. To me, it's either you get it right when it comes out, or you can't get it at all. It's very limited. And that's just by me. though.
Florida is your best place to get this shit. Anything big, Florida is your place to get it because Florida apparently gets all the craft beer, but nobody buys it.
New Jersey is easy to get stuff too.
Yeah, New Jersey's apparently known for that as well.
Nobody has money in Jersey, so it all sits there.
And what's weird about it is that Jersey's used to be home of a couple of the biggest distributors, I believe, like international distributors. So you find a lot of old, aged, out of country stuff, and it's been a mom and pop beer market for forever. Like there's really no laws. It's like the Wild Wild West.
Do I get
You can
another
sell-
beer or not?
you could sell cases and bottles of liquor and one singles, and it doesn't matter what you. There's no rules or regulations. So
Hey, while we're all here and we're online, what's your favorite tasting glass? What's your favorite glass to taste?
You know, I was just about to say, Chad, I just broke one of my favorite glasses.
Oh
yeah,
no!
actually, you know what? I broke one of these, and I sent my wife to the dollar store to see if she could find one, and she couldn't. And then when I emptied out one of my, I actually put my beer shirt in a Tupperware thing, like one of those, whatever. I put my beer shirts in one of those, so I had 2 new shelves. So I took all my beer cups out of one of the shelves they were in, and I found one more of these, and these are actually my favorite tasting glasses. I actually drank out of one of these the first time with Steve Buscemi, who owns who owns Bose. In his
I
office,
was about to say, Steve Buscemi? You drank with Steve Buscemi? What the fuck?
Oh my god!
Anyway, this is what he uses as tasting glasses in his office, and this is actually my favorite. When I do a review with these, I fill them up to where they are right now to do my sniff, and after I've done my sniff, I fill them up the rest of the way. But I actually love these glasses because I think they actually look nice and they're very elegant at the same time.
I was
They're
debating
from the dollar store.
getting one of those.
And this-
Donnie,
Yeah,
you're out of
they
your fucking
sell
league,
tulips
Donnie.
stuff at my dollar store too. It's great.
What did you say, Ewart? I'm sure you said something pretty snide.
He said you're out of your league, Donnie, the motherfucker.
Donnie, you're out of your fucking league, Donnie.
I gotta say my favorite. Well, I guess the one I use the most right now is probably the Cameron's one you sent me.
Yeah, actually, I love that Cameron's one. I love this one, and I love the Feku that I got from the Stiff Angle whatever. But I only use the Feku, the fake Teku, so much because it's chipped. So I want to use it as much as I can before it actually finally cracks.
Until it cuts you.
Is it
I can't believe I chipped it on the very first time.
I'm gonna choke you out, big boy. Coconut.
I only asked that because me and the douche, we both trolled the Dars channel there about his scientific experiment of glasses. So we trolled him on that. So I'm only asking what everybody's favorite glass is because of that.
Well, favorite tasting glass would have to be this one that I picked up at the local Hoodwill. Yeah, I picked this up at Hoodwill, and I got it's like a lot smaller of a mouth of a glass. That's why I like it. But I just got this new Rogue Stout glass. Cost me like $15, but they came with 2 of them. So
You know,
that's
I
crazy
really
talk.
those what the fuck is it? Those
the IPA glasses.
No, not even those. I had one of those and I broke it. Well, I didn't break it. My wife broke it. The butt plug glass. But what's that company that makes those all? I want to buy.
Spiegelio.
No, not Spiegelio. There's
Rascal.
a guy that hand blows.
Spiglu or whatever. I
No,
don't know.
not even that. There's a guy. Pretentious Beer Glass Company.
Oh,
He
that
hand
guy.
blows-
Yeah.
He hand blows his glasses. They're expensive as fuck, but I want to buy his mix pack. His $100 for 4 of the glass.
Oh, yeah.
You buy a
You're out
glass
of your
for $25
fucking
for
mind,
Natsukaba.
Is it dishwasher safe?
Well, no, I sent him a bunch of questions. I'm like, here's my questions. I do a lot of beer reviews. I wash my glasses several times. Once I've used it, if they're glasses that only I will use, I don't usually wash them after the first time. I will rigorously water rinse them after each review, because there are certain glasses that only I use. So I don't care if the lips are, my lips have been on them. But I'm like, how thick is your glass? Because you hand blow them, and he said they're
3
actually
inches.
really good. They're this and that, and so I'm actually excited to try and get them, but they're expensive as fuck. That's the only reason I haven't bought them. And his stout glass actually looks like a butt plug. It's a small bubble, a bigger bubble, a bigger bubble. And then he has a glass for half and halves where there's a thing in the middle, and then you can fill up each side with different beers, and then as you drink them, they mix.
Oh my fuck! Come on.
Yeah, no, but they're hysterical. But I want the stout glass. The stout glass is the butt plug glass.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a dual
that's
purpose
what-
glass.
That's what.
I don't want the dual-purpose glass. I don't want it, but it comes in the mixed pack.
If you pay a little extra on the shipping and handling, does he like personally come over and shove the butt plug glass up your ass? You know?
No, it'll come with a little bottle of lube, a little personal
One
bottle.
size fits all.
You know what? I will accept a higher cost on the glass if they don't break the first time I fucking wash them.
Or if some dickhead drops
Like
one.
those feed glue glasses, they fucking are so thin. I'm scared to wash
that's
them.
the only thing I don't like
didn't
about
even-
these.
I washed my feed glue glass because what is it? Joe picked me up a Sierra Nevada one, and I washed it the first time with nothing else in the fucking sink, and I dried it and I put it on my shelf, and I drank out of it a bunch of times, and then I picked it up one time to drink out of it, and it was chipped so much that I couldn't use it. It was cracked right down the side, and I'm like, nothing has touched this glass. Like, it's just so thin that the fucking temperature change in my basement cracked it.
Well, they said that they just like made them, I don't know, reinforced. I guess I don't know how they would do that, but
But
this one is.
Yeah,
I was
right
gonna
there,
say.
Bylog actually right now has the screenshot from the glasses of the company I was just talking about.
The plug
So
of the
if any
butt.
of you look
Oh
at
my god.
it is a
Oh yeah,
sex
that's
shop.
nothing like this. That is nothing like
It's
that.
sex
butt
shop
plug
for
glass
glasses.
Yeah, the sex shop for glasses is the one that looks like a butt plug is the stout glass they make, and then you can see the half and half glass. And the other
He
two that
uses
come
the
in
same
mixed
molds
pack-
they have for those glass dildos.
What about the one that looks like it has fucking Bell's palsy or Down syndrome or something there on the
Almost
end?
like anal beads.
You have to be the ultimate hipster.
Oh, Jesus.
The one next to the butt plug one. That's the one you need.
Which one? Which one? The one on the right or the left? Butt plug.
Not the non-butt plug one.
They're both butt plugs.
The receiver, not the giver.
I'll tell my girlfriend to get that for me for Christmas
I
this year.
think we're
Jesus
trying
Christ.
to clarify what a butt plug looks like.
It looks exactly like my butt
The
plug.
butt plug is the stout glass. Okay, we all know what the stout glass is. He actually makes some nice glasses. I will admit he makes some nice glasses. They're just very overpriced.
They do look thick, though. They look thick.
Yeah, and that's
That's what I want.
They're proper glass.
Wait,
We don't want
you
that
break.
breaking inside, because that's going to
Yeah,
be
you
hard
don't
to
want to break that shit off inside you. You're
You
feeling
know who looks thicker? The person who's going to pay
Hey, Paul,
$100
do you hear
for
that?
those fucking
Paul, did you hear
glasses.
that?
I
They're
was
not
gonna-
thin.
I'm
They're
not
not thin.
thin.
I was gonna
Not
say,
thin.
I just I was doing that screenshot. I just noticed that 6-pack of glasses is $203 apparently.
Holy moly.
Ah,
Wow, that is expensive for sex toys.
That's chump change.
you
That's
better
like-
be drinking beer from the vagina of Athena in those glasses. Otherwise, there's no
Okay.
justification.
Well,
That's like 9 Sukabas.
The
it's
price
cheaper than
for
it's cheaper than a good
has
sex
gone
doll.
up. The first time I actually looked at that brewery was about a year ago, and a 6-pack of glasses was $120. So we were looking at $20 a glass, and that was worth it to me for hand blown glass. $200 and some a glass. Fuck you, pretentious glass company. I won't buy them for that price.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous.
Listen, I'm a glassware dork, but I would never pay over $20 a glass. No.
See,
That's exactly what I'm saying, Ewart. I would pay $20 a glass for a 6-pack of 6 different glasses that were all hand blown. More than $20 a glass, it'll never happen. Never.
Yeah.
I will never pay more than $20.
Well, the one that I had, it was like $15 or $20, but for 2, it wasn't just for 1.
That's fair then.
Matt DRP asked us what our favorite Christmas or winter ales are to drink.
Ooh.
Bud Light.
Oh my god.
Come on, it's Christmas, regular bud.
No, they put
Probably-
snowflakes on the 16-ounce bottle cans now.
I mean, do they have to be titled winter or Christmas beer, or
No, I think
they
he just means things that come out in this period.
I
Because what
guess-
he said he's drinking is a Innocent Gun rum finish. What's your favorite Christmas or winter beer?
What does that say? Would
That
Imperial
came-
Stouts count? Or?
Yeah,
actually, right now, for me, the St. Bernardus mix pack was a great pack for me, and I would love to buy that every winter.
My favorite. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'd go Propeller Revolution. I guess that's my go-to this season.
My favorite winter beer, and it's kind of late in the winter, but it comes out every February, is Guten Carlus Kaiser Blue, the Emperor Blue. that comes out every February, and that's like a top 20 all timer for
We have
me.
that. We
I
have
love
that
that
in the
beer.
LCBO right now.
The last year's or this year's?
This year's.
Yeah, so I think like this year's would be this February that just passed. You know what I mean? It usually comes out in February. So
Well, it just came into the LCBO. I don't know when they brew it.
Okay.
The LCBO.
I
The
got you.
LCBO does have what we call the LCBO aging project, which is the neglect. They get it.
They
into
take so
the
long to
warehouse.
put it out.
It gets into the warehouse and it takes months to get out. Like Epiphany number 1. Epiphany number 1 sold out at the brewery at Black Oak within like 3 days. 3 weeks later, it came out to the LCBO and it's just been sitting on the shelves. It's a shelf turd, as the Duchette calls it.
Yes.
Which honestly, when it comes to, it's almost like a good thing if you think about it, because when you come to those releases,
but I was
people
able to
try
buy
to
6
get
of
down.
them. I was able to send one to Lee. I was able to drink a couple more of them. I have 1 or 2 of them left in the fridge for next May. I'll probably try and buy another 1 or 2 if there's still any available at my local LCBOs. It is a good beer. I mean, it is. It's a good beer. It's just a shelf turd because Black Oak doesn't have a big name and it's a $10 beer. Is it worth it? I think it's worth $10 a beer. Lee, you just drank it tonight. Is it worth $10?
Fuck yes.
That's definitely $10. Fucking right.
I mean,
that's worth
that is cheaper than
Yes.
the same fucking size for. Well, no, I guess not the same size, but it's still cheaper than fucking Chimay Blue at this point, and Chimay Blue is a less smooth quadruple, fresh. So.
Yeah, there you go.
I would go so far as saying is that it's better than a lot of the very limited releases from the hype breweries. Like, for instance, I think it's better than most of Bellwood's releases this year.
Well, you still have in your possession the Skeleton Key and the Bellwoods Bring Out Your Dead from me. So I don't know how they are this year, but yeah, Bellwood
have those.
sells
I'm
out right
currently
away.
aging them for you.
He's aging them with the neglect system, like the.
That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it was the best beer I've drank so far in 2014, other than maybe the Old Kentucky Bastard, because this year's Old Kentucky Bastard was amazing. For me, it might not be it for everybody, but for me, this year's Old Kentucky Bastard was amazing. Yeah, it's a great beer, but Black Oaks doesn't hold that same hype.
No, it doesn't. And that, you know what? Hey, enjoy it while it lasts, because at some point in time, people may figure it out and say, you know what, I'm going to gobble this up. And all this time where you said, hey, remember the days you used to sit on the shelves for weeks at a time? Maybe long gone. Like a similar example in Michigan right now, there's a very similar beer. It's a barrel-aged quad from Vivant called Wizard Burial Ground. It sold out of the brewery same day at $25 for a 4-pack of 16-ounce cans, and now it can be had around the state at $15 a 4-pack, which is driving people crazy based on the fact that they overpaid at the brewery. But it's one of those ones that in a couple of years from now, it'll hit shelf stores and be gone. And enjoy it while it lasts. It's just a product of how things are nowadays.
So, sorry, what did you say the name of it was?
Wizard Burial Ground.
Wizard Burial Ground. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that next time I'm in Michigan.
Yeah, Vivant is one of my favorite breweries in the state. They do all Belgians. They're spectacular. You know, and you go into the breweries, even better. I mean, they're in an old
Somebody's murdering my ears.
I know. Their brewery's in an old funeral home, so it's very nice. And they have a sort of a chapel-esque feel there. It's very cool. The vibe is nice. The food is excellent. I recommend the duck nachos, and the beer's really good. So.
Can you age the beer formaldehyde or what?
No, it's what? No formaldehyde, but yes, real duck in the nachos. Yes.
There's 5 viewers left. You guys are all leaving without saying hello, without saying goodbye. Fuck you all.
You know what,
we don't know who's watching. You know what? Say hi. Hi, guys. This is live. We can say hi back to you. You know that we have that ability. You can ask questions. You can do whatever. This is fully open to you. Fuck you guys.
Fuck the viewers. Fuck the
Listen,
viewers.
I realize that El Manico Malta intimidates many people. But you should not be intimidated. You should ask your questions. I will allow it.
Yeah, we went from 12 viewers. We hit a high of 12 viewers tonight. We went from 12 viewers to 5 viewers at a time. We'll end up having like 100 viewers in the end because people will watch this afterwards. But we went from 12 viewers to 5 viewers live. None of you have said shit except for like Jason and the other people who always talk. You guys can say hi. You guys can ask. You know what? We will get to it. Sometimes we don't get to it right away because we're in a conversation and we don't all see it right away. But we can get to it. You have that ability. This is the great thing about technology. You can ask us something. You can say something. We can respond. You can ask your questions. My Irish Italian hands are coming. Look at this.
Calm down.
Look at this. Look at these hands.
Don't use
They're
it.
so
Oh my
fresh,
God.
I can't even see
He's
them.
happy hands.
Quit
He's
flapping
happy.
like a big white bird.
Calm down, Chad. Don't use your squeaky voice, okay?
Yes. Quit flapping like a big white bird. People ask questions, or I will find you, I will break you.
Hey, so tonight I'm drinking Smithwick's Winter Spirit.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Mythics, eh? You know
Yeah.
what? I'd love to get the Diageo beers. They don't hit Ontario. And if they do, they hit Ontario so late it's not even funny.
How
Well,
is it, Ethan?
disappointing in a way. Just a little bit. It's got a funky, adjunct-y kind of aroma to it. And the only exciting part of the beer is the mid-palate. Just got a malty, brown, sugary, but it's very slight. It's not even, and it's very watery too.
What style beer did they say it is? Like
It's supposed to be, the style is supposed to be a brown ale, and you can obviously tell with the color of it too. But I mean,
all right.
it's just kind of a little bit fizzy. Head dissipates quickly, but other than that, I mean, I was a little disappointed, but you know, it's like, what do you expect? I mean,
Well, yeah, it is Smithwick's. I mean,
yeah, I was like, well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'd rather drink a regular Smithwick's than, you know, something like this. So,
or for our viewers over there across the pond, Smithwick's. I wouldn't want Greg making another comment later on. The other Greg, not our Greg right now.
Yeah, I won't
they
say
can comment saying, Smithwick's! It's Smithwick's, you idiots!
we have the Adventures Ales pack, I think it's called, and ever since I've seen it in there for like 2 months straight, and I've never seen anyone pick it up. So if you guys need one, I'll just pick one up. It's only $10 for 8 cans. I thought that wasn't a bad deal.
That's not bad.
That sounds like a pretty good deal.
That's good.
Yeah. So
man, some people just aren't adventurous, I guess.
I guess not. That's what I was like. How can you pass it up? I mean, it's $10, so I mean, it's not like you're really gonna lose anything if you don't like it.
Yeah, you know what you should do? We'll tell you the same thing we tell everybody. You should come up in May. That should be one of the
Exactly.
beers with you.
I'll just bring a truck full of Adventure Ale packs.
Take off like from April 29th till May 4th and come up. Come up for our beer Dweebs bar brewery hop and everything else we do, and our beer tastings and our we'll do some they should all be destroyed on site podcasts, but they won't be podcasts because we'll be doing fan commentary type things.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm still gonna release them though, because I've noticed like a lot of the podcasts I listen to now they do commentary podcasts. And
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can record them for your channel while you're here. We can. You've seen my movie collection. We can choose something on the shelf, and we can do Dead Snow 1 and Dead Snow 2, and just do fan commentary while we're doing it.
Yeah.
And then we can do a filming for my channel of us playing Nightmare or something.
Yeah.
Do a bunch of reviews, and then May 3rd is my birthday, so the day after the festival is my birthday, and I actually have 5 breweries that owners are coming, and they're going to stay for my birthday. It's going to be disgusting.
Did you guys see the Iron Sky 2 trailer?
Yes.
Oh god, the first one, I still haven't decided whether I like really hate that movie or really like it. But I don't
You know
know.
what? You know what?
I
Lee?
watched
I
that
bought
movie,
it.
so.
I bought it because I love that type of movie, and I'm the same way. I don't know if I hate it or love it.
They had
It's just so cynical because they're making an intentionally terrible movie, and it's like
Out of an intentionally terrible book.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like Sharknado. You know, it's intentionally going to be a bad movie. So
That's the thing. That's why I'm on the fence about it, because it's like
Yeah.
Sharknado is the most cynical bullshit fucking thing ever.
What do you
Should
mean?
I
That
get
was a
another beer?
masterpiece.
I'm out of beers. I pulled out 6 beers from mine, and I'm out of beers.
Damn.
Yeah, Iron Sky 2. It just looks like they just have too much CGI going on in the video, like the trailer.
That doesn't answer my question, Ethan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, did you ask
Iron-
me a question? I'm sorry.
I asked, should I get another beer because I'm out of beers.
Yeah, get another beer.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Well, that's 2 people out of the 6 here, plus the 7 viewers.
Are you
But,
thirsty?
If it makes it easier, both L, Medico Malta, and just myself, my other persona, say yes. So that's 2 votes.
I'd say drink some hard alcohol at this point.
I'm wondering why that's even a question.
It's a question because I'm actually a responsible adult that has two children and a wife that could have died last week, who's leaving everything for me to do.
But she didn't die, so therefore you can drink a beer.
That's what I thought, but she got mad at me last night because I had the
cause-
guy that dropped me off for work came in for 2 beers after work.
A cause for celebration.
Yes, she didn't die.
Yeah, that's a.
I can't
that's a
fuck her
reason
because
to
right
shoot
now
for-
her uterus is radioactive, but she ended up having to have methotrexate, which is some weird radioactive medicine. Actually, it was weird because it came in this like biohazardous yellow container, and the person that injected her had to be in a full biohazard container with like, a mask and everything. And he injected her, and then she went to her gynecologist yesterday, and he's like, "Well, your levels aren't dropping as fast as they should be. You should have had surgery, but your gynecologist on call was an asshole." He goes, "But I really should give you a second shot, but this stuff is so radioactive and so toxic, I don't want to."
See, but it's like something like that. It's like when you see somebody walking in, you know, like that, it just makes you wonder, is this really even good for me, you know?
Yeah, like full fucking bodysuit, like the full like plastic rubber bodysuit.
It's like getting ready for anthrax or something.
Yeah, with the full big gloves, carrying this yellow box, puts the yellow box down, opens it up, the injection's already in the needle.
Oh,
There's
is it
2 needles, one for each side. Just
Did they look like Doc Brown and Marty McFly from Back to the Future?
worse?
Well, just be careful because your wife might turn into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Well, I told her. I
that
told
would
her
be
the scariest thing right now is that her uterus is so radioactive that it might give me a mutant dick if I go anywhere near it.
You already have a mutant.
Careful, walking.
You get like a double dick. That'd be awesome.
I don't have a mutant dick. I have mutant sperm. Okay. The doctor said I have super sperm.
You need a matching pair there, then. You know.
I'll be completely honest. I would not be the first choice for a pornography. Okay, I don't have like an 8-inch dink.
I don't know. There's all kinds of fetish needs.
It's true. There's not many albino men or albino women in porn. I could probably be a star.
That's right.
But I'm not allowed.
Just think the albino porn niche is like just craving more and more porn stars.
The albino rhino. That's a great porn name.
You don't even have to be albino rhino. You could be Moby Dick, the great white whale.
Well,
See, to the 6 viewers we have, this is what happens when you don't ask questions. You guys do this on purpose, don't you? You just leave us to our own devices. You're like, hey, if we don't say anything, they're gonna fucking downgrade into fucking bullshit. So why don't we just leave them alone?
Well,
Yeah,
I was gonna say it becomes more fun when we're drunk and have nothing to talk about. We just talk about fucking.
Because you see, with all the porn parodies and stuff out now, I mean, it's
my favorite was Deep Space 69.
What?
But
Exactly what?
I like the Flintstones one just because the chick who played Pebbles was really hot.
What?
You mean like the 3-year-old?
There's a porn parody for everything now. But I don't think anyone's done Moby Dick, so they could capitalize on it. You'd be the Great White Whale. Captain Ahab would be some hot fucking redhead chick
Oh,
who tried to
So
harpoon.
Just jump out of the water onto the boat and fuck the shit.
There would be a weird dichotomy, of course, because she would be trying to harpoon the whale. So I don't know if this would be a pegging video or if it would just be, you know.
Jesus Christ. I can really keep up. Is Taylor Swift still popular in music? I don't know. Like, what is this porn parody? I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, Taylor Swift is
anytime a new movie or anything comes out in the news now, porn companies, the newest trend is to make a porn parody video of the show, the story, whatever.
Like Frozen.
Frozen.
Frozen. That's a cartoon.
Yeah, and that's a porn
Doesn't
parody
mean
as well.
anything for the porn.
Yeah, hentai. There you go.
Oh my god.
It's the new.
Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube, for not helping us once we run out of topics.
We're educating everybody on porn and
what happened
beer.
in the good old days of like Nicki Minaj videos in your imagination? What the fuck?
Nicki Minaj videos do not leave anything for your imagination.
No, and they're pretty goddamn gross.
She's trash.
That's not true. They leave that little strap between the butt cheeks, so you don't quite know what her butthole looks like.
Exactly. Well, that's why it's not porn.
It's a mystery.
Exactly.
That's softcore porn, and that's what they would call that.
It's like those cotton fabrics.
The tees, little tees.
Cheesecloth.
What does the mystical brown starfish?
It's definitely bleached, though. I guarantee that.
There's probably a good chance.
Let's piss off Lee. How about them Ottawa Senators firing their coach?
What's that?
What?
So let's piss off Lee. How about them Ottawa Senators firing their coach?
No.
How would that piss me off?
But did they hire the guy from the stands that looked just like him? His doppelganger? That'd be awesome.
Oh, what they did was they hired Dave Cameron as the head coach. Well, they didn't hire him; they promoted him to head coach. Dave Cameron was the guy in charge of their special teams. You know, the worst special teams unit in the NHL.
Oh, great.
Did I hear wrong? Did you say that was supposed to piss me off?
Yeah, well, I know you don't like hockey.
Oh, I see. I don't really care.
Lee, you don't like coffee?
No, I don't like hockey. Not
hockey. Oh, I'm sorry.
See what happens when we have Americans in the chat room? You don't like coffee?
No comment.
Really, there's 6 of you, and none of you can post anything while we're making fun of you. You guys all fucking suck. I don't know who the 6 of you are, but you're not allowed in my chat.
Chad, is this turning into a rant right now, or?
That's right.
Never watch us again. Rant and raised with the albino. Fuck you guys, Dweebs.
Well, just take it off live. Take it off live and go
fuckers.
Fuck you all. We're going offline. No, we're not yet. We're still not going offline. If I want another beer, though, I got to turn my camera off because I'm wearing Ninja Turtle tighty whities, and you don't really need to see me walking around in Ninja Turtle tighty whities.
We still have a lot more important things to talk about.
Dude, we're all just thankful that you're wearing some sort of underwear.
Where's Guy when you need him? For fuck's sakes.
Oh, jeez, he's working.
So, for any of you that are still watching that are even contemplating coming to the beer festival, we actually have a great lineup so far. Here, let me go into our lineup. Because we're actually at 18 breweries as of, 17 breweries and 1 cidery right now. And actually, the lineup is starting to actually get me excited. I know it's my festival, so I should always be excited. But the mix of new breweries and old breweries is actually starting to get exciting to me, especially since most of them have told me the type of things they're thinking of bringing, which actually excites me too. So we have, the Innocent or Chente Brewing Company.
That's the one that comes with Devin's beard hair, right?
Yeah, that's the one that comes with Devin's beard hair. Brimstone, which is the place we're doing it. Mill Street. Wellington. Wellington didn't come to the last one, but they're excited for this one. Black Oak.
I feel like I need to go. I feel like I need to go to this.
You do. Silversmith.
Because I need to get educated on Canadian beers.
take the fucking week off, man. Come up, join us. You can stay here. You don't need all that much.
Okay. I won't promise anything, but I'll try my best to get up there.
Brewing Company. All you have to do is get to my house. Once you get to my house, we can find carpools and everything else. Killanan Brewing Company. Beau's All Natural. Refined Fool. That one excites me. I'm actually excited for Black Swan because they're brand new. I'm actually excited for Refined Fool.
Yes,
Cameron.
I am as well. Yep.
5 Paddles. I'm excited for anything from 5 Paddles. Sorry, me and my internet are fighting right now. Descendants. Clifford Brewing Company, which Clifford Brewing Company is a contract brewer right now, but he's supposed to be opening in February of 2015 in Hamilton. A Brothers Brewing Company, which is from Fort Erie, well, not Fort Erie, sorry, Grimsby, Ontario, so still the Niagara region.
Grimsby, holy shit!
Sawdust City Brewing Company.
Wasn't that like the Toothpaste Brothers that, like?
No, that's Brothers Brow.
Oh, okay.
And then Brickworks, and Brickworks is our cider house that's coming so far. So that's 18 breweries, 17 breweries and 1 cider house. That's an exciting lineup so far. I'm hoping for another 7 by the time we're done, and I'm excited. So far, we also have Deep South, which is the barbecue food truck that we had last year, and Georgian Hots, which is another company from them, which is a high-end gourmet hot dog company, which kind of makes me excited.
2 questions. Will it be a vegetarian food truck? And 2, will the Brothers Brow be doing a collaboration or contract brew at Innocente to be presented at the festival?
To answer your second question, I would say no, because that would be illegal since they don't have liquor licenses.
They can get it by then.
To the first question, I don't know. I put out a bunch of invites. If any of you know any food trucks you want there, send them a message and send me a message to send them a message. I've invited a bunch of food trucks, but I've only heard from that one so far.
Will there be any vegan-friendly or gluten-free food trucks?
Fuck you, Ethan. Again, the same thing as I said to the last one. I don't.
He's got cider, gluten-free.
I have cider, I have cider, which is gluten-free. But I don't know what's going to happen with the food trucks. I've invited a bunch of them. I'm going to keep inviting until I get at least 6. So far, I have 2. 2 from one company, so I counted it 1. Actually, they're the only people that have paid me so far. They're the only people that sent a check the second they said we're coming, because they're excited. They sold out. Their truck actually sold out before the end of the festival. Like, they're excited to be at this thing.
Well, that's good. I had this.
He walked up to me and he's like, "Here's your $100. Do whatever you want with it. I don't even care. I just made like $10,000 today."
Wow.
I was gonna say, since we were talking about porn.
What? Ooh.
I got this thing on here. Did you guys hear about the incident? I forget where it was, but they
lost a porn beer bottle up their vagina?
No, there were furries, and I guess that there was a gas leak in one of their events that they had, and no pun intended, but they had a gas leak, and like the news was all over about it, saying that it was a chemical attack. I was like, this is like the best news report I've ever heard. A chemical attack on a bunch of furries. So, and you just see the picture, and the picture is this. I don't know if it's a lion or something. He's just crossing his arms, neck right behind a unicorn. It's
I haven't seen that, but that's awesome.
Lee's a furry.
It's just one of the news guys on the top leading news, like Fox News. He just had to walk off this show just because he just couldn't stop cracking up laughing.
You see the stem on that glass? That is going to be your neck.
It's just so funny.
Is it a Z stem?
Okay, Matt DRP asked a question. He said, "If you want questions, here's another one. How do you know what types of beer you can age other than they say it on the bottle?" Okay, Matt, here's the thing. If it's bottle conditioned, you can age it for sure. If it's not bottle conditioned, if it's over 8%, you can usually age it. styles don't matter as much as the ABV. The ABV keeps it static. Stouts
Stable.
can usually be aged as long as they're I'm drinking now. Okay, fuck you. I've drank a lot of big beers. Fuck you. Yeah, the ABV matters a lot more than style. But stylistically, usually an imperial stout, a barley wine, a double IPA can be aged, but whether or not it stays good over age is up to you.
Imperial Porter.
Imperial Porter, Icebox, anything over 8% can usually be aged. If it's anything under 8%, that's a question. Stylistically, again, it doesn't matter as much as ABV to me.
The way I always look at it is a beer that's sort of malt forward is better to age than a beer that's hoppy because you're generally going to lose the hops after a while.
Yeah, you do lose hops, especially with New World hops. If they use New World hops, you're fucked. If they use Old World hops, you're usually okay.
Yeah, I just had you know what's funny about that? I just made a video. So the guy who made the comment, if you're watching, I just made a video about cellaring. I just made a cellar beer video of what I have in my private stock. But I actually have. What's funny is that you said a malt forward beer. I actually decided to age a Hurricane malt liquor. So I just wanted to see what would happen.
I just kind of want to say right now, you shouldn't watch Ethan's video because I've seen some of his videos and he doesn't know what he's talking about at all.
Half the time, yes. And you know what, Lee? You are correct.
Are you saying he has a stupid palate?
Everyone has.
He's 100% wrong.
100% wrong.
How many beers should I grab out of the fridge?
You know what? In fact, I think that he should barrel age all of the, or not barrel age, just age all of his Pilsner beers. Those are all wonderfully.
Yes.
You know, it really.
Want to walk with me? Do you guys want to go to the fridge with me?
Oh, what's in the fridge?
Is that should I go to the bathroom?
What's in the fridge today, guys?
Should we go see what's in the fridge today?
Hey, I'm like a hillbilly with pots of flinging of clanging.
All these pans clanging and clanging like a deadly hillbillies.
Let's go see what's in the fridge today, boys.
Yeah,
Chat should I'm serious.
Porn.
You should just do a parody video of that.
Listen, guys.
Let's see. Hey, guys. Let's see what's in the fridge today.
There you go. Right, spot on.
If you got anything there, you can pair with some smoked Gouda and some cheddar.
Chet.
Hey,
Gorgonzola, some blue cheese gorgonzolas.
Chet,
right here is glass shelf number 1.
Oh, wow.
Glass shelf number 2. Glass shelf number 3.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
We have to see yours.
Ric Flair, you got lots of glasses.
We at the fridge.
What time is it, guys?
We at the fridge, guys.
The gauge says empty.
I can't even tell what you guys can see right now. Let's open the fridge. Whoa, the fridge is open.
I've only one question for you, Chad. Does your fridge have Comcast internet?
It does. Comcast.
I'm driving a man today.
In the fridge door is my review beers.
Here we are at John Henry Tunnel, driving man again today.
Steel driving man.
Dude, I have to put this on mute. I can't.
John Henry Steel driving man today, guys. Wasina City.
What's tap room and grill.
I'm trying to save this for you guys coming up in May.
Proven until guilty. Does it have a bottle on date, Chad? Because if it doesn't have a bottle on date, that really checks my ass.
Yes, it actually does have a bottle on date.
Holy crap.
Clown shoes.
You know, I just said that today, too. Because I have one in my...
shoes today?
It can't be as good as Bell's 2-Hearted Ale.
Clown shoe.
I'm going to pull out the Scotch Whiskey Porter.
You know what's funny about that is every time I see clown shoes on the shelf, I always say that to myself, too, out loud.
Clown shoes.
Yup. I get weird scares.
Barrel Master Select from this year, which is the one that went to New Brunswick that wasn't good enough to be sold anywhere else in Canada.
Ontario's just not a big enough market for it to be sold.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. Congratulations, New Brunswick. You special fucks.
No, the worst part was, Nick was drinking it one night, and he made fun of me. He's like, "Look what I have that you don't have." So I sent a message to Nick, the other Nick, the Nick that runs Innocent Gun Canada, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this, Nick? Why don't I have the ability to get this beer?" And he goes, "Well, actually, something went wrong with that beer, and New Brunswick had already put their order in, so we gave it to them anyway."
Oh my god, they pulled a fucking dark horse on them? Holy
Yeah.
shit. Is this sour, too?
I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. He sent me 2 bottles to try. So I have one to review, and I have one to drink right now, because I'm full of the beers to drink right now.
No, they won't know any different out in New Brunswick. Fucking just send it to them.
Exactly. Clown shoes.
Call it King of Brunswick. That's what we call it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big guy for parodies. I tried to do a parody once, and there was only 2 guys that parodied me, and it was Lee and somebody else, and I don't remember who, and Lee won the competition. So I'm not good at parodies. I don't know parodies all that well, but I really want to do one now. Now that we just made fun of clown shoes and everything else, I kind of want to.
I think Lee should do a whole series on imitations of other beer reviewers in reviews.
I think every beer reviewer should do a Christopher Walken impression.
I can't do a Christopher Walken impression. That's sad as it is, but
okay, so which one of these beers should I drink? Should I drink beer 1 or beer 2?
2.
Both.
Well, I'm probably going to drink both, but which one should I drink right now?
Oh, you don't have that fancy glass where you can put 2 in the same fucking glass and drink them at the same time?
No, I didn't spend $50 a glass.
Oh, shit.
Alchemy.
Yeah, alchemy, there you go. Yeah, the only parodies I could probably pull off are Greg and Rhino. Those are probably the only 2.
Well, why was my name mentioned?
Well, you could do Matt. All you have
Not
to do
you.
is stouty.
I can imitate a beer review like The Rules.
Oh, The Rules. Oh, shit. But, I mean, Chad, if you wanted to do a parody of Greg, all you got to do is watch the Wiseman Committee a couple times, and you'll get all the notes that you have to hit, and otherwise you're good.
Let's see what's in the fridge today, guys.
Yeah,
Power stack.
I'm gonna.
Okay, I've heard a 1 and a 2. So
It's beer 30.
I'm gonna finish this fella
Yellow
off.
Groove. Oh my fuck, Yellow Groove.
Oh,
Gauge is on empty. You know what that means.
Good beer right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, look at this, guys. Power stack, guys. They got some extra tartar sauce here in the trays for us. It's tartar sauce.
Okay,
Look
do I
at
drink beer 1 or beer 2, motherfuckers? I have 1 for each.
Number 2.
Number 2 is usually the best. Oh, we're talking about beer.
I almost just broke a glass there.
That's Innocent Gun Scottish Whiskey Porter.
Oh,
I'm drinking the perfectly appropriate glassware, the Silversmith Brewing.
Hashtag proper glassware.
Which Silversmith cup is that? Is that the?
It's just a regular pint glass.
Because their fucking Weissbier glass is beautiful.
No, when I went there, they had a deal where if you bought a pint of their beer, you got the free pint glass with it. So that's what I got.
Well, that's fine and dandy, but I'm just saying their Weissbier pint glass is beautiful, and their black lager pint glass is beautiful. Lee drank from their pint glass, and so did Paul. Their pint glass for the black lager is actually a German mug, a German.
The thing I remember about Silversmith, and granted I had been drinking a bit, so I had already been to Oak's house and drank a bit, so I don't remember everything, but I just remember everything being very expensive over there.
Well, they're both expensive. I mean, you're in Niagara-on-the-Lake when you're at those breweries.
Oak's house was ridiculously expensive. Silversmith was just a little bit overpriced.
Yeah, for both of them, it's more expensive if you're taking it to go home. If you're drinking it at the bar, they're both expensive, but they're not that expensive. They're expensive for the region, but if you take Ottawa and Toronto and all that into account, drinking at the bar isn't that bad. But to bring something home, I'm sorry, a black lager should not cost me $9 ever.
Well, it's kind of like Bellwoods. Like when you go to the bar at Bellwoods, their prices on like getting the beer there is not too bad. But when you actually get it in bottles and you compare it to what you can get like 650s for, when Bellwoods bottles are all 500s, they're very overpriced.
Okay, let's check something out here.
That being said,
oh, it is too. Okay, so this is the Barrel Master Select. It's not the one I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking the Scottish Whiskey Porter. But this is in a brown bottle, as you can see. It's the brown bottle that they're now doing for everything. Here's the thing, Anus and Gun, and you're never going to watch this. I'm going to send this to Nick, and I'm going to say, Nick, this is what I think. But you don't have to do the box anymore. You don't have to add the dollar for a price because of the box anymore. You're in a brown bottle now. You don't have to box it. If you're going to box it, keep it in the clear bottle that you think looks so much better. But if it's brown bottled, charge a little bit less and get rid of the fucking box. There's no reason to fucking waste that cardboard.
Yeah, I think that's sort of stems from their whole barrel aging identity, where they sort of present their beers like little miniature Scotch bottles, basically.
Yeah, like look at these, right? If these are sitting side by side, even without the box, this still looks
more
exquisite.
It looks more elegant.
Yeah. So you don't need a box anymore to say this is a specialty beer and this isn't. You need the fucking paper label instead of the plastic label. That's all.
Are you guys talking about like Firestone Walker beers, like how they have theirs in a box or whatever, or like Manifesto?
Did you try Manifesto yet?
Not yet. I have not. I have the Matador and the Manifesto in the lineup.
So you have the Matador 2.0, right?
I suppose so. Yeah.
El Toro Bravo.
Yeah.
Okay, because I have the Matador. I have the 2-year-old bottle of the Matador, the original double IPA aged on cedar, on Spanish cedar. If you're coming in May, I'll save it until you get here in May. If not, I'll review it before that.
Okay.
And after you drink it, you definitely will be coming in May.
Some Guinness Generous Ale.
I've never had that. How is that?
It's not very generous. Let's just say that. I feel like I'm turning more. I feel like I'm turning into a snob, really, because I'm sure if 3 years ago when I started reviewing beer, I think I probably would have gotten a better score, but I don't know. It's just like the same with the Winter Spirit. It's just you only taste it on mid palate, and then it just washes over. It's a very light bodied beer.
I get a lot of people that get mad at me because I'll review a beer and I'll be like, yeah, you know what, this is an average beer at best, and they're like, oh my god, this is great. You know what? I've had 2,500 plus beers now. It's done.
Yeah.
I'm past the point where it matters. I'm past the point where your whining actually affects me. I don't care. This is how I feel about this beer. This is how this beer is. Whether or not you like it, whatever, I don't give a shit. This is this beer. We all have to admit that sooner or later it gets harder and harder to review beers. And sometimes I'll review a beer and I'll say it. If I had this beer years ago, this would probably be amazing. At this point, it's mediocre because in the stout variant, I've had X amount of beers that are better than it. And that just is the way it ends up going.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, Chad, the interesting thing is, I heard you say, I don't know if it was on this BDU or one of your reviews or whatever, that you tend to be a little tougher on stouts than you are on other types of beers. And I find I'm the opposite, because since I tend to have always loved the hoppy beers, I'm incredibly tough on IPAs. Whereas if I get a good stout,
that all came from Harry C. Peters. Harry Charles Peters posted a thing on my Facebook about how, regardless of whether or not you think you're being honest, there's all these different variants that can change your honesty. And he's right. There are different things that can make your honesty be a different level. But the difference is I admit fully that I'm usually harder on stouts and porters than any other style because those are the styles I love the most. I love whites. I'm harder on whites than any others. I love sours. I'm harder on sours than anything else. I'm actually fairly lenient on lagers because I don't like them. So if I get a lager that's amazing, it usually will get a 9 because I hate lagers. I hate pilsners. I hate kolsches. And hate isn't a good word, I know. Oh my god, you're using the word hate. But I don't like them. They're just too mild and too mellow and too boring for me. I don't like them. I'd rather drink something else. So yeah, I don't like them. Do I drink other things mostly? Yeah, but if I find a Kolsch that I like, am I excited? Yeah, because it's a Kolsch that I like. You know, I'm pretty sure that Lee's anyone that reviews beer that doesn't admit there's a style that they're harder on and a style they're softer on is kind of lying, I think, because
I'll
once
agree
you
with
drink
you
a whole
on
bunch,
the Kolsch style. I'm not. I'm not a huge fan of that either.
yeah, like we all have something that we don't like and something that we do like, and it's always going to be somewhat biased because of that style. But at the same time, just seeing stout doesn't make me love it. Seeing stout makes me think that I should love it, and then once I drink it, if I don't love it, I'm actually angry that I don't love it. Péché Mortel, for instance, I don't like coffee, so the fact that Péché Mortel is so coffee forward, I hate it. And I love stouts, but coffee stouts aren't always my thing, and that's the other thing about styles. There's so many subgenres of each style that you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I don't like coffee either, but I like stout. So
I'm now convinced that Chad is actually just a reverse bigot who hates all things white.
You're right.
All I know is if it's not a whale, I won't like it.
It's true. You and even Wales. Ewer doesn't like Wales. Firestone Walker 17. Fuck you.
That's not a whale. It's a fucking turd, man. Shelf turd.
Yeah, like a year ago, if in 2013, pretty much any IPA I had would probably get a 9 out of 10. As long as it's not an English IPA, which I don't really like, I would give it a 9 out of 10.
I'd second that.
Nowadays, I rarely give IPAs 9 out of 10s because I tend to just be really hard on them, and I don't, unless it really impresses me, I don't give it a 9 out of 10.
I agree with you. It's so easy to fuck up an IPA, I think. There's so little room to hide. I mean, they're not as malt forward, like we get some big stout stuff, so it's harder to hide those inconsistencies or those off things. Not saying off flavors, but those little weird things. It just, I don't know. You get a big stout that's robust. It just, everything sort of like melds together, and those little weird things like, I can get away with that because it got so much caramel and sugar and
especially
all that
some
shit
of that barrel
so.
aged stuff really tends to hide any flaws it has.
Sure. The bigger the beer, and that's what they say. I was reading like a homebrewing book. It was like about, you can start homebrewing like a really simple beer, but it's so, you have no room for error, like, because you will notice every fuck up you make on a simple beer. So
well, that's the thing, right? Everybody thinks that they should start on a light lager and this and that. And anytime somebody asks me homebrewing advice, I say start with a bolder style. And they're like, well, it's harder to do. No, it's actually easier to do. You can fuck up a fucking stout and it'll still be good. You can't fuck up a light lager and it be good. Right. You make your 50, 60 liters of light lager, and you fuck something up, it's going to taste fucked up. It's just the way it is. I mean, Lee would say I'm a good homebrewer. Some of you guys would say I'm a good homebrewer. I still can't do a good light beer.
I wouldn't want you to do a good light beer.
Well, I'm not saying you'd want me to. I'm just using it as an example. Like, there's a lot of people that say I homebrew very well, but I can't do a light beer good.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing too. Like a lot of these craft brewers that put out like awesome, highly sought after beers, none of them are fucking light. I mean, I don't know if that's just because more goes into it. It's hard to produce, all other shit. But the bottom line is, you find so few sessionable ales, or a lot fewer anyways, done, as well as, there's so many KBSs in fucking bourbon counties of the world versus a really nice.
I'm gonna do something unheard of. The chat in Ethan's hands. I've got to go upstairs for a second.
Okay. I'll say I agree with you there, Ewart. I mean, that's the way the culture has gone, though, hasn't it? The culture has always been towards the more extreme beers, the big beers, the hoppy beers and shit like that. People don't give a fuck about milds, really. Like,
in my area, actually, there's a bunch of people that geek out over the whole, like, Hill Farmstead, like Saison Farmhouse, like super subtle stuff that I just can't really get all that excited about. And people around here, there's a sect of people that geek out over that stuff.
What
Even that stuff isn't that light. That stuff is still
There-
like 7 and 8%.
Is it?
But it's not even more. I mean, 6-7% is to me is kind of like. But it's also a matter of body taste and all that stuff. It just doesn't work for me, and people freak out over that stuff.
Well, yeah, it's not just your area; it's all over. Hill Farmstead is it's like super geek central because it's about the journey, man.
But all the
About
beers,
the journey,
all beers I've
about
had
the
from
well
them
water,
have been
Vermont.
mild.
Yeah, but really a style like a really proper British mild with like a lot of flavor and body to it, but at a low alcohol. That's a style that isn't. No one gives a fuck about for the most part.
Yeah. Well, because it's easy to fuck up, and a lot of people fuck it up. People can't do a good ESB like properly.
I wish I could find beers that are 4 and 5% that blew me away.
Yeah.
I wish I would drink more.
I will just say this: stay classy. That was 2.8%, and it is fucking. I think it's one of the best beers I've ever had, just based on the fact that it's 2.8%. You know,
Yeah.
just that alone is like holy. It's mind blowing at that level.
That's
it tastes that good.
That's one of those beers where I really want to retaste, because the one time I tasted it, I was not impressed. To me, it tastes like a cat pee bomb. And you know what? Considering it costs the same amount as Wizard Wolf, I would buy a Wizard Wolf over that every single day of the week.
Is Stay Classy like a Simcoe hopped?
I think was it Simcoe or something. I don't know my hops that well, to be honest.
Yeah, well, it has
That's what
it has a combination. I don't know the hop profile. I just know that I ignore whatever if it's more dank. I mean, I like a dank hop profile anyways, but if it's not really overly citrusy, but I just know it's light. The malt bill is still strong enough where it still carries it, and it's only that light. I'm like, holy shit, this is that's the part that blows me away, is how light in ABV it is for as much flavor as you get. So I don't even, at that point, I ignore what side of the spectrum of the hop profile is on, because I mean it's tolerable. It's not so cat pissy or orangey or anything like that. It's not one side of the spectrum for me, anyways.
Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong. It was certainly a good beer. It wasn't a bad beer. It just to me, I think I rated a 6.5 out of 10, something like that. Just to me wasn't like a blow me away beer, whereas a Wizard Wolf to me is like an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, Wizard Wolf's a good beer. What's that, 4 or so?
I think that's 4.5.
Yeah. So
Has anyone had a chance to try the GLB Citradiction yet?
I had that today, actually. I had that tonight. I thought it was fantastic.
I agree with you. It is a fantastic beer.
Yeah, I wish there was maybe a bit more of a caramel malt or something just beneath all that, but I thought it was an excellent example of that hop. I thought it would really carry it nicely. I mean, for me personally, I do like a little bit more of a body, but otherwise, it was not offensive. It wasn't. I thought it was nice, man. It was really nice.
To me, it's basically like if you took like a Karma Citra and just add a little bit of water to it, you basically get a Citradiction.
Maybe, yeah. I never had the Karma Citra, so I don't know, but it was pretty watery. It was pretty aqueous, so.
Perhaps you might find the Karma Citra you may just find the Karma Citra just has a better flavor profile, and it's a little bit thicker, as you say, and has more of a body to it than the Citradiction, which is I think 4% or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to kick out of here. So have a good night, gentlemen.
See you later, Lee. Your head
Peace
must
out.
be sweating like hell after wearing the mask.
Peace out,
No, it's actually very well ventilated. I'm not sweating at all. So.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Cheers,
Peace
guys.
out.
Bye.
Yes,
See ya.
cheers.
Yeah. I'm out too. I'll see you guys later.
All right,
All right.
Matt.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Well, I'm just going to add to what Bylog said before about the taste of, like IPAs and stuff that you said before. I think that, say 2 years ago, I probably would have drinking anything that said IPA, but now, now that I've drinking a lot more IPAs, I feel like I just look for more like pineapple, tropical fruit kind of IPAs, more attractive than, say, like more pine resin forward beers. So,
Have you ever had Palate Wrecker by Green Flash?
no, but
No.
I've passed it up like at least 1,000 times every time I
Oh,
went.
Wow.
Well,
No, I mean Green Flash.
do me
No,
a
they're a
favor,
great brewery,
because-
but there's so many beers to choose from, and I just have
yeah,
a short budget. So
yeah. Do yourself a favor, just for a fun try, because to me, the last time I had that was just probably a couple years ago. It was like a total onion garlic bomb. If you like dank beers, oof,
yeah,
man alive.
they have I had their white IPA, and I found that really enjoyable. Their Le Freak was pretty good too.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but apparently they had a. No, go
Oh.
ahead. What were you saying?
Well, I was saying, I've never been disappointed by one. To me, they're like Lagunitas, just a little bit of a higher price point for me personally.
Yeah, I think they're better than Lagunitas, but
I've tried.
that's
I've
just my
tried,
opinion.
Yeah.
I've tried two
That's
beers from
it.
them. I tried their double IPA, which I didn't like very much, but I tried their Le Freak, which I thought was the better of the two I tried. It was pretty decent beer.
Yeah, but stuff like that though, it's like if I can remember correctly, it's a combination of two different beers, or
I think that one was their double IPA mixed with their Belgian IPA. Or
yeah, it's like it to me. I feel like it's like, what are you really looking for? I mean, I understand the whole Belgian yeast, because I think I can remember that, but it's just I don't know.
For the record, I've also had two Lagunitas beer, and just completely comparing the two beers I've had from each brewery, I prefer Lagunitas, but that's not really a fair
Right.
comparison. But
But that's your opinion.
The two Lagunitas
Yeah.
beer I've had, I thought were fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of Lagunitas beers, and Brown Sugar and Sucks.
We just got that in. We just got that here.
Oh my god, nothing tops those two in the Green Flash
If
lineup.
if I like Brown Sugar just as much, then I'll probably switch that to
Yeah.
Lagunitas.
Yeah,
But
Brown Sugar is amazing. Sucks is incredible.
have you guys had what was it? Have you guys had Dogfish Head's Beer 1000?
No.
Okay,
I know Average Trolls had it. I want to try it because I'm a Dogfish freak, but
Yeah.
not had it.
Well, yeah, I like trying anything they have, really, because, I mean, I know a lot of people don't like them because of the fact that they go out of the zone of normal or anything like that. But I just like trying their stuff because it's just some of their stuff's a little different. I just like trying to, tease my palate with different beers. But I saw Beer 1000, and they said that it had like 10 different hops, 10 different malts, and I'm like, when's enough? I mean, I'm not going to be able to tell the difference between what is what in here, so...
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was worth trying or what.
I don't know. There's certain breweries after a while, and you know which ones they are for you personally. Like I'll try almost anything they do. So because they're just a good producer of beer, they just, even if it's a little different or a style that you're like, another Belgian pale ale, like, oh fucking come on, like just. But you know what? You trust them.
Right.
They've earned that trust by producing beers that suit your palate, that impress you, that challenge you, and like, you know what? I'll give it a go. And then,
when I had
not everyone's a winner, but they're not always looking to. Not every beer is pushing the envelope necessarily. Some of them are just finding a nice little foothold in a different segment. Like when they did. A lot of their sort of their bomber beers, like even Bitches Brew. Bitches Brew isn't out there to be the biggest, darkest. It's a nice, big, roasty stout that's just in a different.
Who is that? Who is that by? Is that by them or?
Yeah, Dogfish does that.
Bitches Brew.
Or Theobroma or.
Oh yeah, I've had Theobroma.
Or fucking Sati. They're just. You know, they're not. I mean, they're off beers, like they say. They're different, but
Yeah.
they're not extreme.
I had their Wasabi. It was really
Oh.
good as a
Oh, I
pale
love
ale.
wasabi.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent as a pale ale, but and for some people it was confusing because they use the wasabi root as more of a, not so much as a hot beer, just mostly as a as a hop character, as a bitter hop character.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool of them to do.
Yeah, I love wasabi actually. I love that beer.
Yeah.
And if there was more around, I'd buy more of it. But now all I see is like Theobroma and the one with the cranberries and lingonberries, whatever that.
Oh, with the girl on the front.
Yeah.
That one is supposed to be the oldest beer out of all their ancient ales, apparently.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, that they said that they found a girl who was something about a Viking, or she was like part of the Nordic clan or something, and they found just like stuff around. I guess I don't know. You have to watch one of their videos. They're quick sip clips, but I just remember watching that and I knew I picked one up. So.
Yeah. No, I'm very excited though about the Raison Dextra. I've not had. I thought I've had Dextra. I was just checking through some of my notes. I've had Raison Detra a bunch of times, but Dextra.
Raison Detre.
Yeah, I've had. Yeah.
Raison Detra was actually really good.
Yeah, that I have to say was one of the best, and I'd never seen it around ever since then. Ever since I tried it 4 years ago, I've never seen it around here.
Yeah.
I see Lee left while I was gone.
Yep.
What?
Lee left while I was gone?
Yeah, he said good night, motherfucker.
He said he specifically didn't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah.
But I will say this about Dogfish Head: when I had their Noble Rot, I could appreciate the fact that they did make it, with like grape must and everything. Like I could appreciate that. I'm not much of a wine drinker, but I think wine drinkers.
The 61-minute IPA?
Well, that too. That's another one too that they make. That's supposed to be like a wine-like quality. But with their Noble Rot, I mean, I found it enjoyable, but at the same time, I'm like, would I buy this again? Probably not. It's like one of those.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a fun one to try for sure. And the fact that
guys, I apologize to the 8 viewers we have and to the 3 people I have left on the panel. I had to leave and see how my wife was doing. She still is not 100%. So, I missed Lee leaving, but there's 80 of you. Give us a fucking question. Why are you leaving us on our own? Why are you leaving us on our own? When we're left on our own, that's when stupid shit happens.
Time out.
Chat.
Paul left as well. No one gives a fuck. Exactly. Thank you.
Well, he didn't say anything, so he might be back.
Yeah, Paul always leaves.
He'll usually come around 3 o'clock in the morning or so.
So these are the 2 movies that I actually got in the mail, and I forgot I even ordered them. I ordered them back in May on Amazon. Dead Snow 2, Red vs. Dead. For those of you that didn't see Dead Snow 1, it's like a Swedish horror movie that's Nazi zombies. Awesome. Dead Snow 2, it's the one survivor versus the Nazi zombies.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I did see Dead Snow.
Are we gonna see Are we gonna see a video review on that, Chad, or?
If you come up in the April/May weekend, you will be part of that video. We'll do it for They Must Be Destroyed on Sight, and then Doctor Who Season 8. For those of you that actually watch Doctor Who, I didn't think that the seasons were only 12 episodes. This one's only 12 episodes. I think that's fairly short for a Doctor Who season. I think they're usually 20.
Doctor Who.
But this is the new Doctor, right? The what, 13th, 14th Doctor?
It would be probably 15th. I don't know. I don't watch Doctor Who, but I just know that the whole numbers thing. Chad, I got an important question for you. I'm having
nothing important to it. Questions for me, unless it's can I stay at your house? And then as long as you tell me you're coming, you can stay at my house.
No, I do a craft beer tasting with just a bunch of friends and stuff, and I was just curious. A lot of beers that say I bring, they do not like whatsoever. So, and this might help.
Sorry?
The beers that I bring, they do not like whatsoever, and they're not, say, connoisseurs, if you want to call it that, or anything. So, I mean, but they just like drinking. They're not Bud Light drinkers either. So, I was just curious of what your opinion would be on, having, and maybe even help somebody out who who's watching this too, if they're having a little craft beer tasting or whatever, like what would be a good starter beer?
Tell me a beer they didn't like. A consensus beer.
Yeah, you need to tell us
I
what
gotta-
they
I
didn't
can't-
like so we can have an idea.
Well, it was like 2 months ago, so it's gonna be hard for me to remember. But
and you got to remember also that he's coming from Ohio, where they have a much bigger beer selection than here in Ontario.
yeah, which is
I know. Well, my
well,
market is similar to
this
his,
is how
so-
it went. It was the first annual one that I had, and it went horrible because of the fact that no one brought any beer because I told them to bring some, and they didn't even bring any. So that was a total shit fuck going on. But yeah, so I had to like pull some stuff out from my basement and from my fridge that I had laying around. But one of them was Brainless on Cherries from Epic Brewing Company, and a couple of them did like that one. But when I whipped out Dogfish Head's, what was that? Their it wasn't their Namaste. It was Pelo Santo Marron. That one, yeah, they did not like that one whatsoever, and I couldn't believe that because that's like one of that is like so good, and I was just like, man, I couldn't believe it. But then
I've never had that, so I don't know.
let me just tell you this: the majority, there was 4 people that came to it. 3 of them were girls, and one of them was a guy. See, so I think that was another part of the problem too, as well. So
what you're saying is that you organized it, just nobody followed the rules. Like
pretty much, yeah. And I did it I did it like 2 weeks in advance too. So. And the only one that they liked that they could all agree on was the Smith and Forge hard cider. That was it.
So I mean, it comes down to the fact that these people are craft beer people, but they're not craft beer people.
Yeah, like they won't drink Bud Light, but they might drink, maybe a Boston Lager or something. So I was trying to look for something like maybe a one up of, like, say, Sam Adams or anything like that.
That's where everybody should go to their favorite brewery. Everybody should say, "This is my favorite brewery. This is what I'm bringing. I'm bringing 2 beers." Like, you need to make a rule for your thing. If your beer tasting is 8 people, each person brings 2 beers. Each of you, like all 4 of you, say, "This is my favorite brewery. This is where I'm bringing my beer from," and you bring 2 beers, like 2 bottles of 2 beers. So 4 bottles each, just so you can share between you.
Idealistically, that's how I wanted it to go.
Bye, go home. You're not drinking my beer. Basically, the way it is. You need to actually have these rules, or else they're going to use you all the time. I mean, I did my beer review. I lost a lot of my cast members because nobody wanted to help pitch in for beer. If you don't pitch in for beer, you're done. You're gone. And we're not doing it anymore.
Because
you're not drinking all my shit.
Yeah, I did it a day before, and I told them all, I was like, "Bring a beer, don't forget." Nope, didn't happen. So.
Yeah, as soon as they walk into your house without a beer, say, "You know what, guys? I thank you for coming, but yeah."
Yeah. Or I could just tell them to just go down to the gas station real quick.
People get angry and all that, but you know what? You have your chance to get beer, especially with 2 weeks in advance before your beer tasting. You have a chance to get beer.
Yeah. Well, I'm having
the beer cast I still have, which isn't a big cast, but the cast I still have will not show up without at least 1 beer in their hands. I mean, they might show up and we'll review 13 beers, but they brought 1 beer, so I'm okay with that.
Right.
No beer? Fuck you, go home.
Well,
You're not drinking my shit anymore.
The next lineup I'm gonna have is gonna be Christmas beers, but I'm not really looking forward to that because I don't know. I'm not much of a seasonal, beer kind of guy. I was thinking about bringing to the lineup was Le Fer du Monde from Unibrew or Unibrow, but
Le Fin du Monde, the end of the world. It's a Greek.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I thought, because it's gonna be the same girls that are coming, so I figured, that might be a good one that they might like, maybe. I don't know.
What you really should do is say, you know what, with these beer gatherings, you have to be on camera. That would be awesome.
You know what? I was gonna film that one, but then they were like, "No," they were like, "I don't."
Well, that's why you say, "Look, guys,
I should just hide it next time."
I'll try. No. Well, the thing is, they have to know that they're on camera so that they can't come back and say, "Oh, it's an invasion of privacy."
Yeah.
They have to know they're on camera, but say, "Look, this is what I want to do. I want to post it on my video." You don't have to be. You can sit behind the camera if you're not willing to be on camera.
Right. I guess
we
I could
need to
do
be
that.
able to hear you.
Well, one of the things I was going to do for the Christmas ales was I was going to do blind taste test, and I did one at our local bar down the road, and like they have their tasting whatever, like their paddle or their plate is what they call it. And I tasted the Christmas ales, and I like the 12 Dogs from Thirsty Dog a lot better than the Great Lakes Christmas ale. I couldn't believe that, but
I'll
yeah,
be honest with you. I haven't had a beer from Great Lakes that I love, other than Nosferatu. I think that's
Wait,
the one
did
I
you
like the most.
Karma Citra? Didn't you review that one or?
Karma Citra, the one I reviewed from Karma Citra was the Ontario Great Lakes.
Yeah, I think we're
There's a Great Lakes brewery.
Okay.
There's
okay.
a Great Lakes brewery and a Great Lakes brewing company. They're different.
Right.
One is Ontario,
Gotcha.
one is Ohio.
Okay.
The Christmas ale, are you talking about the Canadian one or the U.S. one?
I'm talking about the U.S.
He's talking about the U.S. one. He's Ohio.
Yeah.
So he
I'm
would be
I'm
actually
literally
right there.
like I want to say 15 minutes away from Great Lakes. So.
Okay.
I think Alchemy Hour is one of the best IPAs in the Midwest.
Oh, you mean Chillwave IPA?
Oh, is that what they call it now? Chillwave, yeah, that's one.
No. You're right. It is Alchemy Hour. It used to be called Chillwave, but they have plagiarizing rights.
Yeah.
So.
Chillwave
I think
IPA by
that's
Great Lakes is fucking
Which I think is
awesome.
stupid, but yeah, Alchemy Hour IPA, that is pretty good. They just released their Blackout Stout, so I picked up a 4-pack of that too. So I got
Have you had Barrel Age Blackout?
No, I have not, and they don't sell it.
See, even I got
down...
one on you, and you live 15 minutes away.
Well, they don't sell it in any stores around here. I mean, I'll probably have to call them to ask, but like a lot of specialty.
You hang out with Dave.
No, I don't. No.
Thank you.
No. I've had a couple opportunities. He's offered a couple times, but it's just I don't know. It's just me. I'm just an antisocial person, so I don't like
Johnny G. Have you hung out with Johnny G?
No, I haven't hung out with Johnny G either. I mean, I've had offers of doing it, but I don't know. I'm just not a very social person. So.
Well, next time Joe comes through town, you guys should all hang out together.
Yeah, I just think, and it's just a real clusterfuck, really, because it's like, I'm trying to be. I'm not a very social person, but I'm on a social network on YouTube, so it's like it's just kind of like a give and take,
It's introverts' way of being extroverted. That's all it is. We do it through social media and the interwebs.
I've had Johnny G and I've had Dave. Dave especially, he's offered like 10 times. He's like, I'm driving through your neighborhood. I'm like, oh god.
Oh god.
But it's like
he's full. He's
offered, and I feel bad because I always tell him, and I literally do have other things I'm doing, and it's just like the worst timing. And he asked me for this Thanksgiving to see, because he's coming down here to collect a few beers. I think he said Jackie O's or something else, and he said he was driving up through here. We should like hang out or whatever. And I'm like, I can't. I was like, I'm working like 24/7 that for holidays, so I can't. So,
I know that a lot of people on this panel don't like Dave. I actually have him as a Facebook friend. I don't find him all that bad. I actually know him more than just his videos and what he says. So I know that he's not as bad as a lot of people take him to be. He's an okay guy. I think he has a different personality on YouTube and on Facebook than he actually is, from what I've noticed.
Well, yeah, I have a different personality on YouTube as well. I mean.
Yeah, but you're sitting here, you're talking to us, you're completely normal and all that. Dave, when he's on YouTube, he seems to be completely contradictory to what he is on Facebook. On Facebook, he's a normal guy. On YouTube, he seems to be, oh my god,
yeah.
He seems to have a different personality on YouTube. Yeah, especially on his rant videos. But I don't find him as bad as some people do. I do know that he isn't in my opinion, not the greatest guy I could know, but not as bad as he does come off to some people. He is an interesting guy. But then again, as I said, I'm friends with him on Facebook and on YouTube, so I've seen the two sides of him.
Yeah.
Would I hang out with him? Possibly once, just to see how he actually is without a camera on him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean.
Johnny G knows what he's like without a camera on. I would actually probably hang out with him once to know what he's like without a camera on him, to know how he actually is. And then I'd make my decision if I would ever hang out with him again or not.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with any, beer tuber at all. I mean, I think, I don't have a problem with Dave whatsoever. I've never, I think he's a decent guy.
We have 9 viewers. Who knows who their affiliations are with? Jay, for instance, some people hate Jay, some people love Jay.
Yeah,
Jay does come off, if you're friends with him on YouTube, he is fairly ignorant
Well, I
on a
wouldn't.
lot of things, but
I would.
is he a bad guy? He doesn't come off as a bad guy, but you can't deny that he is from the South. He is exactly what you expect from the Southern type of guy. He's ignorant. He's racist. He's just not. But that's where he's from. That he's a 40-year-old guy from the South. That's what you would expect from
Well, you
him.
know, when you told me about that a couple weeks ago, last time I was on here, when you said something about how it's one-sided and things like that, I was like, I didn't think of that, but I'm friends with him on Facebook, so all the things that I've seen him post about religion and things like that, I was like, oh boy, I was like, Chad couldn't have been more right, so. But that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's just
No,
it's
the
an
greatest thing
observation.
about Jay, the one thing Jay has over a lot of people that have those feelings,
it's
is
an observation.
when he gets into a group that he knows doesn't follow the same viewpoint as him, he doesn't talk about that. He completely ignores it because he knows that it's going to be a conversation that he doesn't want to get into.
Yeah.
And that's great. You're allowed. This is the thing with North America. We have freedom of speech. You're allowed, and freedom of religion. You can have whatever belief you want, but don't push it on someone else. And I give him that he pushes it on his Facebook group, and sometimes he does it on his videos, but when he's in my videos and everything like that, he doesn't say it. Because he knows that he knows I don't have the same view as him, and we've agreed upon that. We don't have the same view. This is how we both feel. We're done. We'll talk about the things that we can actually agree upon or actually converse upon, and we'll completely ignore the things we can't. And that's the best thing about the internet is some people can do that and some people can't.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I like coming on this live chat is because you can have an open discussion about certain things that you like or dislike, regardless if it's beer or not, and then just having an open discussion and say something like I respectfully disagree or something like that. So it's not to say like you are the right one. That's what that was one of the reasons why I like coming on this chat.
And I tell Jay that every time he comes on. He's like, "Thank you for allowing me to come on. You can come on. If you want to come on, you can come on." Actually,
but yeah, it's better not to try to convince people.
Lee unblocked Dave because Lee wants Dave to come on. Lee actually wants the confrontation. I don't, but I don't care who comes on as long as we're talking about beer. I don't care who you are.
Speaking of coming on, I gotta go, guys.
Oh,
cheers.
Okay. You have a good night, and hopefully we see you in May.
All right, cheers, guys. See ya.
You know what, Lee? You know what? Hopefully I see you before May, but hopefully I see you in May.
He's gone.
No,
yeah. It's just I like talking and having other people on here, and I just like having people on here who don't try to convince you that this is the right way. So.
Well, and that's every week that Jay joins. He says every time, "Thank you for letting me join. I know that I don't have." You know what? I don't care what you like. Be it you and Greg is in this chat right now. Greg said it the best. Whether you like Bud and you hate this and hate a craft beer or not, and you hate Westy 12 was what his thing was. That whether you like Bud and hate Westy 12, he doesn't care as long as you're honest, and that's what I want. I want honesty. Do you like it? Do you not like it? I don't care what you like. I just want to know where you stand.
Right. If you want to come on here and say that you're a diehard Miller Lite fan and that's your number one beer, even though that I might disagree and say that it's the most flavorless beer out there, then that's just your opinion.
And as long as you can discuss why it's a beer you don't like, I don't.
Yeah,
like
without getting stupid.
You know what? When it's ice cold, I can drink it. I have no problem with it. Do I like it? No, I don't like it. I'd rather a beer with a lot more flavor. I mean, when I'm camping and all that, I like flavorless beers. Why? Because I'm camping and just pissing in the woods. Why do I want something flavorful? Some people want to camp with barrel-aged beers. Me, when I'm camping, I want flavorless beers. That's what I want. I mean, we all have our different opinions on what we want at different times.
At the end of the day, you also have to put everything a little bit in perspective. At the end of the day, it's just beer.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee in the sink.
You go pee in the sink. I pee in the sink all the time.
At the end of the day, I think you just have to look at it that, yes, beer is awesome. We all love it. But at the end of the day, it's not our health. It's not our family's health. It's not, our career, which we use to put bread on the table. There's a lot more important things in life than beer. Beer is an awesome hobby, but you can't take it too damn serious because at that point, you got a problem.
And people take every alcohol too damn seriously. I mean, you have people that take whiskey too seriously, people that take beer too seriously, people take wine too seriously. You know what? Whether or not somebody agrees with your profile of that beer or that wine or that spirit, who gives a shit? It's a fucking wine, spirit, or beer. It's shit. It's alcohol poisoning us. I mean, let's be honest. We're all sitting here drinking alcohol tonight. That's what we're doing.
It's all ethanol.
Exactly. And it's not great for us. We all know that. Whether or not we like it, who gives a shit what we all agree with? It's great to converse about it, though. Why do you like it? This is why I don't like it. This is why you like it. This is why I like it. This is why you don't like it. We talk about Amsterdam. You don't like the Amsterdam from last year. You like the Amsterdam from last year. I like the Amsterdam from this year. We have different reasons why we don't like it. That's great.
But I hate you because of that.
Yeah, both of our palates are stupid. But you know what I mean? Like, it's great to have those conversations and be able to have those conversations.
Yeah.
And it's the best part about this is when people know to have those conversations.
And you know what? It's fun. Like, I mean, I watch all your videos, and I like the ones where you agree with me. I like the ones where you disagree with me. It's interesting. And I'll be honest, a lot of the beers I buy are based on your reviews that you say they're good. Okay, I'll try them out. Some of them I think are good. Some of them I think aren't quite so good. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't care. You thought it was good. I didn't. Whatever. I got to try it. I'll never buy it again, but whatever. I just don't understand why. I've never understood why drama has to come into something as just simple as beer. Like, to me, is beer, you get 8 friends together, you each have the beer that you want to drink, doesn't matter
It's
what
like
it is.
religion.
You enjoy yourselves, you have the beer, and that's the end of it. I don't understand why. I've never understood why there has to be so much argument with stuff like beer or other, hobbies such as beer.
Well, it really comes down to, it's just a sensitive topic. It's like, just with me locally here where I live, I have a lot of people who like to, mess with me and stuff like that about how I make beer reviews and stuff, because a lot of them drink a lot of light lagers, like, Miller, Bud Light, and stuff like that. So it's mostly, the fact of, well, you're not a real man if you don't drink light, flavorless.
We still have 6 viewers. Any of you that want in, just send me a message saying you want an invite. We'll invite you. Any of you that have questions, send it. Ethan, continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say that. But yeah, just the fact that you're not a man if you don't drink something light and flavorless, flavorless beer, as quoted in one of the books that I'm reading about.
I remember that. I remember when I used to have house parties. We used to have house parties at my house all the time because we were in Braeside. Braeside, Ontario was like 10 minutes outside of Arnprior, but 30 minutes outside of Renfrew. And it was the Renfrew police that had jurisdiction in Braeside, even though we were 10 minutes outside of Arnprior. So if somebody called about an underage party, the Renfrew police would not drive the 30 minutes to Braeside. So we always had house parties at my house. And I would always have people going, "You're not drinking Coors Light, you're not a man," because I would drink stuff like the 1 liter bottles of fucking wild berry coolers at the time. They were 8% alcohol, and it was $6 for a 1 liter bottle at the time.
Right.
And it would always be like, "You're not drinking Bud Light, you're not a man." I'm like, 8% alcohol, 4% alcohol. Who's not a man, motherfucker?
Right.
That was the talk we always had, and it was funny that people would always just assume that you're not drinking light beer, so you're not a man.
That's like if somebody, if one of my closest friends was drinking Mike's Harder Punch, it's like that's what he prefers. Like my youngest brother, he hates beer. He hates everything about beer, but he'll drink Captain Morgan all the time. And that's the thing. It's like, I'm not gonna knock him down because he drinks Captain Morgan and not beer. It just, regardless of the alcohol percentage, it's just, I understand what he prefers.
What he enjoys.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not gonna force something down someone's throat because it's more manlier.
You make your own choice of what you want to drink. I'm okay with that. Whether or not you like Bud Light or you like anything else, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah. And it's really it's the beauty of conflict. Really, is what it is. It's you can't have this without this. So you can't have prickly people without goo people. It's like that. It's like they wouldn't know that was gooey unless they had prickly people, and they wouldn't know it's prickly if they didn't
I
have
can't
goo
find
people. It's the
I
same
can't
thing.
find the join link to post for my buddy Randy.
My only thing when it comes to this type of stuff, and this is beer, liquor, food, drink, whatever the hell you're talking about. My only thing is that I think it does everyone a service to try stuff. If you don't try stuff, I think you can be fairly ignorant about whether you like something or not, because you can't say, if I haven't tried a beer, how do I know if I like it or not? But I'm not a big fan of people who refuse to try new stuff. But if you try it, it's not for you, great. Move on to the next thing. There's a lot of foods I don't like, but you know what? I'll try pretty much anything.
But you know what? How many people I have turned literally over on their sides about certain beers like Le Fin du Monde. Like that, for instance, like they didn't even know that ever even existed, but that the fact that I let them try it just to see what it tasted like, that they were like, "Whoa, this is beer," because a lot of the people that tried that don't even like beer. But the fact that I let them try that, and then that they realized, okay, wow, I really like this one, then for them to realize how many different types of beer there is out there that you might not even have tasted. So.
Oh yeah, I remember the first pale ale I tried, which was Crazy Canucks by the Canadian Great Lakes Brewery. That I almost drain poured that. I thought it was so terrible. Now it's one of my favorite regularly available beers. It's just funny how things change.
Yeah. One of the beers I tried was obviously was Dogfish Head, but another one was Sierra Nevada's Pale Ale. And that beer was so readily available. I will say this, that brewery is so excellent on their marketing technique because of the fact that they put their beer at Walmart, for instance, so that's where I picked it up. And ever since then I've never turned back. So
Yeah, first off to Greg, Crazy Canuck, the first time I had it, it was a dream for. The second time I had it with the new recipe, it was awesome. When they started using Citra and stuff, I actually like it now, and it's not just that that my taste changed, it's that my taste changed and the recipe changed. And to you, you know what, Ethan, I completely agree with you. There are times where there's a beer that sucks, and sometimes it's from a brewery that you like. I remember the first beer I had from Nickelbrook, and Nickelbrook's one of my favorite Ontario breweries. The first beer I had from Nickelbrook was their gluten-free. Fuck that beer. Fuck that. I still stand 5 years later. Fuck that beer. Do they make some of my favorite beers? Yes. Is the gluten-free my favorite beer? Double fuck that.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know which Crazy Canuck I had. I had it in 2012, so I don't know what recipe they were using. But whichever one it was, I don't think it would have mattered because at that point, anything hoppy was like, oh, this is not regular beer. This is not right. I don't like the taste of this. But after a while, you start to get used to stuff like hops, and it took me a lot longer to get used to like malts and stuff. I couldn't stomach stouts for the longest time, and now I'm really starting to enjoy them.
Okay, I see our viewers went up by one, so I posted the link on Randy's page to come and view. I don't have the join link, so if Randy wants in, I have to actually have him on my Google Plus. Randy, if it's you that's there, happy birthday, buddy. Good, happy birthday. If it's not you,
happy birthday.
oh
Oi,
well.
oi, oi.
Randy, if any of you don't know him, for the 6 people that are still here that might not be him, Rand Wolf is the guy that brings me things like the Waterloo Vanilla Porter that he picked up in Hamilton for me. He lives in Hamilton, so sometimes he can get things I can't get. It brings me a bunch of hot sauces that he finds and hot sauce additives, hot additives, shall I say, that I can't get here. So Randy is a great friend because he knows what all of his friends like, and he actually actively looks for things that his friends will like. Like he almost always gets paid back for anything he picks up, but he actively looks for things that his friends will like, and he brings them to him. Like he knows I like beer and I like hot sauce. He'll pick beer and hot sauce up for me. He knows that Paul likes this type of stuff, and he knows what all of his friends like. And if he sees it, because he travels to a lot of value villages and stuff while he's traveling around the city, he'll look for that stuff just because he knows his friends will enjoy it. So I thank him for that. So thank you, Randy, and if you're here, happy birthday to you. You're a great guy. Hopefully I'm off next Halloween so I can come to your Halloween party. You've invited me every year for the past 5 years, but I've worked in the casino every year, so I haven't been able to get it off. But I actually haven't booked off this year. So hopefully I can take the kids out and then get like Paul or somebody to drive me to your house to your Halloween party.
Does the
Cheers.
casino do anything crazy for Halloween?
The casino doesn't do shit, but we're allowed to dress up, which is an amazing thing because we have our set uniform that we have to wear.
Oh, okay.
I've been reading a lot of well, not a lot, just a couple of articles of literature here. But I was wondering, you guys have Chad's beer reviews?
Fuck
have you
Chad's
guys read
beer reviews?
I always hear you guys talking crap about him, but have you guys ever read his book? I guess that he wrote. I didn't even.
No, see, I know at one point he had a book that he was supposed to be.
Yeah, it's out now. It's out.
Well,
now.
he had 3 different book deals. He had 3 book deals, and 2 of them fell through. So maybe one of them went through. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't care to read his books.
it was the porters and stouts. That's what it was. A course.
Okay, so that one went out. Okay, I know he had a coffee table book that was supposed to be all New York beers, and then he had another book that was supposed to be all U.S. beers, and he got all these free beers from all the different U.S. breweries that sent them to him, and that got denied as well. Basically, he uses his book deals as his way of getting free beers. I've never read his stout and porter books. I think he's a fucking bastard. I hate him. I dislike him a lot. I dislike him a lot because he has the same name as me. And whenever somebody says Chad, I always think they're talking about me, but they're usually talking about him. So I get agitated about that because they're usually bad-mouthing Chad. The guy isn't a nice guy. I've met him once. He's not a nice guy. I don't care to ever see him again.
Okay, well, I got my pen and paper here. I'll just write that down. Never mention Chad's name in this chat room ever again. No, yeah, I just saw that he had
beer. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I just saw his book out, and I was curious to read it, but then I saw it was $20, and I was like, I don't know about that. So
Robert Wells just recently posted that he loves coffee stouts. Robert, there are some coffee stouts I love. There's some coffee stouts I don't love. Everybody's different. I don't like coffee all that much, so it's weird. There are some coffee stouts that are very black. I'm sorry. There's a for any of you that are new to the chat, I have a light right above me. That's a fucking.
Look at that hashtag proper lighting.
So, I'm very white right now. I'm very white to begin with because I'm albino, but I'm even more so white when I'm sitting on this camera. When I'm doing my reviews, I'm not so white. Some coffee porters I love, some coffee stouts I love, some coffee porters and coffee stouts I don't love. It all matters. If I drink coffee, I usually drink it black just because I don't like cream or sugar. But at some points you get really artisanal coffees like Madagascar coffees and stuff that are just somewhat sour and everything else. I don't like those. Like Péché Mortel from De la Ciel. Péché Mortel, don't get me wrong, it is a world-class beer. Do I like it? No, I don't like it. I've tried it twice. Well, actually, I've tried it 3 times. I tried it once when I was in my infancy of beer reviewing. It was like 4 years ago. Did I like it? No. I tried it again like 2 years ago. Did I like it? No, but I could actually accept it for a high-end beer. And then I tried it again as a barrel-aged beer, and it was good, and it made me actually enjoy it because it cut the coffee a little bit, but Péché Mortel on its own, no, not for me. Some coffee porters, some coffee stouts are really good for me, some not so much. For the two of you, I don't know what your choices are. Some people love the stuff, some people don't.
I don't like, let's say this, from the range of Big Bad Baptist Stout by Epic Brewing Company and Stone's Coffee Porter that they came out with just recently, I would have to say that I would have to go with Stone's more because I'm not a coffee drinker. I don't drink coffee whatsoever. I hate coffee. I don't like the taste of it, but it's just something about stouts I love. But the fact that, if it comes to coffee porters, I would have to go more towards Stone because it's not so in your face compared to Big Bad Baptist, because Big Bad Baptist Stout is just really in your face, a lot of coffee, and I just feel like it's just too much coffee, but that's just me. But to compare the both, I just like the lighter side of coffees just so that it can melt everything together into one. So, but yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Do any of the three of you that are here watch Doctor Who normally?
No, I don't, but my one of my brothers does watch that
Neither of you
religiously.
do?
So.
I was just going to ask, without going to look, if 12 episodes is the normal amount. I always thought that it was more than 12. Because there's only 12 episodes on this new season. I always thought it was like 20.
British television shows tend to have shorter seasons than American television shows.
It's because America's awesome.
Well, American television shows are usually 26. What the fuck is this? Plug in, find the
It's an instant gratification thing. You know, we want to see more. Now. So.
Yeah, no, I just knew that Doctor Who from other seasons I thought was more than 12 episodes. This one's 12, the new season.
The Brits just have more patience than us.
I'm Canadian, which is partially British, and no, I'm not. I'm not very patient.
It's like, what's that show, the British show Sherlock, where each season is 3 episodes.
That's a British show?
Yeah, well, it is a British show. There's
I didn't know
There's an American one too, but the British version.
Oh, okay,
is,
maybe.
I think the American one's called Elementary or something.
Yes. Okay.
But
yeah.
there's a show called Sherlock, which is quite good. But each season is 3 episodes, but each episode is like an hour and a half long, so it's almost like each episode is like a little movie. And, so it's a sort of a different format than we're used to over here. But in terms of just the coffee stouts that was being mentioned before, I almost think, I'm not a coffee drinker like everyone else here. I almost think I like a stout when it tastes more like, the best way I can describe it, when it tastes more like coffee ice cream and less like real coffee. Because I like sort of a sweet coffee flavor. I don't like coffee bitterness that you get with real coffee.
Like McDonald's McCafe iced latte.
Yeah, like if you get something like that in a beer, then I quite like it. If I'm tasting basically black coffee, it's not really going to appeal to me.
Oh, Randy, I wish you were here. I don't know if you are or not because the viewer list keeps growing. Fuck you.
We're up to 9 now. Although in all fairness, one of them is me.
We better perform. I better take my shirt off here in about 2 seconds.
Oh boy.
Randy is the man. Randy is like the guy you want on your survival team if the zombie apocalypse happens. He can make stoves out of fucking used tuna cans and cardboard. Like he is the man you want on your team. I hope he actually comes to the festival this year. I really do. I hope you come, Ethan. I hope you come.
I'll try to. I'll try. That's all I have to say.
It's more than 5 months away. Get it fucking off.
Well, fine, and don't invite me.
You gotta. Well, Chad, you gotta send me a address and everything.
You know you're invited too. What's that, Ethan?
I said send me the address and everything. I'll see what I can do.
You know what?
Niagara Falls. Get to Niagara Falls. You can stay at my house. We can drive.
Niagara Falls. Okay, yeah. Niagara Falls isn't that far. It's only like 4 hours away.
Exactly.
Chad, I'll tell you what. I can't guarantee 100% yet because a lot of it depends on whether I can get the lady friend to drive me or not. But assuming I can, which I'll...
Don't get the lady friend to drive you. Take a fucking bus and stay with us.
Take a Greyhound.
No, listen to me.
You might have to stay in a tent in my backyard, but...
Oh, yeah, camping experience. Wait, what month is this again? When is it? Oh, May God, 2nd. It's going to be cold.
Well, that's why you have to get me in. I'm coming early enough to get a basement or a living room or a bedroom spot.
I'll just drive the RV.
No, April the 30th is my birthday, so I can definitely con her into...
May the 3rd is my birthday.
Yes, I can definitely get her to become my taxi service.
And May the 2nd is the festival.
But
so May the 1st and April the 30th are the days that
Well, April 30th and April 29th are 2 days that you want to be here the most, other than May 2nd.
Yeah, so I'm definitely going to try and get there. I really wanted to make it last year. Sort of things just didn't work out last year, but I'm hoping to do so. Now, that being said, assuming I can make it, if some of the people from the U.S. can make it to Toronto, I can certainly pick them up in Toronto and drive them the rest of the way to Niagara, because it might be easier to get to Toronto than it is to get to Niagara. And I got definitely no problem with giving people a ride up there. Once you're there, you're on your own. But
yeah, and like I tell people all the time, the faster you tell me you're coming, is the faster you know whether or not you have a spot in my house. My house isn't huge, but I have a basement. I have 2 sides of the basement. I have a garage. I have a backyard, and I have 3 bedrooms.
So you have a mansion, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Well, for beer drinking, yes, I have a mansion.
Albino Manor.
Well, what was it? Nick was here. Lee was here. Paul was here. I was here. My friend Jeff from my hometown was here. There was 7 of us here in my house, and we still had enough people. We still had enough room for a lot more.
Yeah.
What do I have? I have 1 couch, 2 couch. Both these couches are futons. I have a bed. I have the floor. I have upstairs floor. I have 2 bedrooms upstairs that aren't many. I have my bedroom. I have the backyard. I have the garage. We have enough room that a lot of people can stay here. It's parking that's the problem.
Yeah, no. If I come down, I'll be staying at a hotel, because honestly, there's doesn't sound like there's any place in your house I can fuck. So.
My wife won't be here, so I can't fuck anyway. Actually, right now I can't fuck anyway because she's radioactive.
Well, when my girlfriend's
I was at work tonight, and I actually disgusted a partner at work. One of the bartenders was at the bar I was working at, and he was talking about beating off to this girl. There was this hot girl at the bar, and he's like, I want to fuck her so bad. I'm like, shut the fuck up. He's like, what? Like, I'm used to sex every day. Every single fucking day, and I haven't had sex in 2 weeks. I haven't had sex in 2 weeks. It's at least 8 weeks before I can have sex again. They're talking about a second injection, which means another 10 weeks on top of those 8 weeks before I can have sex. So that's 20 weeks before I can have sex. I'm going to explode. Blah 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 is fucking attractive to me. And I said the ugliest server, the ugliest, oldest server who has like hands like this, who are like. She has like disgusting like claw hands, and I'm like, she's starting to look attractive to me. And he's like, oh! He walked away. I'm like, man, 20 weeks for having sex? Yeah, she's attractive. Right now, she's attractive.
Oh my god!
You know what? When my girlfriend's on her like a heavy period or something, she doesn't want to bang out. The question you always gotta ask is your mouth broken?
My wife is not on a heavy period though. She's on methomexetine or whatever the fuck that stuff is called.
I'd be scared.
That makes her completely. Makes her completely radioactive again. The nurse that gave her the injection was in a full fucking bodysuit with a mask and everything, and she came in with a fucking metal box that had a yellow biohazard symbol on it.
So can you touch her?
It's gonna start glowing green.
Can you touch her at all?
I sleep in the other room. I don't even sleep in the same room as her.
With a sheet of lead.
No, I can't do anything to her until she's okayed, until her levels are 0. Once her levels are 0, I can touch her again. Until her levels are 0, I could kill her.
Are we gonna see some rant videos in the future? Or?
You might, because I'm sexually frustrated. I'm actually clinically addicted to sex. I have to have sex, and without this, I'm actually if I didn't lose $1,500 over the last week, I might have had a prostitute by now. Luckily, I'm Irish. I'm Irish, so I'm very, very loyal. But at the same time, I have no money. So luckily for her, I have no money and I'm Irish.
I was gonna say, can't you go over to Welland and get some really cheap prostitutes?
I could probably get it for nothing in Welland, but that means I have to travel to Welland. I'm blind. I can't get there even. I'm stuck here in the Falls.
They have what was it? I just read this article. You guys might have heard of it already, but. Apparently, this Texas man says that he will give away free beer for life in exchange for a $2,000 donation to kickstart his beer company. What do you guys think of that? And do you guys think that that's a good marketing technique, or because he says he needs $30,000?
That all matters. Free beer for life. I mean, is it actually free beer for life? I mean, the amount of beer I could drink is a lot more than $30,000 worth of beer.
No. It's if you give him $2,000 donation to kickstart his brewery, then he will give you beer for life when he opens his brewery.
Well, then no, it's not a good deal. I mean, in all honesty, for him, he'd go out of business if say me and Lee and Paul and Tim and a bunch of other friends of mine got together and put like 30,000. 15 of us got $2,000 each and gave it to him. Fuck, even 30 of us got $1,000 each and gave it to him. There's no way he could support us for Beer for Life. I mean, the amount of money I could go through on Beer for Life. I mean, he'd have to have a good lawyer that actually put Beer for Life into this much per week and this and that. But even then, he would lose money because we would use that much per
hold on.
every week.
Wait a sec. Now, there's actually a specification on here now that I'm reading this more. It says the donors who give $2,000 away will be giving 3 beers a day for 4 days a week, plus 25 growler fills.
So 12 bottles a week, I could go through 12 bottles a week without even thinking.
Right. Well, 25 growler fills too, so I better get 25 of them, but
25 growler fills in life isn't all that much.
Oh, yeah. It's just interesting to read that. I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea that he's doing that. I mean, in a way, I guess that's a good thing, because I don't think he's really going to lose a lot of money if he's only doing, what is it, however many beers a week, so 12 beers a week.
To 30 people, though. Well, 15 people, isn't it? $2,000?
Depending on how much. Yeah, it's $2,000 a piece. It could be 2,000 and up as well, too, so it's not just... But he said there are also other benefits to donating maybe even smaller amount, like $100. But I don't know what those benefits are. They don't really list that here. So, I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting, how... And apparently he has a YouTube video pitching the company, so I might actually send you a link to that, but... Just to look at it, I mean, I don't know how much money you have, Chad, but... I mean, I know you
have never sent anybody $2,000, I can tell you that.
If I had $2,000 chump change, I don't think I would make beer reviews.
Especially for a brewery that you're not even 100% sure is going to get off the ground.
Right. That's the one thing.
Or are you sure are they going to make good beer? Maybe they're going to make shitty beer.
That he has like pictures of all the beers he's going to make, and I guess what they look like. But he says that he needs to aim to raise $30,000 to open a brew house, according to the initiative's page. So
that doesn't sound like very much. Like I don't understand the U.S. market, but I know in Ontario they say to open a brew pub you need something like $2 million.
I'm sure what he's probably aiming for is $30,000 down payment to get a loan for some. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure how that works, but
yeah, I mean that might be it. It doesn't sound like a lot of money.
I mean, I don't think it would be. I mean, in reality, I don't think it would be $2 million. I think it would be a little less than that. Probably like, because I mean, in order to even buy, the what is it? What do I want to say? Like the building would probably be like around here. Like they're opening one literally like right down the road from me across the street, and then they're opening another one in the downtown area. And the downtown area is probably going to be easily $200,000 just for the building. So that's not even including the equipment that they just got. But which I was going to tell Chad tonight, I got a job at the Canton Brewing Company. So
ooh, congratulations.
Hopefully they're not watching this video, and then they're going to be like, well, this guy's making beer reviews. Let's fire his ass. So, but, no, yeah, I got a job.
What are you doing over there?
Well, right now they're just going to have me be a cook, but he says there will be opportunities in the future for like brewery positions, so I was kind of excited about that. But yeah, just my background in the workplace is mostly just cooking. I've worked in a lot of restaurants.
So this place is like a brew pub then?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's going to be a restaurant/bar. So.
Okay, that's pretty.
But
cool.
the one that's down the street from me here, it's only going to be a tasting room, so it's only going to have just a bar.
You know what? I'm never a big fan of the breweries that are only breweries, not restaurants. Because you know what? When you have a lot of good beers in you, you want to have some good
Yes, first and
delicious eats.
foremost,
Uh-oh.
congratulations to you for getting a job in a brewing company. Again, I've been offered many a job. I wish I could take them, but with 2 kids and all that, I can't give up what I have, pay-wise and benefit-wise.
Right.
I just can't.
Hey,
Um,
government jobs are nothing to scoff at.
yeah, the only thing I can say to you is that's just it. Don't let it be known on your channel that you have that job because people are going to
Yeah.
start saying that you're biased. And don't talk about that brewery at all.
No,
Don't
yeah.
any beer from that
The job that I work at now, that they were trying to make us sign a waiver, which I probably shouldn't even be talking about this, but made us try to sign a waiver and saying that we wouldn't talk about any of or all things of that company on social media sites. So, and of course, that got a huge backlash on that, but we never signed it because it just got, like the whole Constitution thing. And I've never. I mean, it's not like I told my boss that I would never talk about the company that I work at, but I just made a mental note to myself that I would never ever mention anything about the business that I work at, including the Canton Brewing Company. I would never, unless it was good things. But even that, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
like
even mention.
most people that are big fans of the site know where I work. I try not to talk about where I work because
Right.
I'd be in trouble. There are a lot of people that know where I work, or there's a lot of people that know what I do at my work. But do I talk about it very often? No. Yeah. In the 2,800 plus videos I have, there might be 10 that have any mention at all of where I
Right.
work.
It's just mostly a
And
respective thing, you know.
yeah, where I work does it support craft beer at all? No. Did it help me get to where I am? Yes, because they pay for my schooling quite often because they use me to do things like their beer menus and all that. I am their beer specialist. They have a specialist in every type of alcohol. At one point, I was their beer and whiskey specialist. I still am a whiskey specialist, but they have a second guy that is their whiskey specialist now. So they have about 6 of us. There's a gin specialist, a vodka specialist, a rum specialist, a whiskey specialist, a beer specialist. Like they have us that they use for everything they want to use for.
Right.
And we're the ones they put into schooling for each different thing. So I use them as much as they use me. I do their beer menus, even though they don't sell the beer I want them to sell. But they say this is the beer we're going to sell in this bar. Make us a menu for it that actually supports this beer. And then I have to sit there and think about a way to make Rolling Rock sound okay, but at the same time following my principles.
Yeah. Yeah, you really have to, and that's another thing too, is you really have to look at the market too, like the people that are coming in, like what are they craving, you know? So yeah, I can see what you mean by that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Like my girlfriend, she works for Molson, so you'll find that. I mean, it hasn't really been mentioned all that much this beer dweebs, but if you guys are ever talking shit about Molson, I generally will stay out of it just because, not that any of you guys know who she is, but other than Chad who's met her, but, just generally speaking, I don't want to be talking shit about the company that helps put food on our table.
You're right. Well, speaking of Molson, I was just about to go on a rant about that. No, I'm just kidding.
You go right ahead. I just won't join you.
You know what, Molson? Every big brewery actually makes a beer that you can get behind. Molson makes a beer I can get behind. Labatt makes a beer I can get behind. Sleeman makes a beer I can get behind. Miller does. They all make a beer I can get behind. Whether or not I can get behind the brewery in total is another story. I can't myself. There's 8 viewers. Give us a fucking comment. You notice that we're all fucking lost right now? There's 3 of us. Give us a fucking comment. Give us something to talk about. Fuck you guys. We talked about our topics already. Give us something.
I'm starting to run out. I was starting to get into whiskey, actually. I'm starting to get into the whole thing of, whiskey and things like that. I'm not a big whiskey drinker, but I'm starting to turn into one. So
whiskey is a fun but can be very expensive hobby.
Yeah.
And unlike beer, in my personal opinion, I actually burned myself out on whiskey because I was trying so many whiskeys and buying so much that I ended up just not liking it anymore. Now I'm kind of getting back into it, but all I'll say with whiskey is try and take it slow, because unlike beer, you can burn yourself out on it.
Right.
In my beer, I find you can't, because there's always something new to try. But with whiskey, yeah, just don't go. Try not to go too nuts on it. And try not to spend too much money on scotch, because frankly, most of it's a ripoff.
Well, some of the bottles that I've had here, like I have a little mini bar right behind this computer, so I have like a lot of different bottles and stuff of different kinds of liquors and things like that I've tried, and I've collected them over the past 4 years. So it's not like I went out and splurged $500 on all this liquor. It's mostly I went to the grocery store every once in a while and I would pick up a bottle of this or a bottle of that. So
See, we have very overpriced whiskey. Other than Canadian whiskey, most of our whiskey is very overpriced, and we can only buy it in our government stores. So what I do is
that's like that. It's kind of like that here too. Like you have to have a state liquor license to sell hard liquor like whiskey.
So what I end up doing is when I go visit my family in Michigan, I stop by at the duty-free shop and I pick up. So it's not uncommon for me to buy a couple $100 worth of liquor, because it's so damn cheap compared to, like, for instance, a bottle of Ardbeg Ugadal. It's a Scotch. At the LCBO it's like $175, and I buy it at duty-free for around $70 a bottle. So it's a pretty freaking huge difference in terms of price. So it's not uncommon for me to spend a couple $100 on whiskey. But the problem is now I've got more whiskey than I could realistically drink in the next 10 years. So
right,
it's a bit of a problem.
And I've had a 1800 silver tequila, and I've had that thing for like 4 years, and I'm just about almost done with it. I don't know. I'm not a huge hard liquor drinker. It's just so. But one tequila I will recommend, though, if you guys are tequila drinkers, is Cabo Wabo. It's a very good tequila.
That's the one that's the company that Sammy Hagar started, I believe.
Yeah. But it's one of the best tequilas you'll ever have, because it actually does have flavor to it, and also that it's at a ridiculously amazing price. At least here in America, it's $30. I mean, you can't go wrong with that.
Here in Canada, it's like $60 for a Cabo Wabo.
But I'm just saying, like,
silver.
At least you guys need to move down here.
Sorry, normal Cabo Wabo. We have Cabo Wabo and Patron Silver, which are our two high-end tequilas.
We also
and Olmeca is our
I'll say this.
tequila.
I'll say this. With the Patron, don't buy that. That's garbage. Buy Don Julio.
The only Patron I like is Patron Cafe, the coffee.
Yeah, I have.
tequila.
Yes, I have had that. Yes, but Don Julio, pay $1 extra. You're gonna get a lot better bang for your buck with that.
Don Julio is a fantastic brand of tequila. I mean, it comes down to what you want. Like, if you want to, like, I don't know, the Cabo Wabo you're mentioning, is that the silver, the reposado, the añejo?
It's the silver. I haven't tried their añejo or their reposado. I haven't tried that.
The silver generally is you're going to get as a shooting tequila, or it's going to be a mixing tequila. Really, if you want something to sip, I personally will recommend go for an añejo. Even the Patron añejo is not amazing, but it's a pretty decent one. I always tell people, if you want a good tequila, and a lot of people who say tequila is a shitty spirit.
Yeah,
I tell them spend the money. Just trust me on this. Spend the money. Spend $150. Go out, buy yourself a bottle of Don Julio 1942. You will think you're getting ripped off.
Yeah.
And then you will taste it, and you'll be like, "This is the best liquor I've ever tasted in my life."
Yeah, and that's the worst part about it too, is a lot of companies have ruined it for a lot of people. Like, say, like what we were saying before about how light beer, like people when they drink beer, when you say beer, they think light beer or light lager. But in fact, there's like what I said, like Le Fin du Monde is, it's like some people do like it. So there's a lot of different beers. It's just like the same with tequila. Like a lot of people think, oh God, I don't want to drink tequila because I've had Jose Cuervo. But in reality, Jose Cuervo really isn't tequila. So you educate them more, and I just hate that the fact that companies like that have ruined it for pretty much everybody else. So.
Well, that's the thing. At least Patron, like I'm not a huge fan of Patron, but at least the thing you can say about Patron, at least it's real tequila. It's 100% añejo tequila.
Right.
You're getting a quality product. It's not the best tasting stuff, but at least
even the cheaper stuff, like what's Hornitos? Like Hornitos are 1800. Like that stuff's not.
Hornitos is not bad at all.
Yeah, and it's just that, like, to me, I feel like that's a good baseline for people with tequila who don't want to spend a lot of money, you know, because at least here, Hornitos I think is the cheapest. It's only like $25.
Yeah, Hornitos is actually the brand that got me onto the higher end tequila. Is the Hornitos Añejo. I really fell in love with that, and then I started trying out the Don Julio and the more expensive stuff, and I really like high end tequila. The one thing I will caution about tequila though is that a lot of liquors don't hold if you open the bottle and leave them for too long. I find tequila is brutal. If you keep it for more than 6 months, it loses all its flavor, and it's really disappointing when you have an expensive bottle and after 6 months it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
So I would tell anyone, no, open the bottle of tequila, drink it within a few months.
Drink it now. Drink the whole bottle now. No, but
that's ideal. But.
Yeah, like I've had all these bottles for a long time, and every time someone sees like my little mini bar, they're like, "Holy shit, you're an alcoholic!" But in reality, it's like I've had these bottles for I don't even know how long. So.
Yeah, I actually had a guy drive me home from work last night, and I'm like, "Do you want a beer after work?" And he's like, "Yeah." So he came in after work with me, and he had a beer with me. And it was we ended up drinking like 5 beers combined, so 2.5 beers each because we split every beer, and they were beers I was gonna drink tonight, but I drank them with him last night. And he's sitting there looking at my bar, and he's like, I couldn't survive with a bar like this. I'd come home and I'd drink a bottle every night because I actually have a well-stocked bar. And I'm like, well, truthfully, I was an alcoholic in my younger years, and this bar is partially to prove to myself that I'm not an alcoholic anymore. Can I go without drinking? And I can go 5 or 6 days or a month or whatever without drinking, and then I'll drink. And when I drink, I usually get drunk. But usually I have a group of people with me, and I get drunk with them for a reason. I mean, for those of you that saw the videos in for Helmet, we did 3 videos for Helmet. We did 3 beers for Helmet, and then we did a booze for Helmet, and then we did wheelchair race. We did 4 videos in total.
I was gonna say in those
celebrating
videos,
Helmet.
I mean, I was in those videos. Simon definitely looked like he was dipping in. I mean, obviously with good cause, but
yeah, Simon was fucked. Simon was fucked. I remember leaving, and I told Vanessa, make sure he drinks a lot of water. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, he can't even talk to me. He'll sit there talking to me, and he doesn't remember the things he said to me 20 seconds ago. Make sure he drinks a bunch of water.
You gotta do preventative maintenance on that.
Yeah, it was one of those things where we were at the hospital. We got to the hospital at like noon, and he died at like 10 a.m. in the same hospital we were at. So they were there when we were there. And they sent us a text message while we were there, and I'm like, Christy, if you're okay to go home, we really should stop by Simon's house. And that's when everything happened. She was okay to go home, but she was under watch. But it was one of those things where we're in St. Catharines, they live in St. Catharines, we really should stop and say hi. And Simon made us do the videos we did. None of us intended to do them. Like, I didn't have a video camera on us. We were doing it on my cell phone.
It's just spontaneous.
Yeah, he's like, I want to review these beers, and I want to review this liquor, and then I want to do a wheelchair race in honor of my father. I'm like,
okay, yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, your father's an awesome guy. We'll do it. So we did it, and we did 4 videos, and Simon was fucked for all 4 of them, and the rest of us were sober. Like, I was still sober when I went home because I hadn't drank a thing all day because I was with my wife. She was fast-tracked. See, everybody wants the same type of they want the same type of healthcare that we have here in Ontario. But here's the thing: everything's free in Ontario, yes. But she was fast-tracked because she might die, and it still took her 7 hours to see somebody.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about Ontario healthcare. Like, you know, my girlfriend's sister, when she had her babies, you know, she got her coverage through work. So, I mean, her deliveries, I think, would have cost something like $15,000 if she had paid them out of pocket. Now, but the thing is, when we went to go visit her in the hospital, she was in a fucking hotel room. Like, this was like a 5-star hotel room of a hospital where she gave birth in. I didn't see her titties, sadly.
No. I mean, like, I'm saying, like, that's titties. Like, that's sweet. Does she get a
I thought you
$5?
were talking about
Yeah,
the
no.
police.
No.
No, sadly, no, I didn't see them. But no, like she had a really nice place to give birth in. Whereas in Canada, like what kind of, you give birth in a hospital room and they kick you out a few hours later.
See, like it's a little different here. I got one friend who just got surgery on her wrist, and it took her like 3 months. I want to say 2 to 3 months to even see a doctor. Granted, it wasn't. She didn't need immediate care, but I think at least here it just has to be the doctor that you go see, because there's a lot of different doctors around here that a lot of people can see. So to get immediate care, like one person of mine, she just got surgery done. I'm not going to say where, but just got surgery done, and it only took her 2 weeks to get an appointment. But the other girl, it's just like 2 months. It's just ridiculous, but how long they have to wait. And it's granted it wasn't an immediate care, like she didn't need it, but at the same time it's like, she had to get pins installed in her wrist, I think it was.
Okay, my main Manskins just posted a comment that said he's never had a Canadian whiskey he liked. All I can say is you haven't had Coeur de Bois or Tap 357 or even like if you want to go to big batches, the small batch from Weiser's is actually really good. The Canadian Club is really good. There are a lot of good ryes out there. It's just finding a rye that you like.
I always tell people, now granted, I don't know what experience level they're at. Like if you're coming from Scotch, it's a little trickier. If you're just trying to get into a new Canadian whiskey and you're fairly new to the whiskey in general, I think just the regular 40 Creek is a great introductory whiskey. I
hate the price on it and the stuff they say on the label, but 40 Creek Copper Pot is actually a really good whiskey.
Well, even that's only, I think that's only about $30.
Yeah, and it's too much for what it is, in my opinion. No. It's not any different than regular 40 Creek. Not much different.
The main thing is it's like 3% higher in alcohol, which to some people makes a difference.
But for me, the price difference, I can buy better stuff for the same price. But again, it's a good rye whiskey. I make fun of it, but it is a good rye whiskey. I make fun of it mostly because of the things it says on the bottle, because it talks about being made in Grimsby and this and that. It's made in Windsor. It's made at the same fucking factory that Ewart works at. It's made there. It's not made here in Niagara on the Lake like they tell you it is. Don't fucking believe the shit they say.
I was gonna say I've heard that myself, but I've heard it's pretty controversial because the few times they've been accused of that, they deny it vehemently.
They might deny it, but it doesn't matter if they deny it or not. It isn't made there.
Yeah, you know what? The thing is, it depends where you come from. If you're a Scotch drinker or bourbon drinker, it's kind of difficult to get too excited about a Canadian whiskey. But I would say the straight ryes are the ones to go for, or the ones that are close to straight ryes. So you want to go to something like a Weiser's Legacy is a good one. Now these are all relatively expensive. Weiser's Legacy, a Lot 40, a Weiser's Red Letter, which is way overpriced, but it's delicious whiskey.
Oh no! I know exactly what you're saying. Oh no, too.
Hey
Joe, what do you know?
Joe, I have a couple untapped interviews. That you haven't toasted yet.
No, should I go and toast them? Should I be the opposite of Chad who toasts nothing?
Yeah,
I toast things, just very rarely.
He only picks and chooses his toast, whereas Joe he toasts
Joe
everything.
toasts everything. No matter what you post, Joe's going to toast them.
See,
why wouldn't you toast them unless you're a complete dick?
I just got 2 notices that Joe just toasted my chickens.
I just fucking toasted everyone's chickens in a row. I didn't even look at what you're drinking, but I gave you a toast.
Hey, so Joe, how about them Sabres, huh?
How about them fucking Blue Jackets? They're both terrible. How about those Ottawa Senators and Paul McLean's mustache getting fired?
You know what? I knew Paul McLean was going to get fired. I didn't think they were going to promote Dave Cameron. I should have realized that Melnick would promote his boy, his boy.
Yeah,
I should have
his
known
buddy.
that was going to happen, but I thought that Luke Richardson, if anybody within the organization was going to get promoted to head coach, it would have been Luke Richardson. That's what I
I don't think McLean deserved it either. Your roster is still really young.
No,
inexperienced,
you know
and
what?
all
Dave,
that stuff.
Paul McLean actually did a good job with what he had. I think Paul McLean's problem is he succeeded too much with what he had. I think you're going to have the same problem with Ted Nolan. He's going to do too well this year with the roster he has, and then he's going to falter next year, and they're going to fire him.
Well, I think
Ted Nolan seems.
He's going to get fired anyway
sorry.
because he's not Murray's pick, and Nolan was brought in. LaFontaine brought in Nolan just because he wanted to like right the ship. You know, you fire Regier, you fire people that have been there for 15 years. Everyone knows Ted Nolan from back in the mid to late 90s as Sabres fans. They brought him in. I'm surprised Murray kept him and extended him, but apparently that was in the works before that they hired Murray. I think he's going to be fired by the end of next year for sure, but I don't think it's going to have anything to do really with his wins or losses. I think Murray's going to get to the point where he goes, I got this team, I want my own coach. And it doesn't matter in the sports, a lot of general managers.
I think Murray's going to hire McLean, to be honest with you.
I'm down with fucking, some diabetes. I'm good with that.
I almost got in a fight with the Pittsburgh Penguins fan last night, too. Two of them, actually.
What the hell did you do?
No, I didn't do anything. They were just Pittsburgh Penguin fans, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? So.
All right,
you know what? I was a Pittsburgh Penguins fan before the Ottawa Senators existed. Is your wife yelling at you, Greg?
No, she's fast asleep, but I do have to be up in 3 hours, so now that Joe's here, I gotta leave. Joe's kind of like my replacement.
You know what, Greg? You really have to come to my house this weekend. You really have to come.
Unfortunately, I'm working this weekend. I'd love to come.
Fuck your working. Come by anyway.
What's happening at your house?
You know, when are you off normally, Chad? Are you off on weekends? Or
Wednesday, Thursday are my 2 days off.
You know what? I'm off Wednesday, Thursday next week too. Maybe I'll see if I can set something up.
I'll be here in my office.
I'll probably get going too since Joe just showed up, so I'll probably get out of here.
I gotta leave. No, actually.
Okay, well, since nobody on YouTube is talking, I'll go offline and I'll just talk to Joe. Fuck you guys, I'm going offline.
Yeah, since I know absolutely nothing about sports, so I don't even know what kind of balls.
What kind of fucking Canadian are you?
Bye, guys.